Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and I'm terribly sorry for coming to you so late this morning, but we had a couple of what can only be described as work-related issues that we had to sort out.
You and I were messing around.
See, Pooch is trying to make out that there weren't any work-related issues.
We were messing around.
We weren't messing around. We were planning the show, right? And we were getting so carried away with how good it is and how excited we were about what we were going to be talking about that we lost track of time.
Yes.
And there's nobody else here. There's no women here, right?
No.
If there are women here, generally speaking, we get told to get on with it. Yeah. You know, when Charlotte's here, she'll go, it's 7:51 or 6:51 or whatever it is, right? And we'll go, all right, I better. But Charlotte is not here because she's had a bit of an unfortunate death in the family. So we send her our best wishes, and so it's just me and Pooch again at the moment. She's still working. Obviously, because she's a wonderful woman, and we send all of our good thoughts to her, right? But the trouble is, when Pooch and I get going, we were looking at Pooch's Pooch, some dog. I've got a great Pooch's Pooch to show you later on. We're not talking about that. No, that's not getting an airing. But we were looking at some of the videos that we've got to play on the show, and we were looking at dog pictures. We're coming up with a poll. We've got a poll today because they're talking about how there's going to be food shortages, right? Which I don't believe for a minute. But one of the things they're saying there's going to be a shortage of is potatoes. Potatoes, as they say in Ireland. And so we're going to give you a poll on potatoes, and you can figure it out for yourself. But you can be sure. To be sure, we'll be asking you about what your favourite kind of potato is. My favourite story of the day, you'll see the ticker tape going across the bottom of the page there. Star Wars is going to be dubbed into Welsh. How do you think Yoda's going to sound? Reckless as he. How is that going to sound in Welsh? And if anybody can speak Welsh, I'd love to hear what that would sound
Luke,
like.
You are my father.
Luke, you. Luke.
Luke, I am your father.
Luke, I am your father. If you strike me down, I will rise up. What is it? Twice as... These are not the droids you're looking for in Welsh, right? In fact, we've actually got, because we made friends with the Welsh lot from Reform,
right.
And I think one of them may be coming in to see us, one of the Welsh members of the Senedd, coming in. So we'll get them to do it.
Yeah.
Right? What else? What? I mean, imagine if you just put it into Chat GPT and try to, because if I see Welsh, you can't pronounce it, can you? You can't. You can't actually look at a piece of Welsh. I wonder if you can do it, actually.
I'll do it.
Can you see if you translate it, right? If you put into translation for Welsh, Luke, I am your father. How does that come out in Welsh? And could I say it? She's coming on next week, Charlotte says, the Welsh girl, who's coming in from the Senedd. People are asking me to sort my hair out. I just did. I mean, that's one of the things that I was doing. Maybe I need to... yeah. I'm thinking, about getting it cut again. And there's a place in Vauxhall that I was thinking about going. Not a million miles away from here.
I went down there.
Is it any good?
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Yeah.
Okay, so I might go there. I don't know. But we've got lots going on today. The big story, there are two big stories really today that we're going to talk about. One is this early release scheme, which is fast turning into a massive disaster for Andy Burnham, right? Because Andy Burnham, who, as we reported yesterday, has decided to go on holiday without fear or favour, having done 2 weeks of work in his new job. Somebody pointed out yesterday, when you apply for a job and you go for a job interview, for example, how about this? Leak do da do.
Well, Luke, I'm your father.
Is that Luke, I'm your father? Leak do dad do we. What was the name of the Tatooine? Was it Tatooine? Tatooine was where they went, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So in Tatooine, leak do da do.
Nice.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I like it.
Yeah, I like it. So we could, anybody else you want to, give us a bit of Welsh with Star Wars.
Hang on, Mike, it's all started. Here
has
we
it?
go.
What's that?
Here we go. Mick Rose.
Yeah, go on.
Look on screen.
Mick Rose. Oh, blimey. Mick, thank you very much indeed. €50 coming in from him. Maybe the Welsh will get their own currency before long. Anyway, so here's the story. The main story about Andy Burnham is that, one, he's gone on holiday, and God knows why he's decided to go on holiday. He hasn't done any work. He's been doing, So what I'm saying is, if you apply for a job, right, and somebody rang up Nick Ferrari and mentioned this, and you'll remember these days, Pooch, if you go for a job interview, normally what they say, if they get to the point where they're thinking about offering you the opportunity to work for them, they say, have you got any holidays planned? Don't they? And if you say, well, actually, yeah, I've got one booked for, next month. What they'll normally say is, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you start your new job after your holiday?
We had the very scenario
Right?
with Elena, who when she started.
Yes, because she had a holiday booked.
Yeah.
But she's not the Prime Minister. I mean, as good as she is and as brilliant as she is.
She still let us know.
But she still told us, by the way, I've got this holiday booked. Is that all right? Burnham did not say when he became the Prime Minister, oh, by the way, I've booked off the first week of August.
Yeah.
He didn't say that. And I think he should have said that. Because I think we shouldn't have a Prime Minister who after 2 weeks has gone on holiday. Now, he will say, and some of his supporters have said to me, oh, well, do you think Maggie Thatcher never took a holiday? That's not the point. She didn't take a holiday after 2 weeks of work. She didn't take a holiday after doing the square root of bugger all, right? And she didn't take a holiday ripping the piss out of the public, quite frankly. And I think it's a disgrace. So there's that. But the second big problem for Andy Burnham is that this story about letting out offenders from prison is going to reach out and bite him on the backside, no matter where he is, whether he's lying on a deck chair in Rhyl, whether he's on a cruise ship going around the Mediterranean, whether he's in Penrith. You wouldn't go there for a holiday, would you? Whether he's off the coast of Scotland. Do you remember when, I mentioned this because I just like saying it, when Boris Johnson almost got swept out to sea? Because I just like the idea of it, Nothing against Boris, but just the idea of Boris Johnson being such a wally that he was almost swept out to sea. Or, Blackpool Beach, or, Black Gang Shine down the Isle of Wight, or whether he's gone to Marbella, or whether he's gone to Porto Banús, or whether he's gone to the Seychelles, wherever he's gone, right? He shouldn't be there, one, but two, he will be haunted by the fact that there are now thousands of people in this country who are sick to death of what is about to happen, right? On the front page of The Sun this morning, the widow of
Mike, real quickie.
PC, Simon Kilford. Thank you, Simon.
Whoa.
Well done, sir. Very, very
Simon,
nice.
come into the studio.
We want to try and get you in the studio, Simon. So get in touch with Charlotte or get in touch with somebody on Substack and we'll see what we can arrange. Eh?
And we'll take Nick as well.
Nick as well, yeah. Mick Rose, yeah, absolutely. Maybe they can come together. Yeah. So, Prime Minister Andy Burnham, this is on the front page of The Sun, see you in court, Prime Minister. Andy Burnham faces being taken to court by furious police for failing to halt the early release of two of hero PC Andrew Harper's killers, right? A police federation chief revealed they are poised to take legal action unless Mr. Burnham reverses the decision. Now, here's Burnham, who previously said that he would not allow either of these people to be released. It now turns out that he was lying and his word was not his bond, and in fact it didn't really matter what he promised, that it wasn't now going to happen. Similarly, on the front page of the Daily Mail, 9,300 domestic abusers are set to be released. Tories and charity bosses accuse Burnham of putting vulnerable women at a new risk, right? Because Labour's early prison release scheme is going to basically allow more than 9,000 domestic abusers set to walk Britain's streets, right? Absolutely unbelievable. Controversial plans to release some of the worst criminals from prison early, apart from rapists and the most serious sex offenders, are going ahead, despite the promise that he made that it wouldn't happen, right? So I'm afraid Andy Burnham, once again, has proven himself to be a double-dealing, untrustworthy liar, because he said he wouldn't do it, he said he was going to pause it, it's now not paused, it's now going ahead, and more people in this country are absolutely and utterly devastated that it's going to happen, right? Including in these victims, people who are worried about these abusers, are a man who's a double murderer called Shane March. He stabbed his pregnant girlfriend to death. He's going to be coming out. David McCorkle inflicted over 70 injuries on his partner when he murdered her. Another guy called Mark Brazant ambushed a mother and slashed her in the face. And Leonidas Georgala, who killed his lover in a fall as she tried to flee him beating her. Right? These are all people who are going to be out on the streets within the next several weeks and months, right? And it now turns out as well, according to The Guardian, that the police's monitoring unit, the people who are supposed to be tagging you and making sure that you don't actually reoffend, apparently those systems don't actually work very well. So it's brilliant, isn't it? So let's talk to Stephen Barrett.
1 second there, Mike.
Oh, hang on, another super chat. Morning, Mike, Pooch and Charlotte. This is the best show on the bleeding planet. Please like and subscribe, says Mick Rose. Mick, thank you very much indeed. Please do like and subscribe. We said this yesterday. We've got 1.2 thousand people liking the show. We've got 8.4 thousand watching it. It's only early days, but can you please, if you're watching the show, please just click the like button and let's get it up to 8,000, because that would make sense to me. Because otherwise, in my tiny brain, it really doesn't. So let us talk now to Stephen Barrett, our favourite barrister, a man who's going to have a lot to say, I'm sure, about the crime and punishment scenario. Stephen, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
This, I believe, and I don't wish to be in any way diminishing to those awful events in Southport of 2024, the summer, I believe that this early release scheme is going to become Andy Burnham's Southport, and he is going to trip over himself, and this will be the beginning of the end of the Andy Burnham reign.
Yes, I think that's probably right. I think that, in my view, Andy Burnham was doomed the minute Andy Burnham began, and he didn't seem to have the wit to see it. It's not really about the personalities or the individuals involved. To my mind, Mike, this is really about the structure of our country. Our country is structurally broken.
Yeah.
It really would destroy anybody who came in at this point. You know, Andy Burnham could have been the best or the kindest and nicest and, you know, most bunny-loving person who's ever lived. And he'd still be destroyed by the structure of the country, because what's happening is the politicians don't actually run anything. They're not actually in charge of anything. All power has been divested from them. And all power now lies in the hands of completely unaccountable people who are just acting in a completely stupid and irrational way. And they're doing things like early prisoner release, which even Andy knows is wrong. So if you just take PC Harper and his and the killers of him, Andy Burnham knows it's wrong to release him.
Yeah.
Yet Andy Burnham is going to release those criminals. They know that. Yeah, they're still going to do it. And it's that. So when I talk about it being structurally broken, it's this kind of disconnect from humanity. This structural problem that's happening in our country, and it's on a really very deep level. It's the fact that the politicians don't actually run the country, and that's a problem both for them and for us. It needs to be a problem for them before it's a problem for us.
Yes,
because we need them to realise. But Andy Burnham's going to be the proof of this. He's going to be the fall guy, if you like, the tiny little fall guy, that proves that he doesn't actually run this country, even though he's called our prime minister.
But isn't it ridiculous, Stephen, that we've only got 2 weeks into this latest, incarnation of a premiership? He's gone on holiday, first of all, which I think is a mistake, because everyone yesterday who was on social media saying, well, isn't he allowed to have a holiday? Well, no, it's not the point. Of course he's allowed to have a holiday. Nobody cares about whether he has a holiday, but you don't sign up to a new job and wait 2 weeks and then decide to go on holiday. You just don't do it. Not least of which when you're in the middle of running a country which is essentially, as you've just said, broken, in dire need of repair and in dire need of some tender, loving care, some TLC. And also, in 2 weeks, he has made a bunch of U-turns, including this one, because he promised that he would put all of this on hold. And he promised the widow of PC Harper, a lovely woman who was only married to her husband for a month before he was brutally murdered by these horrible, ghastly individuals who are now likely to be released into the general population. He promised it wouldn't happen, and now it's happening. So already we have no faith in this man.
Yes. I mean, I think that was probably inevitable for whoever succeeded Keir Starmer. It was inevitable that whoever succeeded Keir Starmer would be less legitimate than Starmer himself was. Starmer, for everything we disliked about him, which I think was legitimate, and I don't retract anything I ever said about him, at least Starmer had won a general election. Andy's never won a general election. And that will haunt him. That will absolutely, that is an albatross around his neck. he's going to try and avoid that, but he can't. And now he's just a completely illegitimate little chap running around pretending to be prime minister. And the major problem is far, far bigger than him, far, far bigger than anybody else. He could be a conservative prime minister, and he'd have exactly the same problems. The civil service run this country, and the civil service run this country badly. And that is what we need to get through our own heads. That they're not accountable to us, and they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And as a result, our country is incredibly badly run. Nobody but an unaccountable bureaucracy could come up with the idea of releasing a bunch of incredibly dangerous criminals because of bureaucratic rules. Nobody could think this through. Anybody with any sort of a brain would say that, well, let's set up emergency prisons. Let's create Nightingale prisons overnight. You know, the one thing we can't do is release a bunch of incredibly dangerous men on the streets. The only people who would ever think it was a good idea to release a bunch of dangerous men onto the streets are bureaucrats.
Yes.
Literally nobody else would ever come up with this. And, you know, there are three forms of government. There's democracy. Well, a democracy would never come up with the idea of releasing dangerous men onto the streets, because a democracy would go, do you know what? If we do this, they're not going to vote for us.
Right.
A dictator would never come up with releasing dangerous men onto the streets, because even dictators know that you don't do this sort of madness. The only type of the third type of government, which is bureaucracy, that's just the only people who come up with completely insane ideas that make no rational sense at all, because bureaucrats aren't rational.
Right.
You know, to their mind, well, we've got to release the dangerous criminals onto the streets, otherwise the prisons will be full. It's just insane.
I know. Well, do you know,
even saying it is just madness. Just find more prison space, find more buildings. You know, if I were in charge of this country, it's just find any sort of secure door and a room behind it and put them in it. It's not rocket science, is it? You don't. The one thing you don't do is release the dangerous criminals.
Well, do you know, isn't it interesting, Stephen, and we don't wish to labour the point, but they didn't have any trouble finding a prison space for Lucy Connolly when they wanted to put her into prison. They didn't go, now, you have been such an egregious, horrible, enemy of the state that we have to lock you up. However, we can't lock you up because the prison system is simply too overcrowded to do so. So you'll have to sit over there with all the other rapists and murderers who can't be sent to prison either because there isn't any space. No. You're a housewife, a woman who has been a fine, upstanding member of society until this moment when you sent something on Twitter which was so egregious that you decided to take it down after 3 hours. We'll lock you up for several months, maybe 2 years. But the clue is actually a great piece in the Mail today by Nick Timothy, Shadow Justice Secretary, member of the Tory party, of course, who says basically that Labour ultimately do not believe in the prison system. They actually don't believe in it. And so therefore, once you know that, everything else becomes clear. They actually don't like locking people up.
No, I think that they don't. I don't think they are interested in rules and order. I think for a long time they've perceived the rule of law itself to be right wing. Yeah, which is not. That's absolutely not true. I mean, the rule of law is a very simple concept. The idea that laws apply to us all equally, that we're all equal before law, and that law should be applied without fear or favour.
But let's not forget that let's not forget David Lammy contradicts you there, because David Lammy appeared, did he not, on Nick Ferrari's show to say actually equality doesn't mean treating people equally. in the law.
Well, that's just outrageous, and I was
know.
glad to see Nick dealing with that
Yes.
as entirely as I would expect you to deal with that in exactly the same way. That's simply nonsense. And if I ever went that mad, I'd hope that you'd deal with me.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
put me in dialogues, because rules should apply to everybody equally,
Yeah.
and that's just how you get to a decent society. It's not about being a left-wing society or a right-wing society. That's just basic, decency and how we function as humans. But yeah, I think it's probably true that the current manifestation of the Labour Party, and I say that because of all those people who I like, who are natural Labour voters or natural Labour supporters, because all the people I like would be on the side of the rule of law, regardless of the fact that they might be left wing.
Yeah.
And I still think that the finest Labour MP that they have going is Graham Stringer. It would be Rosie Duffield, but of course they kicked her out because they're lunatics.
Yes.
But there are very decent people on the left, and it's important, I think, that we always highlight that, because we don't want to become some sectarian nightmare where we're all at each other's throats and attacking each other. But if the left is going to declare the rule of law to be a problem, well, then it's gone mad. It's just gone mad. It's gone rotten. It's no different from leaving a piece of bacon out out of the fridge for too long. It's just gone wrong. It's just not. Right. It's just not right.
Yeah, it's not right. I mean, funnily enough, piece on the front, on page 2 rather, the Sun this morning, slightly different aspects of policing, but millions of police hours will be saved by scrapping woke liaison officers. Apparently, this is a plan from the Tory party, who say they're basically going to use AI and they're going to scale back equality, diversity and inclusion roles. Apparently, these account for about 3,800 police officers in the current system who don't do any actual work on the streets, but they work behind the scenes, making sure that woke ideology is very much running through everything that they do. And I don't know how we got here. I just don't get it. These EDI officers are all over the place, apparently. This is a quote from Kemi Badenoch, who said, "We have spoken to officers and developed a plan that will mean less time spent on paperwork and more spent on keeping people safe." Hurrah! It's almost as though, somebody switched a light on in a room and gone, these police officers don't seem to be doing a very good job of stopping crime.
Well, no, and they obviously aren't. But also, I mean, the Conservative Party is vaguely amusing. I would much rather listen to Nick Timothy than Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah.
Because him I believe, and him I have some faith in.
Yes.
You just know that the Conservatives will have invented these DEI officers. You just know they will have arisen under Conservative rule. And Kemi Badenoch, I don't find anything convincing about her at all. That's entirely personal to me. You may do so, and our listeners and viewers may do so, and that they're entirely welcome to find her convincing if they so choose. But it's just, to me, ridiculous. It was only 2 seconds ago that the Conservatives were in charge.
I know.
And they did nothing to stop any of this. Absolutely nothing. Who invented non-crime hate incident?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it was you. Thank you, Conservatives.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Socialists in a blue rosette. I just find you incredibly difficult to deal with. I mean, maybe if they did something incredibly dramatic. I mean, to my mind, I think she'd have to actively sack or remove in parliamentary terms, that's remove the whip from her from a serious number of her own backbenchers.
Yes.
And to be honest, her front benchers.
Yeah.
She's elevated people. She's put people in the shadow cabinet who really should have a yellow rosette on if they're going to be in any way convincing. That I'm just not taken in by blue socialism. I don't see the point of it. We're living inside a socialist system that is collapsing.
Yeah.
And it's not better if you stick a blue rosette on it. So
No.
I'm not really very interested in anything she says, and frankly, she can just go away. I am interested in things that Nick Timothy says, because I think that he does have his head switched on right, and I think he cares about this country, and he cares about our ordinary lives. So I'm more than happy to deal with the what remains of the Conservatives on a one-to-one basis. I think that's how we should deal with them. The idea that they're a brand, I think, has gone. And quite rightly gone. There is, I always say that this, and I said this to Richard Tice when I was opposite him in a public debate and the Battle of Ideas. I don't know if people know what the Battle of Ideas is, but I said to him very clearly, first past the post means that no political party has a right to exist. So if Richard's party is Reform, Reform has no right to exist. It will only exist if the people want it, and it's doing well because the people want it. And that's the most important tenet, is that the people get to decide. How could you have any other system? Any other system is just monstrous. The Labour Party has no automatic right to exist. If the left all get together and decide, do you know what, the Labour Party's gone a bit bonkers, expelling Rosie Duffield is mad, not listening to Maurice Glassman is mad, we need to restructure the left, then the left can have a new party. But the Conservative Party, I think it's the oldest party we've got. I think it's one of the oldest parties in the world.
It is.
That's absolutely great. But this system does not, it doesn't reward longevity. It doesn't reward, just in exactly the same way that a charity shop really doesn't care how old the product is. The product's got the value it's got. And to my mind, the Conservative Party, it's a 50p job. It's not going to survive much longer than it's got.
No, I don't think it does, and I think you're absolutely right. I think it's in the sort of final death throes of its existence. No question. Stephen, if telling us the truth was an Olympic event, you would be a gold medalist, says Stephen. That's rather prosaic, isn't it? Rather good. Now, bringing us on to the next subject, which I'd love to talk to you about, because I know you were tweeting about this last night. With the police in mind, the police deciding to investigate a journalist because they were asking questions of this ridiculous character called Jason R. Day, who somehow seems to have finagled his way into the top echelons of academia at Cambridge University, basically on the grounds of being black. Having made up a load of old cobblers, stories about himself, that, he's at the same time climbed Everest in one single bound, swam underwater for 30,000 miles without having to take a breath, and probably won himself a gold medal at the Olympics.
Yes, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. This story, I think, is destroying Cambridge University. And, for full disclosure, I once taught for them. And I have affection towards that place, but this is destroying its reputation. It's just everything that the public have come to fear and dislike about institutions. It's this idea that, based upon how much melanin this human has in his skin, he's either good or bad.
Yeah.
If he had little melanin, I have very little melanin. So everybody needs to learn this word, because I'm not taking race seriously. That's not true. We're one race. It's called human. And we can all breed with each other. That's how you tell. It's like dogs. It's how you tell we're all one race.
Yes.
We're not different. We're just not different on any level. This is cosmetic differences, and based upon this gentleman's cosmetic differences from me, he has been lauded and piled with gifts, and Cambridge University is now defending him to the hilt, despite the fact it's obviously destroying their reputation completely. The man is a complete fantasist at best. He is a safeguarding issue, because if you have a man who is or a woman who is a complete fantasist, you can't have them anywhere near children. And as the virtue of being an academic, just so people know, you have access to under 18-year-old children, because of course you do. You have all sorts of events and outreach programs where you're trying to encourage them from their school to apply to the university, and
Yes.
all sorts of other things, and he's an academic in education.
Yes.
So he has all sorts of access to children, and that makes him a major safeguarding issue. This is far beyond what I think Cambridge University has even yet uncovered about this man.
Right.
But how damning of our police force that the first thing they do is investigate anybody who raises any questions about him as a criminal. That is damning. That is incredibly sinister. That is wrong, and they wouldn't have done it if this gentleman, if my fellow human, which is what he is, if my fellow human had skin like mine, they wouldn't have investigated. And they don't investigate the people who are criticizing me. They don't investigate the people who say outrageous things about you.
No,
they just investigate people who dare to raise legitimate points about this frankly dodgy gentleman. And I mean, the entirety of this debacle is much more interesting in the authorities' response. Who paid for Carter Ruck solicitors to threaten people? Now, I think I'm probably different from your viewers and listeners, because the general public, in my experience, don't hold defamation solicitors in much regard. But I have a lot of respect for Carter Ruck, and when I ran a children's charity, they were actually very decent and very supportive. So I'm not anti-Carter Ruck in
I have
any
a
way.
different view, a slightly different view, based on my long-time association with Fleet Street. Where we had a nickname for Carter Ruck, and it started with Carter and it ended with Uck, but there was another letter in between. They also represented my learned friend James O'Brien when he tried to sue me some years ago, and unsuccessfully, it has to be said. And even I was very proud of the fact that I was able to outfox Carter Ruck with my reply to their letter.
You should be. And I wasn't. I'm always conscious that any journalist friend is not going to be very fond of them. I'm quite fond of them because they supported my charity.
Yes,
but,
no, I get that.
But anyway, the thing they aren't is cheap.
No.
So who paid? Who paid for that?
I mean, it says here, right, in the piece of the Telegraph, that Jack Grove, who was a reporter for the Times Higher Education Supplement, I mean, he's hardly, sort of a rabid tabloid, money-grubbing, ghastly journalist. He's from the Times Higher Education Supplement. He's not likely to be knocking down doors or, pushing people out of the way. Very civilised character. Apparently, Carter Ruck accused him of making an apparent attack on Professor Jason Arday. They say it may be racially motivated. The Metropolitan Police spent 4 months looking into a claim of harassment before deciding in February to close the case. They didn't even tell the journalist that they were investigating him, which leads me to ask the next question. How many other journalists are they investigating without telling them? Until they've decided that there's no action to be taken. It's absolutely outrageous what they've done. And apparently he got a phone call from the police to be told he was being investigated. He was told a complaint had been made against him. The force was not taking it forward. The officer told me that I shouldn't contact Professor Arday again because his mental health had been affected by my actions. Right? I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous and entirely anti-democratic and, quite frankly, dystopian and rather Orwellian, I'd have to say.
Yes, well, but this is where we are. This is where we have got to, because we have forgotten how to run ourselves. We've forgotten how to be a decent, free society, and we're still in this internecine phase where we're a weak dictatorship. And that's what I want people to take away from this, because I think we should reflect on this, and I hope everybody will decide that we should become a strong democracy again, and that democracy matters, and that we should all be involved in running our country. But I'm starting to sort of lose the energy for that. The next phase, if we don't do anything, is going to be a dictatorship. That is inevitable. And I want to say this now. So it's your show. I've said this on. This is the first time I've ever said this publicly. On the 5th of August 2026. But there we are. It will remain true that we are heading for a dictatorship if we don't grow up. We have to grow up. We obviously cannot have our police investigating journalists, particularly, as you say, the most innocuous of journalists, a journalist at the Times Higher Education Supplement. Wow. What a most, obviously not a person who's going to be a threat to anybody.
Right.
We cannot have Professor Arday, who shouldn't be Professor Arday, because he should be Dr. or Mr. probably Arday, because he has accrued to himself glories which he does not deserve.
Yeah.
We cannot have the police dancing to his tune. It's just not true. I mean, one of the things that I'm genuinely proud of is the Daily Mail, where they said, Professor Arday asked for us to say sources close to Professor Arday, then they give the quote, and then they said Professor Arday. And I'm actually proud of the Daily Mail for that, because we're not getting out of where we are without a lot of honesty. We need just coruscating waves of honesty from our state. We need everybody in our country to start being just crushingly honest if we're going to get out of this. And I mean, it's hard to have much hope at the moment, Mike, because our prime minister is a tiny man who's run away on holiday after 2 weeks. So things are looking grim for Great Britain right now. They just are, and I don't know how else to put that. We're releasing prisoners into the community because reasons. I mean, just what the most,
because what the latest reason is, and it's in a piece today that I've read. We haven't got any choice. Well, that's plainly ridiculous. Of course, they've got a choice. They can do any number of things other than releasing dangerous people back into the community. Like, for example, not releasing dangerous people back into the community. How about that for a choice?
Yeah, well, but this is how it's been for years and years and years. My entire time in public life has been the great and the good, the people who are accruing public money to themselves, telling everybody we can't do this for various reasons. We can't do X, we can't do Y, even though X and Y are incredibly sensible, because reasons.
Yes.
And me going, you can, and particularly in that, my one field of expertise is the law. That's the only thing that I have, and the law, taken at its fullest extent, is incredibly permissive. Because do you know what? Do you know who writes it? Well, we do. We
do, yeah.
It's
exactly.
Ours. So if we wanted to say something, do you know, and if it currently says the opposite of what we want, we just rewrite it.
Just change it.
It's not rocket science,
no,
is it?
It really isn't. But here's a great. I'll just finish with this, because we're taking far too much of your time up. Mark Littlewood put this out last night, because of course the endemic problem with our day, or our day's night, as I'm going to start calling him, is that he was given carte blanche, if you like, even though I know that means white. Permission to do whatever he wanted on the grounds that nobody questioned him. Because why? As you say, because of the melatonin, or whatever it was, the melanin in his skin. So Mark Littlewood took it upon himself to go into the BBC's news website to see how many stories they had about Cambridge before they wrote about this guy. And there are 5 stories about Cambridge above the story about Professor Arday. 1, NHS must plan for heat and wildfires, says Cambridge academic. 2, Cambridge road reopens after sinkhole filled with concrete, my favourite. 3, Suzanne Vega headlines final night of Cambridge Folk Festival. 4, wildfire damages Cambridge's first tiny forest. And 5, Cambridge Folk Festival returns after a year's hiatus. And you have to go all the way to number 6 before you get Cambridge professor at Centre of Plagiarism row defends his work.
Absolutely shocking. I mean, I like the idea of Cambridge's tiny forest.
I do.
How tiny was it?
I mean, is it like this size?
This could be very sweet. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not
Brilliant.
anti this at all. But we just need to grow up as a country and grow up as a people. I think we really, really need democracy back. And I increasingly think this well beyond party politics. The worst story I have, or the worst news I've seen, other than the atrocities that have happened and the invasion of Sweater and all the other problems that we're having as a society, which, by the way, were all entirely predictable. The worst thing to me was the turnout at the Manchester mayoral election.
Yes.
25%.
25%, yeah.
I just need people to wake up and stop this and start voting. Now, they could turn around to me and say, Stephen, we don't want a mayor in Manchester. Mayors are a complete waste of time, Stephen.
Yeah.
You know devolution is a con, Stephen. And I'd go, okay, yeah, I agree with you. But please, goodness, come a general election, which does matter, could we please not see a turnout of 25%? I mean, this is just, it's just got to be turned around, because we're not, if we're heading, as I think we are, towards a choice, we're in a bureaucratic, weak dictatorship. We're run by Antonio Romeo. We're run by the civil service. We're run by a lot of weak and pathetic people right now. That's why Tiny Andy can go on holiday, because Tiny Andy isn't actually in charge of anything. And when Tiny Andy comes back, he's just the fall guy who has to sort of vaguely explain what's gone on. But let's all forget Tiny Andy. Do we want a dictatorship or do we want a democracy? And please God, can we pick a democracy? If we're going to be a democracy, people have to vote. People have to get up off their sofas, and they have to engage in our society again. And I need people to engage. And I know that they've been pushed. I don't blame people. They've been pushed away from engaging.
Yes.
They've been told that their vote doesn't matter. They've been turned into little infants. They've been pecked and nipped by little crabs. Little crabs have been nipping them constantly, pinching them, and telling them that they don't matter, but they do matter. And we've got to get democracy back. And I'm going to do everything I can, Mike. Lord knows what that actually amounts to, but I'm going to do everything I can to try and get people to vote come the next general election. And I don't care which party they vote for. I just want them voting.
Yes. It's a very good point. It's a brilliant point. As all of your points have been today, as ever, fantastic. I'm going to let you out with the final poll that we've got going on today. Apparently, one of the things that we're being warned about, which I don't believe, by the way, there's going to be a shortage of potatoes. So I'm going to ask you what your favourite form of potato is. We've got chips, we've got roast potatoes, we've got mashed potatoes, and baked potatoes. What do you reckon?
Well, so people I think know I've been a single dad for a very long time, and one thing that I spent years on was perfecting the roast potato, because I had this, and it's ridiculous. My child's not yet in senior school, but I had this idea that my child would go to university and say, actually, my dad's roast potatoes are the best roast potatoes. So I've experimented. I've used different types of trays.
You're now going to have to tell us what the secret is, if you can. What is the secret?
Well, I put baking soda in with them while I parboil. Obviously,
you parboil them, okay.
I shake. Obviously, I put baking soda in with them when they parboil, and I find a mix of goose fat and olive oil and a reflective tray. So this is my great. I experimented with loads of different trays, and a thick metal but shiny,
like silver. Sort of tray.
Yeah,
really?
I've got.
That makes a difference.
I find it makes a difference and makes crispy potato, because what you want is a crispy roast potato.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
To my mind,
you want it crispy and fluffy on the inside, don't you?
Exactly. So you've got to pick the right type of potato. A Maris Piper really can't be beaten. No, you don't want a waxy potato for roast potato.
Fantastic. So, brilliant. Well, I mean, not only, fantastic legal mind that you have, you now have incredible advice about how to make proper roast potatoes. Fantastic. What more could you want? How the hell are you a single dad? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I may come and marry you myself. Very good to see you, Stephen. Thank you very much indeed. Stephen Barrett, what a guy. Imagine that. Pooch. You have a man with a legal brain the size of Mars, but he can also make a proper roast potato.
Perfect husband.
It's now given me an idea.
In the queue.
I'm now going to ask for the perfect roast potato recipes
Well,
because
you know what you do?
you've just heard
After
from
you've hard-boiled them,
Yeah.
you put a lid on and you shake it around.
Yeah.
It fluffs them up. Then
That's
you
what he
put
said. He said he did a bit of shaking, right?
Yeah.
Did a bit of that. I've always done olive oil. I've never heard of baking soda before.
No.
And the crispier the better. So anybody got any tips on that? I'd be lovely to hear them. I've also got a great message here from Cliff, who sent this in on the Welsh version of Star Wars. You know what I had a thought of as well? I need to get Edward Hughes to do the news in Welsh.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I don't know if you could, but I felt a great disturbance in the valleys, as if millions of voices singing Men of Harlech were suddenly silenced.
Someone said, what would Chewbacca sound like in Welsh?
Yeah, probably not much different. And what about R2D2 in Welsh? Hey? Simon Kilford, thank you very much indeed. Should we get some news in English from Edward Hughes?
I'm Edward Hughes. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born on Monday in Lisbon, Portugal. Mother and daughter are doing well, and the baby is yet to be named. A mega dinghy carrying 173 migrants caught fire and capsized in the English Channel yesterday. All were rescued by French and British crews and returned to France, with no fatalities. The Knob of the North says he has tightened the government's early release scheme for prisoners, excluding those convicted of rape, serious child sex offences and grooming. Around 5,000 inmates will still be freed over the coming months to ease overcrowding, starting in October, though some manslaughter cases remain eligible and victims' families have voiced strong criticism. Nice one, Nobby. Separately, the Treasury is planning extra borrowing of about £9 billion a year to fund housing, infrastructure and startups. Latest Tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here.
Oh, we've got the best viewers, haven't we?
We have. I mean, some amazing things coming in. The Hood says this: no secret to roast, no need to parboil, just baste them at really short intervals using olive oil and importantly cook with the meat. It never fails. No need to parboil. It's a myth.
Irish wildfowl like this.
Duck fat works too with garlic and rosemary. Yeah, garlic and rosemary, definitely.
Lovely.
Very good. I guess, the difficulty is, of course, if you're cooking with people who also don't maybe eat meat, you have to stay away from the duck fat. And King Edwards, says Ruth.
Okay.
Sorry, Keith.
And McGovern's coming on.
Yeah, McGovern's coming on to talk about meat in a minute because there's a picture of Count Binface in the Toby Carvery that he's put out. What about there you go? What about this from Bob? Those are not the sheep you're looking for, which is brilliant. Star Wars in Welsh. Can anybody? I don't know if anybody speaks Welsh that listens to this show. I'm sure there will be some. R.I.P. James Well. Yes, I was remiss yesterday because we talked a lot about Rod Liddle, who passed away the day before yesterday. But it's the first anniversary of James's death, And funnily enough, I was in touch with a couple of people at Talk yesterday, and I said, I can't believe it's only been a year, because it seems like a lot longer. Yeah. And I was fortunate enough to see James in his final days. I went to visit him in the hospice where he was, and he was brilliant. He was fantastically
tell the Denny story.
Humorous. Oh yeah, the Denny story, fantastic, right? So Denny, my boss, and our boss, lovely guy, who's still there at Talk, he likes to wear a kind of a leather little sort of bracelet, I suppose, if you like. Some people wear them, and we were there. It was myself and Denny and Jeremy Kyle, and we sat there with James, and we didn't know, and his wife as well, and we didn't know how long we were going to be able to stay with him. We weren't sure what sort of state he would be in, but we ended up sitting there for about 2 hours, and he was telling great stories, and we had talk on TV in the room, and he was making fun of the presenters, and he was being hilarious, absolutely hilarious, even though he was quite weak and his voice was quite thin, and we couldn't, we had to sort of strain to listen to him. Anyway, so as we left, and we kind of all collectively were quite sad, because we sort of knew that it was probably the last time we'd see him, because he was in the final days, really, and he was in a bed, and his wife was sitting next to him, holding his hand. And then he took off his bracelet that he had on his wrist, and he said and I started to tear up at this point, as we all kind of did, because he wrapped it around James's wrist, basically, and said, I've had this bracelet, for a long time. It's always brought me luck. So I'm going to give it to you, because I'm sure it will bring you luck. And James was like, oh, thanks very much. And I had a little hug and a kiss. We all had a bit of a hug and a kiss, and we all left. Anyway, about 3 days later, James died. And his wife came into the studio to do a little interview with me, and to thank everybody for all the things they'd done, and to thank Denny in particular for looking after him so well, and making sure that the company, made sure that he didn't lose out money-wise and all that sort of thing. Anyway, and she sat down with Denny, and she reached into her handbag, she took out the bracelet, and she handed it back to him, and she said, by the way, James asked me to give you this, and said it didn't bloody work. Which I thought was typical of James's sense of humour, but there we are. Gavin Ashington, a man who will probably have some sympathy with those kinds of trinkets when people go into their final days. I love that story about James, well, because it kind of sums him up. He knew he was dying, he wasn't frightened of it, and he was very happy to be funny about it at the end. Morning.
Very, very courageous. I think actually the gift of humour is one of the most important things as human beings we can bring to the whole situation. Totally. Because if we haven't got the ability to laugh at what's going on at the moment, you'd probably be in total utter despair, wouldn't you? Well, it's all about coping with the difference between expectations and reality, and it's always very difficult. And laughter is the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Looking around this morning, and I'm saying this, and I don't know whether I was careful before I said it, because I didn't want people to get the wrong idea, and I certainly don't want to diminish what happened in the summer of 2024. But I wonder whether this whole early release scheme is going to turn out to be a sort of an albatross around Andy Burnham's neck, and it might turn out to be his kind of Southport, because Southport was something that Keir Starmer completely failed to deal with properly. And I think this will turn out to be the same for Andy Burnham.
I think one of the wisest political sayings I've ever heard was when Macmillan was asked what he lay awake being worried about. And he said to his interrogator, events, dear boy, events.
Yes.
So, stuff that happens. I think I rather like Stephen, we're calling him Tiny Andy. I think that's and especially Tiny Andy in contrast with the dictatorship we're under.
Yes.
I think we should hold, the little tiny Andy and the big stage are the two things that, again, should make us laugh, but that our laughter should turn to action. And as he said, we have to vote these people out.
Yes, absolutely right. The problem is that, they are in charge of us without really any mandate to be in charge of us.
None whatsoever.
As Stephen Barrett said, what we've got is a mayor in Manchester, for example, who got literally 12% of the vote, who's now running an entire city. And even when they voted to have a mayor, that particular vote was very, very underwhelming as well. I think it was only about 32% of the available electorate said that they would even vote in the contest. And so, the problem, I suppose, is of our own making.
Well, it certainly is. We've got one more election to try and rescue it. The alternative being to take to the streets. But whatever happens, we have to take back government. We cannot possibly accept living under a dictatorship. We know what that looks like. That's exactly what the power-hungry, the power-crazed people who run us want. So we have to be energetic in any way that's available to us. But in the end, if we have to take to the streets, we have to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, will the British ever feel that sort of enraged though? Because we don't do it very well, do we?
G.K. Chesterton, master of humour, wrote a poem about exactly this. So his view was that the English would tolerate all kinds of things, but in the end, they would rise up. And when they rise up, be very careful. I very much hope he's right.
Yes, I would like to think that. Let's talk a bit about this ridiculous story from Cambridge University, because you've been, I dare say, in and out of academia in various different roles, and the most fantastical life story ever told is what it says on the front page of the Daily Mail. This guy, Jason R. Day, which is very much a kind of parable of our times, it seems to me, because everything that he said was immediately believed. Nobody questioned it. Nobody ever said, hang on a minute, this sounds a bit weird, including his admission that he was in a television programme which actually was filmed before he was alive.
Yes, it's. I mean, we're living in a post-truth. I was actually a senior lecturer for 25 years. And I remember the day I examined a doctorate and became convinced that the woman's supervisor had written it for her. Yeah. And I failed her. And all hell broke loose because the system was determined not to fail someone and not to ask that particular question. Better to let someone have a PhD than to expose the workings of corruption. It was difficult then, but still possible. But we've entered now a situation. I mean, what they don't understand is that if they allow untruth, mistruth, lies, deception, unreality to be the currency of their profession, it will collapse at some point. And it's now collapsing. How can you treat any Cambridge academic seriously with this man? I mean, the level of fantasy and untruth is off the scale.
Right, but it's also the willingness of those who didn't question it not to question it, which bothers me the most, I think. You know, a bit like when people say to me, well, you don't really necessarily want to blame, as much as you don't like them coming, I don't blame people jumping on a dinghy in Calais to try and come to Britain because they can get a better life. What I do blame is the authorities for allowing it to happen and for allowing it to be so easy to do. You know, in the same way that, you know, if this guy wants to be a con man, there will always be con men, but surely to God, we must have safeguards so that people like him can't get to where he's now got.
Well, it all comes down to Rousseau, Mike. I think Rousseau had this idea that human beings are blank slates and they can become better by giving resources. Yeah. People with a deeper religious tradition think there's a real flaw running through human beings where we're in a permanent struggle with good and evil. My view is it's obvious we're in a struggle with evil. And the problem with morality is it's much easier not to be moral, but in the end it will suffocate you and kill you. So there has to be a point when as a moral person you say, I'm going to pay the price for this in order to live in a moral universe and to allow good to triumph over evil. If you don't pay the price, evil will triumph. Evil involving deception, lies, and all those things that destroy our society. And we're surrounded by a whole lot of people who've become so comfortable as consumers that they're not prepared to take a moral choice. And consequently, we're suffocating with what becomes evil because lies are evil. And you know, unreality and lies destroy human beings. It's not a small matter.
And without wishing to get too philosophical at this time of the morning, do you think that people
Sorry, I've done it.
No, I mean, I think, well, listen, this is what we love to do. Do you think people are less moral now and perhaps less willing to worry about the truth because we are surrounded by politicians who wouldn't know the truth if they fell over it?
So people are not less moral. We have a very, very keen sense of justice and injustice inside us. We are hardwired to be moral creatures. It would probably be easier if we weren't. But what we've got is a society that has been predicated on values that don't require morality. We've been, I mean, it's George Orwell and Aldous Huxley, isn't it? Orwell warns us about the state that's determined to eradicate our memories and to force us into compliance. And Huxley says, yeah, but they'll drug you with pleasure while they do it. We've been drugged with pleasure for a long time now, and we have to break out of it. And I mean, that takes us to Jesus, who says people will take the easy way to hell in too many numbers. It's much harder to take the narrow way to a moral place than it is to take the easy way. Yeah. We have to be willing to make hard choices to keep the distinction between good and evil, because evil's very dangerous.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. What a great hour of television we've just had. Gavin, so good to talk to you.
About his icons behind.
Icons, yeah, oh yeah. I'm being asked to ask about the icons behind you. Are they from any particular part of the world?
I'm an eclectic icon collector. I think icons, they're windows into eternity. And when you're stuck in time and space and trying to laugh about the impending death, you need windows into eternity to keep your spirits up.
Because I love visiting kind of, obscure, not necessarily obscure, but just churches wherever you tend to be. I was in Montenegro a couple of years ago and found this old church, which had the most incredible icons inside of it, and incredible kind of architecture, and it was sort of, it wasn't in any way a famous church. It wasn't a place that was full of people visiting it. It was just a church in the middle of this town in Montenegro, and it was just fabulous.
Why don't we all go to look at a church at the weekend? All the viewers, walk into your local church and have a look.
That's a good idea. Pooch says, go to your local church at the weekend and have a look. And I don't know, there was a time when they were closed, and I don't know whether that's still the case, but I think most of them are open now, aren't they?
Good, great idea.
Yeah, I love it. Dr. Gavin Ashenden, thank you so much. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks,
what an amazing conversation we've had this morning, ranging from how do you roast your potatoes to whether or not we are a moral society, why the police are now bothering to investigate journalists in the case of a man who is a serial maker-upper of stories, this guy Jason R. Day's Night, as I'm going to start calling him. Unbelievable stuff, and all of that included in Welsh as well, because of course we now know that Star Wars is going to be translated into Welsh, and we've been asking you for your suggestions on what that could possibly mean. Donald MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod, who's actually in London, he's going to come into the show a bit later on, sent us a little clip. I don't know whether you can see it, Pooch, and we can play it later. It's not Welsh, it's Scottish, obviously, but it's Star Wars in Scottish.
Yaki Darth Vader.
With Yaki Darth Vader, that's great. Leak Skywalker is what the headline is in The Sun.
Mike, for Friday.
Go on. Get the Bish to do Star Wars, he's Welsh enough. No, I am your Tad. Not quite the same. I'm your Tad. Matthew Rhys apparently is going to voice Han Solo. Rhys Ifans is going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Mark Lewis-Jones, who played Captain Moden Kennedy in The Last Jedi, will become villain Darth Vader. It's going to be on S4C, the TV channel in Wales, which is actually paid for by the taxpayer. When I used to work down there for the Mirror, we used to make fun of S4C because it actually had so few viewers, it didn't register at all on the scale of the overnight ratings. It used to register as a 0.
Is it true you don't need a licence for S4C?
I think you do need a licence, but you need to get a Welsh licence.
Right.
So you probably have to get 2 licences.
Message from Kirk here.
Oh yeah. From Kirk, yeah. My brother has cancer. Best wishes to you and him. I'm going through it too, kidney and thyroid. Kirk and Peter, good wishes to both of you, and best of luck with it. Going back to the story we were talking about earlier about the early release plan, right? I wanted to read this to you because it's somebody who follows me. I don't know him. We're going to try and get him on the show. He's an historian called Joe Milner. My brother-in-law was stabbed 21 times by a psychopath 5 years ago. Today we received a phone call that the Labour Party under Andy Burnham is going to release him in September under their early release scheme. He left a daughter without a father, a sister without a brother, and a mother without a son. Who the hell does Andy Burnham think he is? The Labour Party are scum. And I think an awful lot of people would agree with that, because so many people are now being affected by this early release scheme. It's absolutely shocking. Anna Montgomery's here.
Lee Harris is here.
Bridgend will be the Death Star. Brilliant. You know.
And it's popped off at least.
These are not the sheep you're looking for. We'll come back to it. Should we not do news? Should we do news or not? Or are we running too late? We're running a bit late, so we'll do away with the news. We'll go to Lee. We'll come back to Anna later. Lee Harris, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
I'm all right. I mean, considering we're about to have a load of dangerous criminals unleashed onto society, onto our streets, I've been saying this morning that I think that this is going to be a massive problem for Andy Burnham, who's now, of course, on holiday. Nobody knows where he's gone. But 9,300 domestic abusers set to be released, according to the Daily Mail. Charity bosses accusing Burnham of putting vulnerable women at a new risk. And killers coming out, you know, drunk drivers, people that have murdered people. I mean, it's just extraordinary. And of course, the government are saying, well, we haven't got any choice.
I think that's nonsense.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course it is.
first of all, I know I've mentioned this before. I'm sure you've probably mentioned it as well this morning, that there are 10,000 foreign nationals in our prisons that we could deport. So that's the first thing we could do. That's what I think someone told me, that's about 12% of the prison population. So that's the first thing we can do. Secondly, I mean, surely there are other offences, lower level offences that we can start with. They're giving the impression that by releasing these extremely violent and dangerous offenders, they are giving the impression that that's the only type of prisoner that we have in the prison. I mean, where are the other prisoners? What about I don't know, let's let a couple of car thieves go or something. Right. I mean, the whole conversation is ridiculous to start with. I mean, you remember what we did with COVID, right? When we built all those Nightingale centres, we managed to do something pretty extraordinary. Now, I know that there is a slightly different issue with prisoners. You have to make them slightly more secure than a hospital. But I'm just trying to think outside the box. It just feels that there is no effort put into trying to find an alternative. Why haven't we heard from the government, for example? We've tried this, we can't do this. We've tried doing this, we can't do this. This is our final resort. This is the last resort. We have to let people out. I haven't heard any of that. And I just don't believe that it's the case that they have to let people out. There has to be another solution. I mean, the families that have been affected by this, I mean, my heart goes out to them, especially the family of the police officer who was murdered by those two absolutely vile thugs. I've got some. I saw the clip. I saw it at the time, but I completely forgotten about it. Of those two horrible lads going back into the back. I
think we might have that actually.
Yeah, and they're both smiling.
Yeah, should we just have just a reminder of what scumbags they are? Have a look. Yeah, that's after they've been found guilty of murder, right?
Yeah,
and particularly brutal murder.
Absolutely no remorse whatsoever. And they dragged that police officer down the road for a mile. We should not be letting prisoners out that are putting the general public at risk. I mean, it just seems that it doesn't matter what risk the general public faces, whether it's small boat migrants being put in your neighborhood, people that we know nothing about. And we have had crimes from illegal migrants. If it's not something like that, we're releasing prisoners. It's just they're increasing the risk over and over again for the general public. The first job of any government is to keep the British people safe.
Yes.
We should be stopping the boats. We should be not releasing prisoners. It feels, Mike, like we are a failed state.
It does. And when you walk around, it feels like that as well. I mean, I know you live down in the West Country where you've got your own kind of particular issues where you are. But, walking around London, walking around, any city. I was up in Manchester last weekend. It's horrendous. It's horrific. Yeah. And it's not, people started attacking me for going, why have you come to Manchester to slag it off? I'm like, I haven't come to Manchester to slag it off. I've come to get my son and bring him back from university. It so happens that since everybody's telling me that Manchester is the Nirvana of Britain, I thought I'd have a wander around and see if it is. And of course it isn't. Absolutely not. But, London's the same. They're very strange up there. They go, well, why are you slagging off my city? It's like, people come to London to slag it off all the time. I don't go, why are you slagging off my city? I bloody well agree with you, because it is like the third world. And I mean that in the sense of the rubbish, in the way that it's jammed up all the time. You can't get anywhere very quickly. There's too many people. There's a lot of closed down shops and businesses and operations, a lot of derelict housing going on, lots of people sleeping rough on the streets, all of that, and all I'm saying is that Andy Burnham pretends that he's made this great miracle of Manchester, and he hasn't. And now he's the Prime Minister who's trying to pull the wool over our eyes about letting people out of prison when he said he wasn't going to do it, going on holiday when he's been in the job 2 weeks. I mean, it's a joke, isn't it?
Absolute joke. And you can say the same about other cities as well. I mean, like Birmingham, for example, is a bit of a tip at the moment. And I don't think going to a city and calling out what's wrong with it is because you hate that city. No. It's because you want that city to be better. And if you don't call it out and shine a light on it, then nothing will probably happen, especially if you've got someone like Andy Burnham as mayor, who clearly just did not do a good job in Manchester. Yeah, right. But the other thing I'd like to say about this whole prisoner release nonsense is I honestly believe this is going to affect Labour in the polls. And we can't let the Tories off the hook either. It didn't do them any favours. And I think this is the start of, or the end, I should say, of the Burnham bounce. We're going to start to see, sheer reality hit fast, especially as he's now on bloody holiday, Mike. I mean, I was thinking about this yesterday. I mean, I work for myself now. I've got two points on this. I work for myself. Taking a holiday is incredibly difficult.
Yes.
I mean, I had my first holiday I've just got back from Greece, literally a couple of days ago. My first holiday in 2 years, simply because I wasn't able to do it. It's just too busy with work. You know, Andy Burnham's the sodding Prime Minister. You know, he's going to be a little bit busier than I am. You would think anyway. I mean, God knows what the job of Prime Minister is nowadays. If you can just walk in after 2 weeks, take a holiday. I mean, at the very least, Mike, you'd want to make an impression, right? If I got a brand new job, you know, a well-paid job, and I was really lucky to get it. It was a pretty damn good job. I think you can compare that to something like the Prime Minister. That if I had a holiday pre-booked, I'd cancel it. I know that sounds like I'm just saying it, but I would cancel it.
Yeah, but hang on. You know, people are talking about this guy as though he's booked a sort of family of 4 on TUI to go to Mallorca or, you know, Estepona or somewhere, you know, for a sort of 200 holiday anytime he wants. He can cancel it. He can start it up again. He can decide he walks into Downing Street tomorrow and goes, you know what, I fancy going to Timbuktu today, and they'll all send him there. You know, it's not like he's like the rest of us. If he did have a holiday booked, I don't care. The point is that somebody made this point on a phone-in show yesterday. Excuse me. You know, if you are offered a job, normally speaking, during the job interview, once they get close to thinking they're going to make you the offer, they say, "Have you got any holidays planned?" Because, you know, if you're about to start a new job, they want to know if you're going to be buggering off to Portugal in the first 2 weeks of employment. And normally speaking, if you say, well, actually, yeah, I'm going to Spain next week for a week with my parents or with my family, they'll say, okay, well, why don't you start after the holiday?
Yeah. Yes, you know. Very true, actually. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's the mindset, right? This is such a public sector mindset. Those of us in the private sector just look at this and just think it's absolutely bonkers.
Of course.
To actually go on holiday and not care what anyone thinks. I mean, the spotlight is on the Prime Minister more than any other job in the country, and he still doesn't give a damn. He still doesn't give a damn. That is absolutely astonishing to me. I was just reading, you know, there's a story.
Look at this from Don, right? He says, I'm not allowed to take holidays in August as we are too busy. Running the country in August must be a doddle, apparently.
Yeah. Don works in the real world, as do a lot of the rest of us.
Well, it's like people, well, I didn't want to give him his full name, Don Shagger. But, you know, if you work in the sort of hospitality business, if you work in the, you know, the holiday business in terms of, say, you run a bed and breakfast or something in Cornwall, or you run a hotel in the Lake District, you don't go on holiday in August because you're busy making money. That's when you make your money, you know, and that's, I'm afraid, Andy Burnham should not be on holiday. The end of. That's as simple as that.
I completely agree. And there's a story on the front page of the Telegraph, whether you covered it or not already, that there's 1,000 staff at the Bank of England that work from the beach. Amazing. I mean, we get this with the civil service as well, right? Where, you know, they wanted them to come in for just 3 days a week, and then they all went on strike. The unions got involved, and I'm like, I cannot get my head around that at all. But it is a public sector mindset. When you work, you know, when you don't have to earn your money effectively, when you are paid an income by the state, when you are in a business where you have that mindset, it is complete. I have worked with public sector companies throughout my, you know, working career where I've worked for myself, by the way, doing 80 to 100-hour weeks for my first 3 to 4 years of running my own business, not, you know, 3-4 hours sleep a night, almost putting myself in hospital. I'm probably sounded like I'm being a right drama queen now, but that is true. That genuinely happened. And the only reason that I'm still in business now is because I did that.
Yeah.
And I put things like my work first. I've had to make some real, you know, this applies to anyone, by the way, not just me, anyone who is working for themselves, anyone who runs their own business.
Well, Pooch and I launched this business, right, in January of this year. We'd prepared for it. We did a couple of things in December, but we started, you know, in a studio, which he built with his own bare hands, right?
A beautiful studio.
Imagine if I'd gone 2 weeks in and said, oh, by the way, Pooch, I've got a holiday booked. I won't be here for the next 2 weeks. You know, he'd probably quite rightly get me around the throat. Or, you know, we'd go, well, what's so special about you? You know, you can't do it.
And you do need a holiday at times, Mike, because getting up at
But I do.
One.
And do you know, when you did send me away on holiday, do you know where I went?
No.
I went to Cyprus.
Really?
Yeah.
That was a lovely photograph for you by the pool, Mike. I did see that.
There is a photograph, Should we all go to Cyprus, says Denise? Yeah, Cyprus, highly recommended. Yeah, go on.
I went to Greece for 7 days, and like I say, it was the first holiday that we had.
It's great, isn't it?
Years.
And you feel like you've earned it.
Absolutely, I did. Apart from the fact that being, an ex-ginger, I have to wear factor 50 when it's cloudy, so it's way too hot for me out there. But the wife and daughter absolutely loved it, and I spent a bit more time in the air-conditioned room.
And also, you didn't get paid, right, to go on holiday because you run your own business.
Immediately, that's the thing. I immediately lose money, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not here to process a lot of the websites that I'm working on. I have to let my clients down effectively. So, and to be honest, Mike, I wasn't actually fully on holiday. I had my laptop with me.
Yeah.
I had to,
because you can't afford it, can you?
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just that. It is that, but it's also the fact that I don't want to let my clients down, right? So, they trust me. I've worked with some of them for almost 10 years. And I'm not going to let those people down. They are very important to me. So when I'm on holiday, I say to them, they're very respectful as well. They will say to me, we won't contact you unless it's an emergency.
Yeah.
A couple of them had to contact me because it was an emergency.
Yeah.
And I also did a live GB News interview while I was in Kos in Greece. I tell you what, mate, it was actually a really lovely holiday. I'm probably making it sound worse than it was. It was nice to have a bit of a break.
No, because I know exactly how you feel. When you, as you say, when you're running your own business, it's a non-stop 24/7 existence. You don't just turn up at work and then do the work and then forget about it. You can't because there's so many other things going on, and it's as simple as that. Mr. Fish and Chip says, "Did Mike go to Cyprus?" I didn't hear that. Yeah, not many people knew that I did, but I try to keep it quiet because I don't want people to know where I'm going. It's funny when I did go there. I turned up at the airport. And I tried really hard not to tell anybody where I was going. And all these people kept coming up to me in Gatwick going, "Where are you going?" And I'm like, "I'm trying not to tell you where I'm going." And then I got on the plane and there was a woman behind me who was a subscriber on Substack. She went, "Hi, Mike, I'm a subscriber on Substack." I'm like, "I'm going to," well, I said, if you ask me where I'm going, because I'm on the same plane as you, But no, listen, I just think it's unbelievably arrogant of Andy Burnham. I mean, there's a piece on the front of the Times today in which he says that his wife is his hardest critic. And when he said that he was going to run for Prime Minister, she said, "What? Not again? They've told you twice they don't want you. Why are you doing it again?" I wish you'd listen to her.
I was going to say, yeah, you need to listen to your wife, Andy. And that actually goes to show how much he wanted that job. Yeah. I swear to God, we shouldn't have prime ministers who really want to be prime minister. Yeah. I mean, all we've had from Andy Burnham is David Brent style promotional videos where he shows he's completely detached from the British public. Yeah. He doesn't seem to be fazed at all by the fact that we've got IRGC terrorists infiltrating the small boat crossings. Right. He, and a lot of them are already in London. MI5 have foiled 20 lethal attacks since they started to come across, and he's just popped off on holiday. Yeah. It's the mindset, and even if the job of prime minister, you can do that, right? So you leave people obviously to run certain stuff for you. It's the way it looks, There is an optics thing about this as well. I would deliberately make sure that the British public could see me working my backside off. I remember watching a documentary years ago on David Cameron, a day as being prime minister as David Cameron. I don't know if you saw that. And there was like interviews in his kitchen. They had a film on him. He gets up at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. He's signing 40 documents before he's even had his cup of coffee. Right. He's on the phone. They made that job the job of prime minister out to be an incredibly busy, hard,
I'm sure it is.
Job. So why the hell is he off on holiday?
I know.
It's insanity.
I know. It's madness. Absolute madness. Well, hopefully in time we'll find out where he's gone. And
hopefully he won't come back.
And that would be nice too. Lee, we've got to run because we're running slightly late. So really appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. Lee Harris there reporting into us. Not from Holly's Holidays, but like you said, for those of us who work for ourselves, going on holiday is a massive luxury. You don't get to do it very often. And when you do it, you're kind of still really working. The idea that Andy Burnham's gone 2 weeks into a new job, and has now left to go away, presumably with his family somewhere, is absolute anathema to me. It's crazy. A quick one here. Sound must be a YouTube thing. All fine our end. I don't know. I'm not seeing... If you refresh your browser, normally the sound comes back. I'm not seeing... normally what we do right here is if there's a lot of people on the chat saying there's no sound or there's a sound problem, keep losing sound, says Happy Hairdresser. It's normally your own problem, and I don't mean to be rude with saying that. It's just unless it's everybody saying it, it's not our fault.
No,
it's just
we know when it's our fault.
yeah. When we do, and we obviously we hold our hands up when it is our fault because we know that we need to fix something. But YouTube for most people is okay, so just reload it or refresh it, and hopefully that will fix things. Coming up, we're going to go on. Sorry, Mike, did you live in New York? Yes. Hamish, thank you. I think he's making fun of me, isn't he? I don't believe Mike went to Cyprus, says Aaron Dora. Well, I've got pictures if you want to see them, although they're technically not next to a sign that says I'm in Cyprus.
So we don't believe you.
Well, actually, no, but there's a picture of me at Aphrodite's Rock, which anybody who's been to Cyprus will know where Aphrodite's Rock is. And maybe I'll find it and put it up there for you. Anyway, we're going to talk to Claire Pearsall very shortly. First, though, Anna McGovern is here, and we've got Anna McGovern on, obviously, to ask her for her preference of potato manufacturing, because apparently we're running out of potatoes, Anna, which obviously is going to be some concern to you. So the poll says, what's your favourite kind of potato? Is it chips? Is it roast potatoes? Is it mashed potatoes? Or is it baked potatoes? We've already had Stephen Barrett give us his version of how to make the best roast potatoes. What's your preferred potato?
I think mashed potato.
Really? Mashed potato?
Yeah, I love it.
Mashed potato and gravy, yeah. Well, do you know, there's a picture of Count Binface today doing the rounds in a Toby Carvery. Look at him. This might swing your voting preference.
Oh yeah, he's my MP now. I'm going to be going to Clacton voting for him.
Absolutely right. Now, listen, we've got a few things to talk about, including the state of play with Andy Burnham going on holiday, and also this massive story today where 9,300 domestic abusers are going to be released into the public domain. We've got murderers getting released. I mean, this is going to be a massive, massive issue for Andy Burnham, and I think it's going to be a real problem for him.
I think so as well. And I was listening to your guest as well, just while I was waiting in the green room. And the fact that he's gone on holiday so quickly, he's just become the Prime Minister of this country, and then he goes on holiday. It's not a good look. It's not a very good start. And I would say I would argue one of the most important jobs in this country, you would probably cancel your holiday or reschedule it and not go so quickly. Like, surely the job stress hasn't gotten to you that quickly that you already need to go off on holiday. I mean, I relate as well to your last guest. I'm self-employed. So if I'm going on holiday, I have to get work done in advance.
Right.
I have to get things scheduled in advance or speak to my clients. It's something that you have to prepare for. But I don't think it's necessarily the best look when you've got the Prime Minister who is already going on holiday. I think the public, they're not going to be very happy about that.
No, exactly right. And, as you say, if you're working for yourself, not only are you going on holiday and spending money, but you're not making any money either. So it's a sort of double whammy, isn't it?
Well, yes, exactly, especially when you're self-employed, because I think it's different when you're an employee of a company. You get an annual leave allowance, don't you? So you take off certain days, you get paid for that. But when you are working for yourself, when you are self-employed, that is something you have to prepare for in advance. There is, of course, there's benefits, because at the end of the day, you're running your own business. So you're in control of your work, your hours. So there's many benefits in that respect. But then when you're building your own business, you're working 24/7 to grow it, and so there's a lot more preparation that has to go on in that respect.
Yeah. And are you finding, Anna, that a lot of your friends, a lot of your sort of fellow contemporaries, if you like, who went to uni and are now coming out trying to find jobs, are they a lot of them starting their own businesses or trying to work for themselves? Because Jeremy Clarkson apparently has had a go at a load of young people saying, they're all on benefits, they all sit around the house, they all lie about doing nothing all day. What's the reality of being young and trying to get a job?
So I saw this story. I think with Jeremy Clarkson, I see where he's coming from, because I think there are some people who are taking advantage of the system that is there. There are people that are claiming benefits that should probably be working, that shouldn't really be on those benefits.
Yeah.
However, I think for the fact he's taken aim at young people specifically, that they just sit around all day not working, I think it is a lot harder for young people getting into work. So there was one time when you go to university, you would get a degree and that would guarantee you a job. You could go to a job, you do your degree, you get a job. But now it seems that it's not worth the piece of paper that it's written on. And that's not to say there's a degree such as law, such as medicine. Of course, they are valuable, they're worthwhile. But I think now so many people are going to university that employees, they value experience. That's what they want when you've got, you want young people coming into work. And also with the rise of AI as well. So I saw this study. So apparently entry-level jobs have dropped by about 32% since ChatGPT launched. And that's because you're seeing a lot of entry-level jobs now being replaced by AI. So for young people, there are less opportunities. I see news stories as well all the time where you've got young people saying, I have to send hundreds of job applications just to even be considered for one interview. And you've got young people as well getting ghosted. They get invited to an interview. They don't hear anything back. So although I would say there are some people that are taking advantage of the system, which would mean that it takes away from people who might genuinely need it, I would say on the other hand, well, what are young people supposed to do if there's no entry-level jobs that they can apply for? If you've got jobs being replaced by AI. Also, I went to Primark yesterday and I saw the one that I went to, a load of the, so when you'd normally be served by a person, a lot of them have been replaced now by a self-checkout. So you've got self-checkouts as well, replacing those jobs.
Everywhere you go, it's a self-checkout. I find it really annoying, actually. I was in the supermarket yesterday. I couldn't find I bought an avocado. Couldn't find it on the system. And do you know where it was? It was in fruit. Now, I don't think avocados are fruit. I said to the woman, I said, look, I'm in vegetables, I'm in salad, where's the avocado? And she went, and she went and asked somebody. It turns out they put it in fruit. That's not my job, is it?
So I think with young people as well, and what Jeremy Clarkson is getting at, what I was saying essentially is that I think would local businesses too, with increased tax hikes as well. So there's a lot of local businesses who have said, well, some of them are having to close down because they just can't afford all of the tax rises that are being pounded on them. And then also because of that, they actually aren't in a position where they can afford young people to work. So for these young people, it's like, what are they supposed to do? What kind of jobs are they supposed to get if there aren't jobs there for them? So I think there's definitely more that could be done in that respect. But I think there is a tirade often at young adults saying, oh, they won't want to work. They just want to sit down all day. But I think at the same time, it's like, what are they supposed to do when the opportunities aren't there for them to get?
I know, absolutely right. Anna, great to see you. You always look so happy. So it's always a breath of fresh air to hear from you. Thank you very much indeed. Anna McGovern there speaking to us from her place of work, which is obviously where she works from, which is at home. Because an awful lot of people are now doing that. They're having to do it. If you've got kids coming out of university, as I have, what are they doing? We did that poll yesterday. I don't remember what the result of it actually was, but there was quite a lot more people who said their kids were doing their dream job than we were expecting. I think it was about 25%. But no doubt Andy Burnham would say he's doing his dream job. I'm the only Jedi in the village, says Voice for England. Very good. Star Wales, I like it. Star Wars being dubbed into Welsh for the first time. MLB Peace Planet, thank you very much indeed. Claire Pearsall coming up. Should we get some news now? Yeah, a little bit of news, please, with Edward Hughes.
Morning, I'm Edward Hughes. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born on Monday in Lisbon, Portugal. Mother and daughter are doing well, and the baby is yet to be named. A mega dinghy carrying 173 migrants caught fire and capsized in the English Channel yesterday. All were rescued by French and British crews and returned to France, with no fatalities. The Knob of the North says he has tightened the government's early release scheme for prisoners, excluding those convicted of rape, serious child sex offences and grooming. Around 5,000 inmates will still be freed over the coming months to ease overcrowding, starting in October, though some manslaughter cases remain eligible and victims' families have voiced strong criticism. Nice one, Nobby. Separately, the Treasury is planning extra borrowing of about £9 billion a year to fund housing, infrastructure and startups. Latest...
Thank you very much indeed. The news there with Edward Hughes. We're about to speak to Claire Pearsall. Just before we do, though, there's a great video which has been put out by Elon Levy, former Israeli government spokesperson. He's now a podcaster, right? Because it's a fantastic story. It's come across the desk this morning, and I'll ask Claire about it in a second. The Irish government have bought a new plane for the Prime Minister. Check this out.
Do you want to hear an Irish joke that's actually not a joke? The Irish government bought a brand new plane to carry its Prime Minister. It cost over 50 million euros, but they asked to remove a critical piece of navigation equipment because it was made by an Israeli company. And now, the Irish Prime Minister's plane can't land in the fog. The Irish government is literally blinded by hate. That's it. That's the punchline.
What a great story. Claire, very good morning to you.
Hi, morning.
I don't know if you saw that story, but I mean, I read it and thought this has got to be an April Fool. But it's not. It's actually a real story. The Irish government ordered a plane, found out that the navigational system was made by Israel and had it removed. And so now it doesn't operate as a plane properly.
I mean, you can't make it up, can you? And when you're looking at Ireland and the kind of weather that it has, you'd think that something like that, so that you can recognise fog and be able to land a plane, is pretty critical when you're coming from the island of Ireland, where the weather is not exactly blue skies and sunshine all the time. But if you'd put that joke out there, people would have accused you of being offensive to the Irish nation. But, I mean, these things just write themselves sometimes. What an absolutely ridiculous waste of money. 50 million quid for something that doesn't even work.
I know. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do now. You're going to put sort of, what do you got, a TomTom machine inside it so they can do, it's navigation by sat-nav or something. By the way, I'm getting a lot of abuse from people, Pooch, about avocado being a fruit. Barb says, avocado is a fruit, you numpty. Brian says, avocado grows on trees, so it's a fruit. Well, some things grow on trees that are not fruit, aren't they? Money, for example. What about, but are there are some vegetables that grow on trees, aren't there?
Apparently, if it's got a seed or a pip, it's a fruit.
Really?
Stone, yeah.
See, I don't know. I don't know where you stand on this very, very important subject, Claire. When I went to the supermarket, if I'm buying something like an avocado, which I don't classify as a fruit because I'm going to put it in a salad or I'm going to put it on a taco or something, I want it to be in the vegetable section if I'm doing the old self-service scenario, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know technically it's got a seed in it, so therefore it counts as a fruit, but I would probably search for it in the vegetables. When I was a kid, many, many years ago, we had to grow something from a seed for our primary school. And my parents said, well, here's an avocado stone, have that. And I grew it, and I was called the most middle-class child in this Dartford primary school because my parents decided that an avocado seed was the way forward. It was brilliant, and it grew really, really well.
Did it actually grow? Did you do that thing where, because I was forced to do this thing, I can't remember why, but 3 toothpicks, right? And you sort of stuck them into the side of the avocado seed, or with the stone, and you kind of half suspended it in water. And I did that, and nothing happened. Literally nothing happened.
I planted it in some earth on, in a little tub on the windowsill. Yeah. I mean, this was, Dartford in the 1980s. This was a revolution. Everyone else was going sort of, cress, or they put some apple seeds in and grew it. But no, it did. It grew really, really tall, and I was really proud of it. But just got this, whole reputation behind it. And also for the fact that I knew what the Financial Times was, so that set me up for life.
I mean, it sounds like you were pretty. Yeah, it sounds like you were pretty. We were pretty middle class. I mean, there's an Italian restaurant I go to in Borough Market, which has got like the old-fashioned kind of Italian menu, and where you can still get avocado and prawns like you're in the 70s. It's great.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you need to bring these things back, don't you?
Totally.
I love stuff like that. And I grew up with foods like that. We'd lived in Cyprus when I was a kid because my dad was in the army. So the foods that we ate were very, very different to my compatriots in Dartford when we actually moved back to Kent when my dad came out of the army. So no, we need a revolution of 1970s food to come back.
I think so. Yeah. Chicken Kiev. And call it Kiev as well, not chicken Kiev. I'm not having that. And as Pooch just said, you can have a starter with a glass of orange juice.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but it's a miniature glass. It's a thimble.
Yeah, the little miniature glass. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, not a big one. Never have that.
I know. I don't know how we got onto this, but I mean, we've actually got a poll today about potatoes, because apparently, all the farmers are up in arms saying that they're having to harvest all the fruit and vegetables early because it's baking in the soil. There's going to be some kind of potato shortage apparently. So we're asking everybody what their favourite kind of potato is. Chips, roast potatoes currently winning, mashed potatoes, which was Anna McGovern's favourite, and baked potatoes. What's your preference?
Roast potatoes every time. You can't beat crispy roast potatoes.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that I cook quite a bit during the autumn and winter at home, and I try and make them as crispy as possible, and follow a little bit of a Delia Smith recipe by putting some flour on them. I mean, I know this is not a cooking show, but here we are.
No, it is today. It's a cooking. No, today it is actually, because we had Stephen Barrett, a very highly trained barrister, giving us his recipe for roast potatoes, which apparently involved baking soda. He says you put the baking soda into the parboiling scenario, which apparently helps.
I've not tried that, but a little bit of either corn flour or just plain flour when they're parboiled, and then they go in and then they become really crispy. And then you just have to leave them alone in the oven, stop fiddling around with them. Yeah. That's what I've found. The more you move them, the more they broke up in my oven. So leave them alone, and always do at least double the quantity you think you're going to need. Because there's never so much as a leftover roast potato in this household. Even if there's some left over from lunch, by about sort of 5 o'clock in the evening, they're gone as well, because they can be eaten cold and they're beautiful. So
they are. They're really good. Yeah. Also, if you've got any sort of teenage stroke early 20s style youngsters knocking about, they're literally like locusts. So, my son's just come back from university in Manchester. And he's eating his way through the entire cupboards and fridges and everything else that he can find to get his hands on,
Yeah, no, I have one of those. And if there's leftover roast potatoes, who just sort of go past and they're left in a bowl and sort of 2 or 3 passes of the kitchen and they're gone. Yeah. But I take that as a compliment that I've not messed them up and they're actually quite decent. But yes, I mean, the food goes at a rate of knots, and empty packets are often left in the cupboard, which is one of those things that drive me absolutely wild. You go back in, you think, oh, there's something left, and it's just an empty box, an empty packet. Things put in the fridge, or even my husband, who decided to put ice cream in the fridge the other night, which I found in the morning. Okay. So, I mean, you can't. What is it with you guys? Can't run on time. Can't put things back where they should be.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're just not perfect creatures like women. What can I say? If only we were more like you. It'd be boring though, wouldn't it? If we were as clever as you, that wouldn't be any good at all. I'll tell you what is the great story today for me. Obviously, we've been talking an awful lot about these people being told that they're going to be released back into the community, even though they've made all sorts of horrible crimes committed, domestic abuse, murderers, drunk drivers, and all the rest of it. I think that is, to be serious for a minute, is going to be a real problem for Andy Burnham. I think it's beginning to, there's already going to be petitions being written. There's already the Police Federation now threatening to sue the government about the release of PC Harper's killers and all of that. I mean, I think, and I don't want to overstate it, I think this could be Andy Burnham's kind of Southport moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not been thought through. They seem to believe that they can do an early release scheme and it's only going to be the lightest of offenders. But who's deciding who the lightest of offenders is? And surely if you commit a crime, you've been to court, you've been through the process, you've been deemed bad enough to be taken out of society, then you should serve your sentence. I'm not a great believer in early release. So where's the disincentive to other people to commit crime if they see that you can go down for 4 years, but you can be out in 6 months? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And the victims of crime are never asked but their opinion in all of this either. If you're a victim of crime, that is the worst thing that's happened to you. You've been through the process. You then have to relive it as that person regains their liberty at the expense of what they've done to you or your family members. Yeah, absolutely right. Shocking state of affairs. Claire, listen, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you. And we shall see you, I'm sure, very, very soon indeed. Somebody just put out a message there about Abigail's party. Yeah, do you know what I saw? I meant to mention this to you. Somebody's revamped it. It's going to be on the West End. I saw, and I think
with quite an interesting cast. We might have to go.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Should we go together?
Yeah, let's go.
We go as like a date. You and I.
Yeah.
Pooch and I are going to go on a date and we're going to go and watch.
Stedman was in it, wasn't she?
Yes, she was. I think this one's got. Who is it? That's got, Abigail's Party. Yeah, buffet. Yeah, Mary Swan. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, Claire. Listen, great to see you. See you soon. We've got a great. Do you want to come with us? We'll take you to Abigail's Party if you want.
Oh yeah, I'll join your date. I'll gate crash.
You can sit in the middle. Great, excellent. There's somebody else to drink the pint of wine. So last time I went to the theatre, I ordered a bottle of wine. They said you have to pour it out, and I was like, all right, so let's pour it into a pint glass and drink it.
This is it, one in each hand.
I know, shocking. Anyway, Claire Pearsall, right? Well, that's a date. So Abigail's Party. Yeah. I think it's what's her name? Who's the girl that's going to be in it?
We'll bootleg it and play it out on here.
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
you
get arrested for filming it, right? What's her name? Her name is on the edge of my tongue. Anyway, let's go to Godfrey Bloom, who knows a thing or two about the 70s. He, like me, probably remembers all of the great stuff that you could get back then in the 70s. You know, avocado and prawns, chicken Kiev.
Tamsin Outhwaite.
Tamsin Outhwaite, that's it. Yeah, she's going to be in it. And Abigail's Party, of course, as well. Godfrey, very good morning to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning to you. And also in the 70s, there was chocolate gatto, wasn't there?
There was, yeah, Black Forest Gatto, yeah. In fact,
Black Forest Gatto.
Yeah.
Rosé.
Yes.
Yes.
The trouble is, as you say, the 70s, but of course I don't remember the 70s because I was completely pissed for 10 years.
Well,
I was playing rugby. I was a member of rugby club, not a very distinguished club, it was old boys, so I played a lot of rugby football. And I always just get the girl who was the ugly mate of my best man. It was a very handsome fellow. The ugly mate. And here's an annoying thing. You think, I got the ugly one, but at least she'd go like a bloody shithouse doll. Well, she didn't. And the glamorous one that my mate got did.
Right.
I've been emotionally scarred ever since.
That's not the memory I was expecting, but thank you for that. Because of course people say all the time we're sort of going back to the 70s because of course Andy Burnham, the man who's done 2 weeks' work and decided to go on holiday, Blue Nun there, says Lady Bay. Yeah, I remember that. It's driving the economy in a similar direction. There's a piece on the front of the Times today in which it says that ministers are drawing up plans to boost economic growth by exploiting the fiscal rules to raise government borrowing and spend the money on infrastructure, housing and support. I mean, do these people not understand economics or what?
No, they don't. And they didn't. Clement Attlee, after the war, didn't understand it and drove the country bankrupt. Then, of course, in the 70s, we had Jim Callaghan and people like that. Nice fellow, Jim Callaghan. He was a neighbour of my father. And a nice enough fellow, but he didn't understand it, bless him. And now we've got this who don't understand it. Now, funny enough, because that brings us on to the question of bonds. And I used to manage fixed interest in the City of London with some modest success. And of course, a lot of the stuff we have isn't raised through taxation, it's raised through selling bonds to gullible foreigners. And of course, there comes a stage when gullible foreigners stop being gullible and they have a look across the English Channel, or across the Atlantic Ocean, or wherever they are sitting, and they're saying, no, just a minute, what we're actually doing is lending money to Andy Burnham, who's going to actually not spend it on infrastructure, he's going to blow it on welfare or warfare. And so that's not a good bet. And so in order to get our bonds away, we have to actually charge a very high rate of interest. So we have to go from where we are now to probably 9-10%. And of course, where we were in the 70s, if you remember, any viewers remember this, it went into the late teens. It was extraordinary, 16-17%. And people were abandoning their houses because it affects mortgage holders, and they were leaving the keys in the door and just going. Yeah. And we're going to end up there again because these people haven't a clue. And I've got to be frank, the last lot weren't any better.
No. Oh, no, they weren't. I mean, they've in fact, I was laughing yesterday because I heard somebody from the Tory party talking about their new plan, which was to bring down tax and to bring down spending. And I went, well, hang on a minute, you're the people who put the tax up. You know, we had the highest rate of tax under the Conservative government in 2024, before they lost the election, than we've ever had since the Second World War. You know, and so the idea that they're, and this is why so many people now say to me, I'll never vote Conservative again. because they've completely destroyed the economy. They've completely destroyed the social fabric of this country. They've completely let the place go to rack and ruin. The borders have been open for decades. You know, it's been a complete and utter disaster. And most of it, you could quite happily lay at the door of the Tories.
Yes, and of course, there's one thing about the Conservative Party always. It didn't really matter what they did as long as they looked after the economy, because people will then vote Conservative and say, well, OK, they might be a bunch of clowns, but generally speaking, as far as the economy is concerned, they're OK.
Yes.
But then you've got to go right back to Maggie Thatcher's fellow, the journalist fellow, Don, what's his name? He was a journalist anyway. And he said that, you know, that inflation is the story. It's inflation. You've got to control inflation. If you do that, the economy is okay. And of course, what we've done now is we've got ourselves into a terrible pickle because the inflation bubble is going to actually go through the roof because we have governments who don't understand the correlation between public spending, debt and tax. And we have not had since 1981, any political party who stood on a platform of cutting public spending. Not one.
No.
Not one. All those years. And so public spending has been taboo. And of course, the editorials of the newspapers and all the rest of it say, oh, well, you've got your Overton window and all that kind of nonsense. People won't put up with the lack of government, you know, cutting government spending. People won't. Well, of course, they would. That's what they want. Because they could cut waste. And if you cut waste, everything the government does is wasteful. I mean, we send billions to the Ukraine, which is a lost cause. 600 billion pounds out of the budget for the NHS goes to people with no clinical value whatsoever. And you need a few receptionists and cleaners and bits and pieces. It's absolutely ludicrous. And we have then spent half our budget, our defence budget, on aircraft carriers, which I wrote an article about 10 years ago when they started to build these things, that they are utterly useless, as the Americans are finding out. They're just big, fat targets, and you can't have them anywhere near the foe. And so the whole thing's ridiculous. But we have a problem with our political system. The main problem we have with the political system is that people get into power, and people are voted into power, and people are in the civil service without what the Americans call skin in the game. Yeah. And if you try to explain it to a man from Mars, they'd be astonished. They say, just a minute, how do you elect your so-called democratic government? Say, he's got to be 18 years old. They said, is that the only criteria? Right. He's got to be 18.
Pretty much. Well, I mean, again, we're riddled with people in government who think that the way to success economically is to give the government money from taxpayers, which they then hand out to businesses, which then somehow generates growth. It doesn't work like that. I mean, the piece of the Times, again, says this: ministers are keen to find extra funding to raise direct investment in British businesses to stop high-growth startup companies from moving to the US. Well, they're not going to stop people moving to the US where they can get a better return for their money. And by handing out money to companies, that's not going to create anything other than more debt for the government, is it? I mean, it's just completely and utterly bonkers.
It's ridiculous robbing Peter to pay Paul when Paul is actually sitting at home watching daytime TV.
Yeah, exactly. And get this, right? They want to say they believe the money can be used to help hit the government's pledge to build 1.5 million homes by the end of the Parliament. This could involve giving preferential loans to developers, allowing them to use sites that would otherwise be unviable. No, don't give money to bloody developers. They've got enough money. If the developers are given free rein to build and make money, they'll do it, right? Take the regulation away, give them the ability to hire people, make it possible for them to make their own money. They don't need any subsidies.
Well, we've got to really re-examine the role of government. Is it the government's responsibility to build bloody houses? It's got nothing to do with the government at all. It's absolutely ludicrous. We need to have a look at the role. The companies with the socialists and the last Conservative Party, which was broadly socialist, believe that everything is a responsibility of government. Your family, your children, your houses, your job, everything is the responsibility of government. And of course, government has no experience of business, as we know from both front benches and shadow benches. They have no idea at all, and they shouldn't be let anywhere near the commercial world. And we should have another system. If you are not a contributor, if you're not in the wealth creating sector, you should be disenfranchised. We have millions of civil servants who haven't got a clue about anything, who are all socialists as well. They don't report to their ministers under the Blair system. They can't be sacked. And so consequently, things just get worse and worse, and we borrow more and more, and eventually we'll go down the lavatory, as we did in the late 1970s, getting back to the 1970s. And of course, we had this conversation a little while ago on your show, Mike, when the IMF came in and told us to do this and do that. That ship sailed. It's gone now. We're in the poo. We're deep in the poo. And there's another thing which is a bit depressing, I have to say, with the immigration problems that we have, the massive immigration problems we have. I think we're going to go like South Africa was some years ago and hasn't really come out of, and it's going to be gated communities. We are going to live in gated, ordinary people like you and me are going to have to live in gated communities because the crime is going through the roof and the whole thing's an absolute disaster. I'm already living in one.
Me too.
Have big gates, and that's how we're living. We're living. That's how we're doing.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely extraordinary. And how about this? I thought I'd get your view on this one. This is a piece in the Telegraph today, which is another sort of symptom of why this country's going down the gurgler. More than 1,000 Bank of England staff took up the opportunity to work abroad last year. Apparently, according to figures, staff spent 12,889 days working overseas in 2025. About 5,500 of them are able to or eligible to work from foreign countries for up to 40 days a year. Marvellous, isn't it?
I mean, really, you couldn't invent any of this. It's total crap. And the trouble is, I don't believe that we have, at the moment, there is no well-organised, serious political party for whom we can vote. And getting back to, if Andy Burnham decides to go to the country in the next 12 months, and if you look at the polls, where is the shadow cabinet going to come up? The only shadow cabinet we have at the moment is Conservative, and nobody's voted Conservative.
Yeah.
But the Conservatives over. So where's the shadow cabinet? Where is the shadow cabinet for an opposition party, Minister of Defence, health ministers, chancellors of the exchequers, and all these kind of things? We have nobody waiting in the wings. Now, the difference in 1979 was we had Maggie Thatcher waiting in the wings, love her or hate her, she actually ran a tight economy. And so this actually worked. There's nobody for whom to vote.
Yeah. Well, she also had a pretty substantial team around her, didn't she? I mean, people who you could have counted on to be senior politicians who knew what they were doing.
Exactly. The only way, as I say, you can make it work now is you have to have your money elsewhere in Switzerland or something and live in a gated community, which is what I'm doing. I saw this coming, Mike, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I saw this coming down the path 20 years ago. So I'm well set because I don't own anything. It's all getting given away to one of the family. I'm absolutely broke, and when I die, they'll say I died destitute, and tee hee. He won't get a penny of my money, Mike.
Yeah,
not one
well
penny.
played. Well played. And the other alternative that a lot of people like yourself have done is either what you've done and stayed in Britain, or you've actually just disappeared off and lived in a foreign country, and that's what's happening. You know, so we are literally kind of losing some of the brilliant minds like yourself, some of the people who are experienced in business, experienced in giving advice to people, and people, it's like a brain drain all over again, isn't it?
Well, 20 years ago, I'd go. And because I love this country and I love English beer, hand-pulled English beer, roast beef and Yorkshire pud, I'd go to the Isle of Man. I don't care about the rain. Rain's got nothing to do with it. If it rains a bit, I don't care. But you can live, and I was in the Isle of Man. I used to go to the Isle of Man on business, and I was there on a holiday a little while ago, in a place called Peel, little fishing village. The pubs are delightful, the people are very friendly, and you're actually living in England without the arseholes that run the country.
Yes, rather pleasant that, and they've got this rather kind of arcane parliament as well, haven't they, where you can sort of rely on them to continue to do old-fashioned things like actually control law and order and not let loads of immigrants in. You know, it's actually quite clever. You know, imagine if that was the case in the rest of Britain.
Well, I mean, there's the crime rate's extremely low. The police don't spend any time with on speed cameras. There's no speed cameras there. It's a bit like stepping back into the 1950s, which is my favourite decade. But we had no money, Mike, in the 1950s.
No. We didn't need any, though. We didn't need any money either.
No, you were okay. You lived a happy life. As long as you were home in time for tears and nipper, as I was in the 1950s, fishing for sticklebacks in the local pond or whatever it was.
Yeah.
As long as you come in time for tea. My mother was a drill pig in the Royal Air Force. She was a sergeant in the Royal Air Force throughout the war. My father was a fighter pilot. And by gum, you were home in time for tea. You were home in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is the thing. I mean, in the 70s, I feel very much the same as you felt about the 50s. We didn't have very much. We didn't really need very much. You know, you didn't walk into a petrol station to find that there was about 55 different varieties of fruit and nut or Cadbury's chocolate. You know, they didn't have any chocolate. You know, you walked in and you paid for the petrol and there was nothing else to buy. That was it. You know, and so it was a much simpler time. And I guess, you know, we can't sit here all the time and complain that life is now more complicated and more difficult. But it really was a much simpler time, and you didn't need very much money to actually be reasonably, you know, happy.
And there was no bloody palm oil in the chocolate either, Mike, because the bloody Americans didn't own Cadbury's.
Exactly right. Absolutely brilliant. Good to see you, Godfrey. Absolutely. What a fantastic man, Godfrey Bloom. Light blue 3-wheel Spaz cars. Oh, yeah. Spaz. Well, I mean, that's probably not the technical term for them. It's probably a bit harsh. But yeah, I mean, I remember bubble cars. Remember the door that opened at the front and it only had one seat in it and you could get in. Going like a shithouse door, I'm using that. And thank you, Godfrey, for that. You've entered it back into the lexicon. I'll tell you a little secret. You might know this about Jim Callaghan. He's the only other Prime Minister other than Andy Burnham who ever had a tattoo.
Well, he was in the Navy.
Yeah, that's why he had it. Exactly right. Correct. Yeah.
Was it his arm?
I don't know where it was, actually. No, I suspect it was on his arm.
Tell Godfrey to hang on, we've got a surprise.
Oh, hang on. We've got a surprise for you, Godfrey. Hang on. We're asking you to hang on.
On your last trip, did you discover what the Earth people eat? They eat a great many of these. They peel them with their metal knives. Boil them for 20 of their minutes. Then they smash them all to bits. They are clearly a most primitive people.
Or mash, get smashed.
Fantastic. Wow. Well, what can you do? Well, that's really cheered me up, actually. I feel much renewed after our conversation. Godfrey, I know I keep saying it, we must do the lunch thing.
We're going to get it done.
We will get it done. We will definitely get it done. We'll see you soon. Godfrey Bloom, God bless him. What a guy. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I love that Smash advert.
I like the alien.
They are brilliant. We've got a poll, which at the moment, roast potatoes is winning, by the way. I've had a tip from somebody who says, Olivia says, you've got to put crisp and dry in the pan as well. And a Castella cigar, as big as your pint of Worthington E, says Martin. Yeah, I remember that.
Look at that one.
What was that? Salad cream sandwich. Yeah. Do you know what I used to eat when I used to work in Louis, the bakery? We'd sometimes get. Do you remember that? No. We used to eat a lot of that, but we used to make it. But you used to get tinned salad. Do you remember this? It was like tinned vegetables in salad cream.
Yeah, vegetable salad.
Vegetable salad.
You still get it in France?
Can you still get it? I love it.
I'll bring you one back.
Will you?
Because you get one when you go.
It's got like peas and carrots, and it's in a sort of salad cream sauce.
Yeah, it's great.
It's brilliant. And salad cream, yeah. I mean, I still occasionally buy salad cream because you know what I like to do with it.
No, I don't want to know.
No, it's not that. I mean, obviously, you know, there is that. No, so what you do is you put it with spinach and smoked mackerel in a salad with salad cream. It's absolutely amazing. One of the greatest things. Texan, a man's got to chew what a man needs to chew. Texan? Yeah. Texan, was that like a... Oh, was it? No, see, I don't really remember that one. Anyway, I guess we should move on because time is of the essence. We have got Bruce Unfiltered, I think. Bruce Unfiltered, very good to see you. Welcome. Do you know what? I've got an apology to make to you already because Dan Wootton was on yesterday, and he said, you know, he was banging on as he does about, you know, Rupert Lowe and the current sort of, you know, is there a deal? Is there not a deal? Who's talking the truth? Who's not talking the truth? And he said all these people from Reform are constantly, complaining about Rupert, talking about, Restore Britain as if they should stand down. And he went, Bruce Unfiltered is one. And I said, and I don't know why I said it. I just went, I don't know who that is. Well, of course I do know who you are because I've seen you on social media all the time. But at the time, so I just thought, in case you heard me say that, it was a sort of a bit of a brain fart, I'm afraid. So,
Mike,
anyway.
honestly, it's absolutely fine. You're far more prominent in this in this news commentary than I will probably ever be. So I didn't take it as any kind of insult, mate.
But you are cutting out yourself a fairly decent old ravine there where people can come and see what you've got to say. Tell us a bit about how you got there, because you probably didn't always do this. How did you do that?
It's quite a strange one. I mean, yeah, I've never had any sort of like TV station or anything like that. I was basically a carpenter. I'm a qualified joiner. So I worked in the industry for a number of years. I then
Proper job, in other words.
A proper job, yeah. I'm for full working class, as working class as you can get. Started at 16, had a job in Budgeons when I was 14, and then became an assessor at a college. So I was an assessor at a college for 8 years, training apprentices, and then moved into digital development. And while I was doing that, started doing my social media on TikTok, and gradually it kind of got to a point where this was doing better for me than what my job was. And to be fair, I think it got to a point where they, being education, didn't really like what I was talking about, and they were trying to sort of push me out the door, but I jumped before they got the chance and just ran with it ever since.
Yeah. Isn't that funny, the way that those things work, where people kind of start sort of looking at you slightly funny and going, he's a bit right-wing.
I will say this, Mike, there were a lot of people inside that institution who used to quietly come up to me and say, mate, love what you're saying. You speak for me. I wouldn't dare ever say what you're saying in here, because that I think is a narrative we've started to see across the country. You've got a lot. I think this is something that people miss. I think there are a lot of people in this country that share a lot of our views more than they vocalize. And when we see elections, particularly in the last council elections, we're starting to see that people are stepping up and putting an X in the right box. Not quite to the level I'd like to see it at, but people have their kind of silent opinion, don't they? And I know a lot of people like this.
Which is why the polls are, for me, not really reliable, because I think an awful lot of people, those same people, will not tell. I mean, I've never ever been asked by a pollster what I think. I've never ever met one.
True.
And most people haven't. But I'm sure there's a lot of people who do get asked these questions who don't admit to which way they're going to vote.
This question was given to me yesterday, actually, Mike, and someone did say to me, how do you become a part of this? And I know you can register with YouGov. I think you can register there, and they kind of, I'm on it, and they just throw you kind of random stuff every now and again. So I don't know generally where they get this from, but there is an organization called Poll Check, and they do sort of a 6 poll sort of amalgamation. And I did find it quite terrifying the other day that Labour have now jumped into a lead and the Conservatives are sitting on 20%. They now occupy 45% of the polls between those two parties. Once again, they seem to be getting a little, and I kind of said, and I'm sure you probably agree with this, that the Burnham bounce is something that's definitely made a difference. How that shifts the left-wing vote and how that re-galvanizes them is yet to be seen until, we get back into proper parliament after recess. But it's a bit worrying for me, mate. It's a bit worrying because I think we know that Labour, when Keir Starmer came on board, they lost a vast amount of their membership base. I believe their vote tanked after the 2024 election. And now they seem to be back re-galvanizing people.
Yeah, but see, this is where I would differ from you, because I don't believe the numbers. I just don't, because when you look at what happened in places like Gorton and Denton, where the Greens won, a lot of people are saying to me now, this little bump is not so much from Labour doing better; it's from the people who went to the Greens and now come back, because they've now realised that Zach Palazzi is a complete nutcase. He shouldn't really be going anywhere near him. And forget about Mothin Alley, but when you start going down that route, you're kind of going, ooh, don't fancy that. The Tories, again, you keep hearing, because, again, the Westminster bubble, the people who write about this stuff and who report on it on mainstream television, they're selling you something that isn't real. They're saying to you, basically, Kemi Badenoch's doing a great job, isn't she? Well, look at what she did in Manchester. I was talking to Kelvin McKenzie the other day on UK Live. He's on at 10 o'clock. You know, he said, I'm not sure what they did last time. And I said, well, I'll tell you what they did last time. The Tories came second. When Andy Burnham won the last mayoral election, the Tories came second with 68,000 votes, right? That's all disappeared. Now they came fifth. So this...
they were destroyed, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I know loads of people, as I'm sure you do, who have been talking to me for years, who since before 2024 election said, we'll never vote Tory again because they destroyed the country. They opened the borders. They didn't do what they said. They put our taxes up. You know, they've made Britain crime central, and we will never forgive them for it. And they also didn't do Brexit properly. So I don't see the rise of the Tories as a thing at all. And I don't think the Labour bounce is as big as it's meant to be, because again, you get people like Dan Hodges writing about, great victory for that bloke Kev Craig, whatever his name is, up in Manchester, and they actually lost 150,000 votes. And they lost their massive 400,000 majority over reform, and it's now only about 100,000.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. It just seems a little bit troubling from time to time, doesn't it? You sort of sit there and think, could this keep pushing? Could they get momentum off the back of this? But I think we were going to talk today a little bit about the social media stuff, whether you still want to or not, that's fine. But I think that kind of plays into that. I think what they're starting to realise is very, like what you said, is quite important there, that the government have started to realise that people are watching people like yourself. You've got a very prominent show here now live on YouTube. People are paying attention. They're listening to people like you. They're listening to people like me. They're starting to get their news and their information from people online. Yeah. And as we've seen recently, the government are starting to do something about it. And I think it's a little bit worrying. I think some of the stuff they're bringing out, I've got a link here, the Watch This Space Green paper that they launched in June, which ends in August, which is to effectively push government BBC ITV Channel 4 news to the top of the algorithm on platforms like YouTube, like Facebook, like X. I don't know whether they would get away with it on X, I don't know, but certainly Facebook and YouTube, two of the bigger and longer standing social media platforms, could find themselves being over-regulated by Ofcom to push government information. And I think that's product of their diminishing numbers, the product of that. I think this two-party system that's ruled for 100 years is starting to feel the pinch. They've never really modernized, and they're playing catch up. And some of the jobs, Mike, they're offering. I mean, this is not just, we're going to influence an algorithm. This is we're recruiting now via the Cabinet Office, which was launched last week, a complete media production team for social media. And just, I don't know if you've seen any of the numbers. I've got the stat here. I'll try and get it up. So a head of social creative and production, a lead social producer, a social strategy lead, a social video lead, a senior social videographer. And there has been talk, and they've also talked about recruiting content creators to try and push their narrative to the top of the algorithm. And it's
interesting, isn't it? I saw a story the other day that the at Channel 4 have just hired a new kind of director of content, if you like, and you know who it is? It's the guy that produces the Newsagents podcast, right? So you can imagine where he's going to be coming from. Let's get Lewis Goodall on. Let's get Emily Maitlis on. Let's get Alistair Campbell on. And they will continue to do that.
Our preferred.
I'm hoping that that YouTube and Facebook and others will push back on it though and go, hang on a minute, that's not where we want to go. And certainly YouTube's initial sort of announcement that this was what the government was up to looked as though they were against it, and it looked as though they were not keen. So you'd like to think that with Americans' kind of entrepreneur skills, if you like, they would not want as much government interference as that. So we'll see. But you're right. I'm very much on my guard. I'm very much on my guard.
Because it's going to affect you. It will affect you. It will affect me. I think like yourself, like myself and many others, there are a lot of people out there talking sense. I don't make a play for misinformation, and I effectively get a lot of my, I'm sitting here now looking at the gov.uk website. This Watch This Space Green paper isn't something that's made up. I'm not trying to put some misinformation out there. This is something they are actually doing, that's printed in black and white. And I think that's what a lot of us do. But I think what we obviously see with, we can go all the way back to 1923 when Labour first got into power, and the Daily Mail were highly involved in the Labour Party and their publications, getting them out of power after their first first 9 month stint and causing that vote of no confidence. So it shows how old these institutions are. And these papers like the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, and that, they've all started to move online. I think political parties have really been behind the times with it. I think we saw it within the last 6 months. Keir Starmer started a TikTok account up. And I know that Reform, I don't want to see it, but I know people criticise me for banging on Reform, but I'm a member. I've supported them since 2022.
You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about being one-sided or biased here, because that's what we do. The difference between you and I is that we admit to being biased. I don't mind people accusing me of being biased. I'm not interested in so-called neutrality, because all the people who claim to be neutral aren't anyway.
No, and if we look at our electoral system, you can't sit on the fence with this stuff.
No,
you have a set amount of options, and you need to pick one. And I think going back to what we were saying is you've got 20 million people in this country that are regularly disengaged from politics. And I would like to think that some of them are starting to move into social media. That they're more likely that those type of people are going to start looking at social media as their news. I think the government have realised it, and I think they're now creating these production teams to try and manipulate. And we know they do it. I mean, for anyone to sit there and say they don't manipulate the headline or they don't manipulate the wording that they put out, I mean, Labour recently coming out and saying that they were going to reduce bus fares back down to £2, and it was this wonderful thing, but they were the government that raised it up to £3 because apparently it was completely unaffordable to hold it at £2, and now Burnham comes in, drops it back down, and they're the saviours. And then people like me come out and say, and yourself, Mike, and many others come out and say, hold on a minute, this is what they did, this is the documentation, and I think they just don't like it. They what they want, I think they still lived in a time, and a lot, because they're so disengaged with the general public in reality, they still live in this world where they think we can put a newspaper headline out or get our preferred media to put a newspaper headline out. That's all people will see. And unfortunately, they're not. But I do think we also live in a little bit of a bubble on here. I think there's not as many people using their social media for their news as we'd like to think. But I think it's going to start making a difference over the next 3 or 4 years. So yeah, I think they're going to try and get control of this space, and I think they're going to try and sort of suppress us a bit, and we'll have to see how it goes.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I've got a book coming out in the hopefully next couple of weeks, which is going to lay bare the kind of the reasoning behind all of this stuff, and the relationship between the media as it is and the government, and the numbers of people that go flitting between the two things. The number of people, for example, and I mean, most people will probably know some of them, we won't know all of them. The number of people who end up as, Downing Street head of communications, and then, have come from the BBC or have come from television or have come from Fleet Street, and then go back into Fleet Street. I mean, it's this very symbiotic relationship between all of these individuals who all went to the same universities, they all hung out together, they all go on holiday together, they're all mates together. The reason why nothing changes is because they're all defending each other all the time, and they all want to go on holiday, and they all want to have, a nice time on the plane with the Prime Minister, and they don't want to rock the boat, and it's as simple as that. So we're here.
Well, it's the epitome of the establishment, Mike.
Yeah, it is. It's totally the establishment, and we're here to rock that particular boat and to make it a bit uncomfortable for them. And as long as we can do that, then I'm happy.
Yeah, and I agree. And as we said, that going back to the fact that it is the establishment, I think a lot of people think that the establishment is just rich people controlling things. It isn't. It's the civil service. It's these departments they create. It's the NGOs. It's the Quangos. It's all these pals that went to private school together, public school, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, right.
It's, they're all very friendly with each other, and they're all in these departments in grade 6 and grade 7 civil servant jobs with plush pensions and gold-plated pensions. And they've been in these departments for years, flitting between from media units to government departments. And I just think people don't realise the kind of thing, because obviously I'm a Reform supporter, that they're going to come up against, this. It's not just about the opposition 320 or 300 MPs they come up against in Parliament. It's this massive system where they've built this 300 years, but let's just go back to 100 years of these two parties filling this space up with all of their people, and I think it's going to be a lot of hard work for the next government that comes in, but we have got to get a change. And this is where I pinned my flag. We don't have time for this messing around. Going back to what you originally alluded to at the start, we don't have time for this messing about. We haven't got time. And I do believe, I firmly said this months ago, that I think, and I don't want to be accused of giving them ideas, but I think Labour would be stupid not to call a general election within the next 6 to 9 months, because I think at the minute that it's a very good time for them to do it, because I think they would lose a lot of seats, but I still think they would maintain a majority. It would potentially get Reform UK in as opposition. I think the Conservatives would still maintain. It would be a very fragmented opposition. But for me, it would be good timing for them before they do start to dip, which I think they will. And I think we need to stop this messing around. People keep talking about uniting the right. There is something to unite. There is a party to unite under. And I don't ever want to tell people to pinch their noses, but we do not have an electoral system where you get to be sitting on the fence anymore. If you want to talk about nationalism, sovereignty against globalism, if you want to deem it left and right, if you want to deem it red versus blue, fine. But pick a side, and pick the side that's got the best chance of winning, because we're not in the position anymore to be bickering and arguing about pathetic little things on social media.
No. Exactly. Listen, Bruce, great to see you. Great to talk to you. Let's do it some more. It's going to be fun. I've always said I think they're going to call an early election. I think Burnham wants to do that, and that's why he's gone on holiday now to to figure out how to make it work. But Bruce, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Bruce,
yes, thanks very much, Mike. Cheers.
Appearing for the first time on the Mike Graham Show. And now a man who's not appearing for the first time, but it's the first time in August that he's appeared this year. Mr. Donald Cameron McLeod. Hey, how are you, man?
Set your
good to see you. Do you mind doing your shirt up a bit? I mean, it's not, it's not bloody Magic Mike you've come to do, for heaven's sake, we can't say. It is a bit hot. Well, it's actually cooled down.
Well, last night it was muggy, I'll tell you what. Oh, aye.
Did you get in last night?
You I got in yesterday afternoon and then came down and had a good chat and a couple of pints with Push.
Nice.
And went back to the hotel and had a ribeye steak that had a pulse.
Really?
Oh, it was disgusting.
Was
it was
it?
like, I sent it back. A ribeye, you're meant to cook it, medium at least,
right.
Just to get the fats going. I was like, what is that? I thought it was going to run off the plate.
Also, once you've done that, you kind of can't go back to it, can you?
They actually took it back.
And by the time...
and it tasted okay, but by that point I was halfway through a bottle of Sangiovese, so anything would have tasted good.
Well,
anyway,
look,
I take kebabs out the bin.
I can give you one of these, right?
Hey.
We've got south. You could be north. There you go.
Yeah, proper north, geographically north.
Proper north, right?
Proper
as you can
north.
See, and this hasn't cost us £1 million either. This is our new.
Are you sure?
Well, not yet. But how are you anyway? How's Scotland?
Well, Scotland was bucketing. Peasy rain yesterday, but not enough at the moment for the campsite.
Is the campsite still shut? Because you were telling me last week that there's been fire. Have they not got the fire out yet? For heaven's sake.
No, the fire's out across the top
right.
of the surface, but underneath where the peat is burning, it's still 400 degrees, we're told.
Right. Okay.
But wait a minute, as I said, I think I've said to you already before that, you've got Vesuvius,
right.
you've got in Italy, you've got all these houses, businesses all around it, and there's lava bubbling away. Please just open this road. Let's get back to business. So there's still no word.
So where are all the people that were staying there? Where have they all gone then? To another campsite? Or are they just driving around?
Well, a lot of them have been phoning up, cancelling, going to other campsites around Scotland if that's camping was their holiday, in motorhomes. Right. But we've lost a lot. I mean, I think we've had to refund sort of 1,200 bookings so far. Wow. But it's the future bookings, that's the refunds. But there's
because you don't know when you can open them.
Well, it's 800 a day sort of thing.
And who makes that decision then? Is it the government or is
it's a mixture of the government and not so much the government. It's the fire brigade, the fire service, and then Scottish Lands, Forest Land Scotland, who is our landlord, which is a quango of the Scottish government. So they make the decisions in terms of safety or outbreaks. And I can't fault these guys for the effort that they've put in. Nobody can, because I mean it was like 10 square miles of fire. They made the Essex one was like a postage stamp.
Well, you must have seen that guy, the farmer who did the video, who was sitting in his tractor and pointing at. You could see the smoke rising from over the hill, and he said, "Yeah, but that's because they don't manage the land properly anymore."
Well, this is the argument.
It's all part of that, nonsense about
rewilding. Yes, rewilding. So what they've done there up there. You've got another quango, the Scotland rewilding from the government, and their whole job was to make it all beautiful heather bracken everywhere, and bring back the wildlife. Yeah, you can go with that a bit.
What
you know.
wildlife, though?
But I mean, they've been introducing beavers, a lot of hairy beavers up there. Yeah, you can
There's
imagine.
quite a few of those in Glasgow.
Yeah, well, oh, Betty the
Without
slapper.
wish to put too fine a point on it, you know. But I mean, but also, I remember hearing something for a while ago where they would have tried to reintroduce wolves into
You know, they're talking about bringing lynx in as well.
That's not a good idea.
I think in certain areas, why not? You know,
well, because they might kill you, is why.
Well, they might keep some of these balmy campers, the ones setting the fires. You know,
Well, because that's the other thing, because the fire is almost likely to have become as part of what they now say is human interaction, right?
Yeah, human. 99% of fires are started by human.
Yeah,
and
that guy from The Prodigy.
I'm a fire starter. Well, he's gone now, sadly.
He has.
Yeah, so he's left this mortal coil.
He has indeed.
But I'm sure he's not. I wonder where he is, though. He might be in the big pokey fire down.
He might be down in hell. Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Anyway, so what else has been happening?
But so, well, I mean, I'll tell you what. There's a great little clip which we played out earlier today. I don't know if we're going to play it out again. Will we play it again?
Which one
it's the Irish joke, number 2. And this is Elon Levy. I want you to see this. This is funny. And the Irish apparently bought a new plane for the government, Prime Minister. But have a look at this.
Do you want to hear an Irish joke that's actually not a joke? The Irish government bought a brand new plane to carry its Prime Minister. It cost over 50 million euros, but they asked to remove a critical piece of navigation equipment because it was made by an Israeli company. And now, the Irish Prime Minister's plane can't land in the fog. The Irish government is literally blinded by hate. That's it. That's the punchline.
So now they've got a plane that can't fly if the conditions are in any way you can't see anything. So you can't land it in the fog, which unfortunately for the Irish is probably most of the time there's fog in Ireland.
Yeah, foggy, yeah. So you need to do instrument flying.
So they won't be able to fly it.
So unless they get a new sort of
exactly right
computer put in, you know, it's just stupid, isn't it? I mean,
isn't it?
I mean, it's the hatred of Israel for some people. It's just gone too much. It's a disgrace. But you know, equally, what's going on with Mr. Burnham? Then I mean, you've been
on
a rag about him.
I mean, I don't know where he's gone on holiday. I mean, no doubt we'll find out. But I mean, in what world? I mean, you run a business and you've run businesses all your life. In what world do you start a job and after 2 weeks you go, I quite fancy going on holiday? You know, somebody said yesterday.
Sounds like a good job, didn't it?
Well, somebody said to me yesterday, you know, if you get an instant job interview, normally what they say to you, if they're about to offer you the job, they say, by the way, have you got any holidays planned? Mm-hmm. You know, just in case, you know, we want to bring you into the team. Yeah, well, I mean, you'd say, I mean, I remember I had to cancel a holiday once when I was working at the Mirror because they decided to push forward they were about to launch the newspaper, but they said to me, oh, we're going to launch it in something like August. Mm-hmm. Then they suddenly went, oh, no, we're going to launch it in July. I said, well, I've booked a holiday. And they went, well, you'll have to cancel it. And that's what I did. And they paid me to cancel it, and I went later. But, you know, people are saying to me, oh, well, maybe he booked it. It's not like he's going on a 2-week holiday with his kids, is he? I mean, this is a guy who's the Prime Minister.
You know, going on holiday as they drop this sort of early release thing, which I think is
these offenders coming out. Yeah, it's
awful.
Well, I think that's going to be a massive problem for him. It's going to be his Southport, I think.
Well, you know, it's going to come back at him without a doubt. And in Scotland, they brought in the early release 2 years ago in 2024, and they released, I think it was 440 prisoners, non-violent. You know, 57 of them within a month were back inside.
Well, I mean, all right.
Another 800 or 1,800 has been released, something like that, since 25 to 26.
Right.
Prisons are at a bursting point.
Yeah,
and
because nobody's built any more.
New prisons?
Yeah, build new prisons. But I've been saying this, I would say, for a minimum of about 20 years. You know, build more prisons. Nobody's built a prison. One of the things that they want to create is, say, space to put, say, another 10,000 people into prison. Well, we've got 14,000 foreign prisoners that we could release tomorrow, send them all back to where they came from, deport the lot of them, and then suddenly you've got 14,000 spaces.
Well, that's like
you don't have to let anybody out.
But both Labour and the SNP are ideologically opposed to opening, to locking people up.
Yeah,
they want them out in the streets. They're just totally opposed to it.
Yeah.
They say they're not, but they are.
No, they are.
Now, Scotland has built a new prison, but it's not replaced. You know, they shut one down and built a new Berlini.
Okay,
but They need more. They need more prisons. It's obvious, you know, that they're always going to be headbutting this. You know,
but you're right. You've hit
this
the nail on the
total
head. And Nick Timothy's written a piece in the Mail today to that exact effect. That the Labour government doesn't actually believe in putting people in prison.
No,
they don't want to do it.
They're opposed to it.
Right.
The early release.
They don't think it does any good. Well, I'll tell you what it does.
Well,
Is it gets dangerous people out of the way, so they can't hurt anybody.
Well, what doesn't do any good is people getting let out early and going and stabbing somebody.
Right.
That, you know.
Well, look at this: 9,300 domestic abusers are going to be released.
It's so wrong.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
But, I mean, new prisons need built. But also the other thing that needs to be done is that there's so many folks still in remand.
Yeah.
You know, that hold up prison spaces.
Yeah.
So the whole justice system from the bottom to to the top.
Yeah.
That needs to be fast tracked. Now they fast tracked it. For Southport, why can't they fast track it now? You know,
Well, like I said this
either
earlier on
find them
today.
not guilty or guilty, get them out the way, because you would think maybe half of them are going to be found not guilty. So that would release space in the cells.
Yeah.
But they don't do that.
No.
I mean, they sit there all hum and haw because there's a lot of money being made by the lawyers.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
while the prisons
They certainly
in the
found enough
cells.
space for Lucy Connolly when they wanted to put her in prison. You
yeah.
know,
I mean,
they didn't say, "Oh, actually, we haven't got any space, so you'll just have to carry on on remand."
That was Uber monopoly, wasn't it? I mean,
know.
It was just like straight to jail. You
Straight
do
to
not
jail.
pass go.
Do not pass go. Do not ever get out of jail, and you go straight from one prison to another prison. You know, it's just ridiculous. But the whole thing's a joke.
I was going to mention the thing I sent you in about the Star Wars.
Star Wars, yeah. I don't know
Trek.
if we've actually managed to download that to play it. But the story is that they're going to now do a Welsh version of Star Wars.
We can do it tomorrow.
For S4C. Well, we can do it tomorrow, but it was from chewing the fat.
I should point out that there is a very famous Scottish actor that's in Star Wars and comedian. Somebody you will know.
Well, your brother?
Yeah, Phantom Menace, Lewis McLeod. You know,
Is he in
that was
Phantom
his big break.
Was it?
Yeah, George Lucas gave him his big break.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He is the alien Sebulba in the pod.
Is he?
And when the film first came out, it was like number 4 in the credits.
Right.
Up Lewis Sebulba, Lewis McLeod. And on the back of
so
that...
he's not just the voice, is he actually in it?
No, he's computer animated. But after that, he got all the work for doing all the voices on the DVDs and the games that came out. So that was his big break. I had the Phantom Menace. So
that's worth a few quid, isn't it? It's a bit like Right Said Fred when we had them at the show in May, and they were saying about how they're still more or less banned from appearing on the BBC. Because they're too, dangerous, even though...
far right said Fred.
Yeah, far right said Fred. So they're not allowed on the BBC, even though anyone who covers one of their songs is allowed to sing their song on the BBC, but they just can't do it.
Really?
But I said, so how are you doing? And they said, well, we're doing all right because we're very popular in Germany. We're going to Japan to do a show, all of that. But the thing for them was, the thing that made their cookies crumble, I suppose, if you like, for want of a better word, was that Taylor Swift sampled one of their songs and put it on one of her albums.
She obviously didn't know who they were.
Obviously not. And they make a fortune from that because every time it gets
fantastic.
played, they get more money. And it's terrific, absolutely terrific.
No, I think they're fantastic. And anybody gets a break like that, and like my brother, he just went from strength to strength to strength. And what really gave him the biggest break of his career was this show.
Yeah, well, listen, we made him famous, and every now and again he hopefully will pop in from time to time. Doesn't live in this country anymore. But he came over to do that show and he was brilliant, wasn't he?
Yeah, fantastic. And we're looking at, and I was talking to Push yesterday about the other live shows, and I think we should celebrate the first birthday in January.
We should.
With a couple of live shows.
Sounds like a good plan.
I'm up for that if you are.
I am. Absolutely.
You'll make money this
Are we going to do the...
and I'll bring I'll do different size T-shirts.
Different size T-shirts, yeah. We have got... Pooch keeps promising to bring them in, actually, because I keep saying to him, look, what we should do is, at the very least, even if we don't have a merchandising outlet at the moment.
Yeah, we should get them out.
People, people should be able to come if they come in on the show. We could give them a T-shirt, you know, and then they can wear it.
Here's a coat.
And you know, no, but the thing is, you know, people would like because they're quite nicely designed. They're quite, you know, they're quite elegant.
It
says the Mike
very
Graham
good
Show.
quality. Very good quality.
Very good quality.
Yeah.
And also, people, you know, we will be able to at some point sell them. It's just that it's been very difficult, you know, starting a business, and there's so much going on. We've now got, you know, a second studio over there. Which I presume you've seen, and Kelvin Mackenzie starts at 10 o'clock.
That's a big table in there, isn't it? It's a big
very
table.
big, very big.
Huge table there.
But we're going to be putting more and more shows on, and it's going to get more and more busy.
Yeah, I think I'm joining Kelvin later this morning.
Yeah, I imagine you should do that. Yeah, be very careful. You know, he's not an easy man to get along with. And I can say that. I am. I think. Well, if you think I'm difficult, wait till you meet him.
Oh, if he starts.
Right?
You know,
he once fired me when I wasn't even working.
But you're going to fire me through there.
Well, he fired me when I wasn't even working for him in New York. You know, he doesn't even remember doing it. He once fired another guy because he didn't like the shape of his head. You know. Which was very funny.
Well, I won't be doing that, so
No.
you wouldn't like Right Said Fred then.
Now, listen, I thought we might play another clip or two before we move on, because we've got Father Calvin Robertson to talk to as well. Let's do old Kev Craig, as I call him. Her real name is Bev Craig, but I call her him because she looks like a him, and she's Kev Craig. She's the new mayor of Manchester. Got the job.
Right.
But here she is, or he is, wishing a happy Eid Mubarak to all of her voters. Have a look.
On behalf of Manchester, I want to say Eid Mubarak to our many Muslim communities who are celebrating Eid al-Adha across the city. Manchester is a proud city, built on compassion, fairness, equality and respect. And Manchester's Muslim communities make great contributions to our city every single day. So during the Festival of Sacrifice, Eid al-Adha, when you come together with friends, with family, with communities, built on the values of community service and compassion, that's what Manchester means to me. And for those of you that have completed your Hajj Mubarak also. So I hope you have a great time with communities coming together and enjoying a celebration. Eid Mubarak from all of us in Manchester.
They're big on lesbianism in the Muslim community, aren't they? They love a lesbian. You know, what is going on? Why is she doing that? Why do they feel like they have to do that? Eid Mubarak,
They all do
Hajj
it, don't
Mubarak.
they? In Glasgow, Scotland, is the same. You know, we're all we respect the values. We're built on inclusivity and diversity. You know, you go. Hold on,
I don't remember it being like that when I was up there. They were like, "What are you doing? Are you from bloody
it's
England?"
not something, Mike, you need to say.
No.
You know, just decency, just common decency should be there. And it's not something you need to be trumpeting. You know, that's like race bait. I think.
It is.
You know, and I think. Going to shut up about it, you know, and just.
Well, I bet she doesn't do it for Happy St Michael's Day.
Yeah, it would be nice. I don't know if she might do that.
I very much doubt it.
Well, you know, you can always put that in the diary, or St George's Day or something like that, or it's the same in Scotland, St Andrew's Day. But just let's see what happens. But at the end of the day, they've got to stop this. Feeling the need to say that we love this race, or we love this religion, or we love this ideology. They should just get on with it. What about loving to fix the roads? Loving to fix public transport? Loving to empty the bins? You know, just normal stuff. You know, that's what we'd like to hear.
Phyllis can't take her seriously. She looks like a Milky Bar kid. She does actually. That's very good. That I like that. What about the Commonwealth Games? You've had a load of people who've gone missing, right? A load of 4 Ghanaian boxers. I said to Donald last night. I said, well, they should be easy enough to find in Glasgow. Apparently not.
No, really, no. I mean, there is a very diverse and inclusive population of Glasgow, and
well, Glasgow is it not now the most heavily populated asylum seeker
city
hotel
in the UK? But you know,
how did that happen?
Susan Aitken opens the doors. But saying that, you know, there is a big Nigerian population, Sierra Leone. There's a lot of people, from Algeria there. A lot of Sudanese, and they've obviously bailed out and went, and they're applying for asylum.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be hard to find, but I think, but only in that if they go and hide, I think all they need to do is go straight to the consulate or whatever it is, with the British government and the Scottish government, and say, we want asylum.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
And they'll go, yeah, fine,
there's
no
a
problem
house.
at all.
Boom.
Yeah,
There you
absolutely.
go.
Step right up.
And the
I
problem
know,
is
it's a joke,
with
isn't it?
this sort of almost uncontrolled mass of people coming into the city, there's trouble now.
Yeah.
Major,
Well, there will be.
and it's getting all
Well, I've seen it, and
down,
you see it bubbling up from time to time in some of the local communities, don't you? So it's, yeah.
So it's not good, and there's an awful lot of folk getting angry that they're losing services, or they won't go into the city because there's a perception of violence, or there's a perception of them not being safe. And maybe that the stats might not back that up, but it's
was there not a message given out to the Australian team by the Australian?
That's right, the Commonwealth Games.
People saying don't wear your uniforms in the street.
Well, that was shocking. Because an Australian runner was running in the East End of Glasgow doing their training, running all these nice new pavements, and stumbles across somebody that's just been stabbed to death, and it was like, so right away they said, stay indoors. But I remember doing the tall ships. The tall ships, the big massive boat race that goes around the world with these old huge clippers and cutters that come in. And we did the bars in Greenock. This is years and years ago. And the Mexican Navy came in. And now there was, within about 9 months, there was all these wee Juans and Sanchez's running about. But the rest of the crews of the boats were told, stay in the boats. Don't go into Greenock.
Yeah, well, it's probably quite good advice there, to be honest. I mean, I remember when I worked in Glasgow, and we had the office down in Anderson Quay, the Daily Record office, and there was a ship that was parked. There was like a bar.
The Tuxedo Princess. No, was it a ship or was it a big?
No, it was like a little ferry, but it was a bar.
That was the Tuxedo Princess.
So I remember we went there one night, and it was all roped off because a dead body had
been found in the front.
Had been found in front of it.
I had to move the cat house in there when it went on fire all these years ago. It was weird, all these people jumping about, but the boat's going like that because it's tidal. Folk feel I don't feel well.
I know, amazing.
Now they would say
I didn't feel very well either for about 4 years when I was there. Anyway, Donald McLeod, good to see you. We're doing Plonk of the Week later, apparently.
Yes, apparently. I've got Big Boss Gin for us.
Oh, have you? Oh, good. Because we've got so you better kind of pace yourself, basically, because I've got to go and do a bit of gym operations and then get my teeth sorted, and I'll be back.
Well, before I go,
yay! He does this to me every time. Unbelievable. Listen, luckily we've got somebody far more sensible coming on in a minute. Father Calvin Robinson's here. But should we have a bit of news in between? Bit of news with Edward Hughes. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born on Monday in Lisbon, Portugal. Mother and daughter are doing well, and the baby is yet to be named. A mega dinghy carrying 173 migrants caught fire and capsized in the English Channel yesterday. All were rescued by French and British crews and returned to France, with no fatalities. The Knob of the North says he has tightened the government's early release scheme for prisoners, excluding those convicted of rape, serious child sex offences and grooming. Around 5,000 inmates will still be freed over the coming months to ease overcrowding, starting in October, though some manslaughter cases remain eligible and victims' families have voiced strong criticism. Nice one, Nobby. Separately, the Treasury is planning extra borrowing of about £9 billion a year to fund housing, infrastructure and startups. Latest Tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. That's the news with Edward Hughes. Happy Bear says Cat House is the best club ever. And Fish and Chips, Mr. Fish and Chips, obviously on the ball, says, is Calvin broadcasting in the middle of the night? No, because Calvin Robinson, Father Calvin Robinson, is here. Very, very warm
Don't
welcome.
tell anybody.
Don't tell anyone. He snuck in under
I'm
the
always
cover of night.
nervous. They'll come for me at the airport and arrest me.
I mean, do they?
I'm
do you have to worry about that?
Yeah. But when I got in, right, I get off the plane and it's, please come this way for airport, come this way for passport. I'm like, it's like a stranger welcoming you to in your own home.
It's weird, isn't it?
It's very strange.
It's hard to get used to that. I mean, I noticed that, I would say, probably a year or two ago, because it was always, because of the way that Heathrow Airport was in that part of London, and it was always, Southall, Hounslow. It was always a sort of, a reasonably Indian kind of community. But it wasn't completely exclusively run by Asian people, but it now is.
It's all Asian people. And then you come down the escalators, you've got all the posters like black people saying, welcome to Britain.
Yeah.
And I'm half black myself, so I'm not against black people, but the idea is
but you're
that
allowed
Britain
to say things like this as well, right?
But Britain has always been a predominantly white country. Yeah. And I forget where I am. I'm like, I've forgotten the wrong plane.
I know.
So it's very strange coming home. It really is.
And I'm wandering around London now. I mean, I've said this to, and funnily enough, I was down at the CPAC conference a couple of weeks ago, where there were lots of really interesting people from all over the world. And I was talking to this girl who was working for them from, I think, Romania. And I said, how are you doing? Have you been to London before? She said, oh yeah, I was here 5 years ago. Yeah. And I said, are you going to have a chance to look around? And she said, yes, I'm hoping to go like tomorrow into town and blah, blah, blah. And I said, I think you'll probably find it's changed quite a bit.
Not for the better.
Since 5 years ago. And she said, I actually noticed it 5 years ago. Yeah. And she said something which was really interesting. She went, when I come to England, I want to see English people.
Right.
If I go to, and I said the same, I said, if I go to Turkey, if I go to Istanbul, I want to see people from Turkey.
Right.
I don't really want to see people from Iraq or, Venezuela or Ireland. I want to see people from, the same. But you come to London now, you don't really see anybody English.
Well, my family live in Watford, so I've driven down from Watford this morning. So I've gone all the way through London, and it's like driving through Israel. Like you see the bazaars, you see the street markets, you see the people in their full gowns and stuff. It doesn't feel like I'm driving through Britain. It's very strange.
I used to on a Friday, depending. I mean, slightly my times are slightly different now, but I would drive through Tower Hamlets to get out to the A2 to go down to Sussex, and there's a mosque just by the not the Rotherhithe Tunnel, it's the other side of the Blackwall Tunnel.
Right.
But it's a tiny door in a building which is sort of surrounded on either side by sort of kebab shops or whatever. But you just see all these men in the long white gown or long white outfits walking down the road, and you just think, and some of them have got caps on. And I just think it's, I'm all for multiculturalism. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, everyone loves a kebab, Mike.
But, and I do love a kebab.
But we have the recipe now.
But, the thing is, it's like, why do I have to, see this every Friday?
I'm hardline. I'd be like, look, no mosques in Britain. Yeah. This is a Christian country. You don't have to be Christian to live here, but we're not going to build mosques. We're not going to build temples, and we're not going to do all that kind of stuff. It's just not our culture.
Yeah. I know.
Because otherwise you end up with these ghettos and silos of people in different enclaves.
Which is what we've now got.
No one gets on with anyone.
You saw that story, I don't know if you did this week, from West Midlands Police, where possibly the worst police force in the world. These are the same people who basically told a load of Maccabi Tel Aviv fans not to come to a football match because they might get beaten up and possibly murdered by the Muslim community in Aston, right?
Yeah.
They've actually come out this week and said to their own police officers, we're giving you the opportunity to fast during Ramadan in order to show solidarity with your fellow officers. To which I said,
non-Muslims?
First of all, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. First of all, how many Muslim officers have you got? I don't know.
Right.
Clearly, even if you have a few, you're not going to have very many.
Right.
So they're basically saying, we want you to fast in order to have some sympathy with the Muslim community.
Right.
That you're supposed to be policing.
Which sounds nice. It sounds compassionate.
But this is the thing,
what
right?
you do is you undermine the
lefties will say, well, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to do that? Well, I don't want to fast. As you can see, I don't fast very much, actually.
But you're going to the gym later, right?
I am going to the gym. Otherwise I'd be a lot fatter than I am now. But the point is, it's just ludicrous. It's this virtue signalling world that we now live in, where you're supposed to look as if you care about the Muslim community or the Hindu community or the Sikh community or whatever it is, But it seems to only be really the Muslim community that people care about.
When I was a school teacher, so I loved all the kids, didn't matter where they came from. In fact, some of them thought I was Muslim because I understood their culture so well.
Right.
I was, I'm not an Islamophobe. I just don't think our country is culturally Islamic. Right. However, when I was a school teacher, the headmasters and the deputy heads would say, don't offer sweets around during Ramadan because kids are fasting. And I'm like, no, part of my thing is if someone needs a reward or something, I'm going to offer them a sweet. Yeah. Now, they can refuse if they're fasting, but I'm not going to stop offering all the British kids sweets just because some of them are Muslim kids are fasting. Exactly. And it's like you bend your entire culture to a foreign culture.
But that's where the balance has gone wrong, hasn't it? I mean, we were just playing Bev Craig there up in the Milky Bar Kid, as somebody's just named her because she looks exactly like that. offering sort of Eid Mubarak to people. And you go, and as I said, you know, they love the lesbian community, don't they, the Muslims? I mean, there's nothing they like more than hanging around with lesbians. I mean, the whole thing is ludicrous.
They're hanging around on top of roofs with them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one, they hate anybody from the gay community. Two, they've got no interest in being with them. They don't want to, you know, they don't like women very much. It's a misogynistic culture. And yet here's this woman, Labour Party activist, lesbian, wants to try and suck up to them.
So what is that? What do you think that is? Is that stupidity? Is that pragmatism?
I think it's all of the above. It's a kind of it's a virtue signalling event, but it's also something that they do because they know that the Muslim community is quite a powerful bloc that they need to keep getting their votes from. Because let's face it, she won with 12% of the available voting populace in Manchester, because that's all you need.
We see this all the time.
So you can actually probably get elected mayor of Manchester by simply courting the Muslim vote.
Yeah.
Because you know if you can make them all go out and vote, then you're in clover.
But then they come for you. We saw this with Jess Phillips.
Yeah.
They will come for you. They will bully you. But then she wasn't brave enough to say, yeah, there's a problem here with the Muslims.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the men are being abusive to women in politics.
Yeah.
It's like, the men have never been abusive to women in politics. Not the men, but some men.
But it's a bit like what happened in Berlin last Sunday, or was it the Sunday before? Probably the Sunday before. Where I watched Sky News because it was Sunday night and I didn't really have any option, unfortunately. To see what was going on.
Sky News is still a thing.
It still is. It's not really news though. It's a Sky propaganda. I think we're renaming it, right?
We call it Sly News.
They had this young woman reporter who was desperate to discover why such a beautiful, loving event such as the Pride March in Berlin would have somehow been sullied by this hatred towards gay people, right? No mention of the fact that the guy in the car happened to be an Islamic terrorist, right? Because it turns out he was anti-gay.
Right.
He wasn't anti-West.
Yeah.
He wasn't German. He was anti-gay. And then they interviewed a guy who was a local councillor from the gay community who started blaming Donald Trump and saying, you know, it's the hatred that kills. You know, it's the reason why these people hate gay people. It's the reason why they can't accept us. It's the reason because of all this right-wing hatred. A Labour MP came out and blamed GB News,
of course,
and Reform for the murder of a woman who was run over by this Islamist.
It's despicable.
And you just think, what is wrong with you?
Well, sometimes they'll take the person out. They'll just say, oh, a car ran into people. A car rammed people. Like, yeah, who's driving the car?
Yeah, right.
But you know, if it was a white woman or if it was a white Christian man, they'd be straight on it. White man kills.
Straight well, you remember the old Anne Widdecombe case, and I mean, we can't
thank you for having her poster there, by the way.
Yes,
it's nice
isn't that nice?
Her,
that was a nice touch from Pooch. That well, because she was on our show every Monday. You know, I felt profoundly upset by what happened to her.
Yeah.
Not least because I'd become quite good friends with her.
Yeah.
But also because, you know, the shocking thing is I've never known anyone in my life who's been murdered.
Right.
And now I do.
Yeah.
And it's horrible.
It's disgusting.
You know? And immediately they could announce it, although they made a complete hash of it. You know, it's a white man.
But they couldn't wait, could they? They couldn't wait to tell you that he was
we're
white.
Looking for a white man.
But if he wasn't white, we'd never have heard his skin
No.
tone. We'd never hear where he's from.
No.
I do want to say rest in peace, Anne Widdecombe, as well.
Yes.
I think whenever we get the opportunity, because she was such a wonderful woman.
She was.
But she was a patriot. You know, when I got fired from GB News, she was one of the few people that spoke out. She didn't need to speak. She didn't need to say anything.
Right.
And she wrote in the Express saying, if I ever get into trouble, I want a friend as loyal as Calvin Robinson.
Yeah.
And that touched me. That will stay with me forever.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great woman. And similar for me, you know, because when I started this enterprise in January, you know, I wasn't overwhelmed by people who wanted to come on.
Well,
you know,
your guest list today is great.
The guest list today is great. Well, now it's great because people see the numbers and they suddenly go, well, maybe he's a racist, but we'll go on his show anyway.
Yeah,
you know,
he's a racist that gets viewers.
In January, it was kind of like, yeah, you might be a bit of a racist. Yeah. And I'm going, well, you know, if you know me, you know that I'm not, right? So it's entirely up to you. And so it was very interesting to see who was up for doing it straight away and who kind of waited a little while. Yeah. And I don't hold any grudges against anyone who didn't want to come straight away. But I know who you are.
It's pragmatism.
Do you know what I mean?
But do you think that conversation's shifting? People are becoming race realists now. We're realizing that we can recognize patterns, and actually we want to live in a nice homogenous society that is high trust, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing to like your own. It's not hating the other.
Right.
Do you think we're getting there?
I think we are. I think because people are becoming... I mean, I was talking to, funnily enough, Bruce Unfiltered about it, and he sort of says, you know, we're running out of time. We need to fix things. We can't be arguing with each other all the time, and I think that's true.
Yeah.
But he's also worried that, the polls are showing that the Labour Party and the Tories are coming back. I don't believe that. I don't think the polls are right.
Tories are coming
the Tories are dead and buried as far as I'm concerned.
Goodness.
They're finished,
yeah,
right?
They are.
Good riddance. The more that people say, but Kerry Badenoch's really quite good.
Bless her. She's a lovely woman.
I'm sure she is, and I've talked to her, I've interviewed her a couple of times, and she is a lovely woman, but she's not making any difference.
No.
To the ballot box at all, right? In Manchester, look at the Manchester mayoral election. I mean, they came fifth behind Restore, for heaven's sake.
I helped boost her in the first place. I helped edit that video that put her out there that, she said there's no place for critical race theory in schools. Great as a anti-DEI minister, but there's nothing conservative about having a Nigerian woman being the Prime Minister of Britain.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. And I mean, the other problem, I think, for her is that, she has got a party which is riddled with complete and utter useless.
Well, they made the mess that we're living in right now.
And I mean, when they say, for example, I think it was Chris Philp or somebody the other day who's now walking around like he's, Superman, patrolling the beaches and sort of going to France and, being Mr. Hard. And he's like, we'll lower taxes. And it's like, well, you put them up. You're the people that caused all of this.
Right.
The reason we have no borders is because of you. The reason that we've got millions and millions of illegal people living here is because of you.
Right.
And so people are going, we never voted for them again. But I do think that there are many people now who are certainly outside of London who are very much on our side. Some of them are still not quite willing to say it.
Yeah.
They're not quite willing to admit it, but they're going to vote that way when the time comes. And I still think reform, regardless of the row between Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, I still think reform are the big game in town. I think they're still going to be in a position to be the next government.
Which is true, but not on their own. Something needs to happen, and it's nice to see Rupert reaching out.
Well, it is, but I likened it a bit to a ransom demand from the guy that's holding you onto your mother.
Yeah, in a good way.
Do this, do that.
Because they're all good policies. They're all things that need to happen.
Well, it's good that, but they won't, though. That's the trouble, because there are ways of doing things. I think he would have been better off actually being slightly more congenial, shall we say, and saying, look, why don't we find, for example, if I'd been advising him, I would have said, and he wouldn't listen to me, I'm sure, but I would have said, why don't you say, here's 5 things that we can agree on, and let's go from there.
Right.
As opposed to, here's 5 things that you have to do.
Well, I think because politically, if Nigel says, no, I can't do those things, it shows that Restore is the party that will do those things. So
it does.
It sets him apart, doesn't it?
But it doesn't help them to get together, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I think people ask the question, was it really about getting together, or was it just about trying to humiliate Nigel Farage?
But then how do you belay my concern in that reform is full of these people that we've just been talking about that messed up this country? Because the Conservative Party were preserving what Tony Blair instituted in 97, and they've just been preserving that for the last 14 years.
Yeah.
And so now we have Jenrick and Suella, and we have these people in reform. How do we how do people in reform stop it from becoming the Conservatives 2.0?
Well, I suppose what you have to do is make sure that they don't ever get a chance to go back to those places. I mean, they have made the effort to leave the party.
Right.
So I guess you have to give them perhaps the benefit of the doubt. I'm famously non-party political. I don't vote. I don't endorse parties. I think reform are the answer because I think they're the better choice that we've got right now, or the best choice we've got right now. But I'm not a fanboy, and I'll criticise them when I think they've done something wrong.
Yeah.
But I also think that to be pragmatic, you have to be slightly more centrist than Restore are in order to get everybody in. Because I think the problem is we're still frightened people.
Yeah.
Because some of what they want to do is a little bit too...
I'm not convinced of that. I think frightening people is good. I think we've just got to be on the right and say, look, we're on the right. Because I think most people in this country are like, yeah, we're fed up of it. We're fed up of people playing to the middle. I don't think the middle exists.
Yeah.
I think there are the extreme hard lefties with their, the bowl piercings and the purple hair and whatever. And then there are normal people who just want Britain to be Britain.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to apply to this invisible middle ground. I think we just say, look, Britain for the British, England for the English. That's a good thing. We're not hating anyone else. We'll help other people. We'll help them support themselves. But we just don't want all of Albania coming to England. We don't want all of Sudan coming to England. We're going to help those countries where they are. And it wouldn't scare anyone except for the hard left.
Yeah. No, I agree. But, I think a part of it as well is in the messaging and how it's done.
Sure.
And how you convince people and bring them, because you've got to bring them along.
That
in
is
a way.
true.
And I think that there might be lessons that can be made. And I think the other worry that I've got about Restore is that there's not enough people in it who, once you get past Rupert and go, well, if you don't want to talk to Rupert Lowe, who are we going to talk to? And, you might say that they've got 2 or 3 people, but they're all quite young, they're all quite inexperienced, they get themselves into,
They're all very sound.
cul-de-sacs. They may well be sound, but they're not what you would call, well versed in media operations, shall we say?
I think they're going to amalgamate, and
they will, and people will try and trip them up, and people will try and
like
make
yesterday.
them say things, like yesterday, as we saw, and so it's the bottom line is it's great that they're there. It's good that they're speaking out, and it's good that there's a conversation now going on. And at least one thing you can say is that Nigel Farage is no longer dismissing Rupert Lowe as, we don't talk about that, or, boring, which is what he used to do. He's now actually having to talk about it.
Yeah, that would be my one bit of advice for Nigel Farage. Just stop the unforced errors. Stop being negative about people you don't need to be negative about. Either don't say anything at all or be supportive. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And also, it started to sound more sensible, I think, in that. Wasn't he this week where he was saying things like, of course we're going to speak to people, of course we're going to listen to others, of course we're going to, try and build some kind of broader church. And so if he's already moved to that bit, that's a start, isn't it?
It is.
I would guess. So you're here for how long? And until the police come for you?
I must apologise for being in my civvies. They lost my luggage at the airport.
That's all right.
So I'm incognito today.
That's okay.
But yeah, I'm here just for a couple of days. I'm on my summer holidays. I'm going to Greece. I'm going to chill out on a little island.
You might run into Andy Burnham. We don't know where he's gone.
Oh, really?
He's on holiday.
After 2 weeks at
2
work.
weeks, he's gone on holiday.
Bless him, it's a hard job.
All
of this disco dancing.
Those TikTok ads don't make themselves.
Rating pork rinds and DJing. It's hard work, bless him, being a celebrity. I do like this, by the way.
Isn't that great? Yeah. We've got South and they've got North there. So you can sit there and it doesn't cost £1 million to the taxpayer. It's simply a couple
I'm sure
of
you've been
signs.
through this, but they must have planned this before he got in. There's no
for at
way
least
they
a
could
year.
have just launched 10
For at least
more.
a year. Well, he tried 26 different constituencies before he found Makerfield.
Oh, really?
And he was talking to every single
This is what I hate
MP.
about politics. It's
Because
also fake,
it's
isn't
all
it?
bullshit, isn't it? That's the problem.
That's why I like your thing.
Yeah.
Never mind the looks.
Well, we've deliberately done it in a kind of Sex Pistols-y type way because we think that's the vibe we want.
Yeah.
Stick it up your punter, as it were. Did we manage to do the Pooch's Pooch? Because this is in honour of Rod Liddle.
Oh, bless him. God rest his soul.
Because
as
he
well.
had a dog, and this is really funny. So let's have a look if we can.
Theresa May, Tim Farron, Nigel Farage, Jeremy Corbyn. What would you do to him? What would you do to him?
Just doesn't like Jeremy Corbyn.
The dog hates communists.
Yeah,
as all good dogs do.
Yeah, as all good dogs do. Absolutely right. So, so you're off to Greece then?
I am. I'm going to chill on a little island with Lawrence Fox. We're going to have a nice couple of weeks just
Very
ignoring
nice.
the news, ignoring X. And
Isn't he running in Clacton?
He is, yes. When is that?
Well, it's next week.
Oh, don't ask me.
So is he coming? Well, maybe he's running.
I advised him against it.
Kelvin next.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
What, today?
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
Is he coming
down
down?
the line.
Oh, he's down
okay.
the line. I was going to say
Stay tuned for that as well.
he could take you home. He could just save you getting on a train. Brilliant. Well, listen, it's great to see you.
It's good to see you
and,
too.
we did a little podcast the other day. Did it not work out?
It didn't. The technical glitches were
There were
all over.
technical glitches. Yeah.
We'll
Unfortunately,
do another one.
We'll do another one. We'll definitely.
People get to hear the story behind Mike Graham.
Yes. It takes a while for people, but what a great show today. Thank you to Godfrey Bloom, Bruce Unfiltered, Father Calvin Robertson, of course, Donald McLeod, who's going to be back later for Plonk of the Week. Anna McGovern was here, Gavin Ashenden, Stephen Barrett, Lee Harris, Claire Pearsall. It was quite a show. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. And, of course, coming up next, great show, Mike, says Trojan, thank you. Coming up next, it is, of course, Kelvin McKenzie, the one and only, with his show from 10 till 12, with Lawrence Fox, who will no doubt, because we can talk about Clacton, because we're not hidebound by the Ofcom rules and regulations, which is rather nice. We'll see you tomorrow at 7 o'clock, sharp-ish.
Right, hi there, good morning. Kelvin McKenzie here, action-packed show as you might expect. Look, let me have a bit of a rant when I start. I don't know whether you've been following the Professor Arde story at all. So Professor Arde sociology professor at Cambridge, brilliant guy. I think he's 41, a PhD. He's got more letters after his name than in his name. An extraordinary man. And one of the great kind of figures for the black community and for all of those that are very pleased that there are people making their way in the world who haven't had, you remember that word privilege? Yeah, the privilege. Right, he didn't have the privilege. Okay. And then people started looking at some aspects of his CV. So he got his PhD. And when the analysis of the actual written words of the PhD, they began having a look at them, and they bore a startling resemblance to somebody else's PhD. I.e., there were a couple of people, I think there was one particular, in which the words were exactly the same, but hadn't been totally attributed. Now, if you don't attribute it, then people might think that actually you hadn't done any work and you'd done the kind of thing that I do, which is simply lift it. Right? So when I was in the editing business, great job, by the way. Everybody should be the editor of the Sun for at least a year. Honestly, you'd have so much fun. Honestly, it is literally all shagging and alcohol, and you're getting paid as well. An astonishing job. And anybody who tells you otherwise is a liar. The idea that you're all sitting there with some frown saying, I tell you what, I'm very worried about the new act going through Parliament. Get real, okay? And if the word NATO or Ulster appears on the front page, expect a collapse in circulation. If, however, there's a rather shapely lady who seems to be entertaining a rather famous person that she's not married to, then that is what actually everybody gets up for, right? It's fantastic. Anyway, that was a brief segue into it. Anyway, so this guy has a load of stuff in there which seems to have appeared word for word somewhere else. Now, that was the beginning of the investigation into his CV. His CV is a shocker, I'm afraid. So he says things like, he ran 600 miles in 6 days. No, I don't think he did. It says that he raised 5.5 million for charity. No, I don't think he did. He said he went on a project to dig wells for WaterAid. WaterAid, I think, was a great idea for a charity. And then WaterAid turned around and said, we don't send our activists and charity chuggers abroad at all. It's a specific part of our mandate. We don't do that. And then he said that he had been a visiting professor in Ohio. No, he didn't. And then finally, he said that he had been, I think, some kind of professor up in Glasgow. No. This is important stuff. The next thing that happens is that he somehow seems to hire Carter Ruck. Now, Carter Ruck, as you might expect with the word ruck at the end of it, normally gets given another name. Anyway, the expensive kind of lawyers, kind of average ho-hum kind of lawyers. He starts, I think their job was to kind of write to media companies and say to them, that's not true, this is not true, and all the rest of it. I mean, how they feel about their client today, I'm not sure. I think that they were doing it. I think you'll find that it'll be kind of pro bono or pro bonco, as it's known more regularly. Anyway, much more, it took a rather serious turn last night. The Daily Telegraph and the Times revealed that a reporter from the Times Education Supplement had been onto this plagiarism row some months ago and had sent a series of questions to Professor Ardé. Now, the following happened. Didn't get a reply. About 3 months later, he gets a phone call from Scotland Yard officer. Write this down. A phone call from Scotland Yard officer, which says they've been investigating This is unknown to him. Unknown to him. He was never alerted to it, and he could have had the full power of News Corporation behind him, which is enormously powerful, by the way. Enormously powerful. You should have the Free Speech Union behind you. That would be helpful. Anyway, he gets told by this officer by phone that they won't be pursuing him for harassment. He said, well, I didn't know anything about it anyway. And he said, well, we're not doing that. However, don't send any more questions to Professor Arday because it will affect his mental health. Is this a joke? This guy is a prominent Cambridge professor facing scrutiny over whether he attained his PhD and other aspects to his CV correctly. It is the job of a journalist to get to the bottom of this stuff. Otherwise, we would end up having God knows who running our academic institutions. This is a disgrace to Cambridge. Cambridge should carry out a formal investigation and stop trying to support Professor Arday in this matter. And further, Cambridge should announce that they are in favour of journalism and they're in favour of their academics being investigated if it's felt that everything may not be kosher. So here we are. We have crime galore in our country. Even if we didn't have crime galore, what right can Scotland Yard honestly say they have to investigate a Times Education supplement? Have you ever seen the Times Education supplement? Can you imagine what kind of reporter they have? They don't have some tabloid tosspot like me who enjoys causing the problem. They have deep, deep research from many, many years of experience. This guy is suddenly accused after the event, and not true, of harassment. How incredible. Why would you do that, Scotland Yard? Who sanctioned this? And who sanctioned the idiot to turn up to tell this is by phone, some workaday journalist trying to do their best to find out what is the reality of this alleged professor, to be told that these simple questions are causing mental health issues. Cambridge should suspend the professor until this is all clear. Scotland Yard should apologise, send a note to News UK, to their Chief Executive, Rebecca Brooks, and the editor of the Times Education Supplement, and to the reporter involved. And this whole matter should come to an end. Carter Ruck allegedly said that there was some suggestion of racial aspect to the investigation. If I were that journalist, I would ask my company to seek reparation and an apology from Carter Ruck for making such an allegation. Nothing to do with the guy's colour. If the guy was white, he would have been suspended and actually slung out months ago. You know that, I know that. The whole thing is a scandal and a disgrace. I don't know how. At the moment, it looks to me as though Cambridge University are trying to say that there wasn't much plagiarism involved. If that's the case, that's fine. Perhaps he'd like to explain all the other ones, remember? Shall we go through them one more time? WaterAid, no, he didn't go abroad with WaterAid because WaterAid don't allow their people to go abroad. He didn't seem to run 600 miles in 6 days. He definitely didn't, he's already said that, didn't raise 5.5 million. He wasn't a visiting professor in Ohio. He wasn't a professor in Glasgow. He wasn't any of this stuff. So let's hope that the plagiarism isn't 100% of his PhD, or even 80% or 70% or 60%. And probably he's a very bright guy. There's a lot of bright guys out there, but they're not professors at Cambridge. Why doesn't Cambridge just suspend him until we see the smoke clear? And there is a reason for this. A reason which I suspect you and I know. That if that was me, first of all, I'm not bright enough to get a PhD. I'm not even bright enough to go to university. I got slung out. 17 attempts, 1 GCSE. Congratulations. My name's Kelvin Mackenzie. But the point about it is that actually, Cambridge do nothing. Cambridge are falling backwards in the world university rankings. Actually, so are Oxford, actually. And there are some good universities in the UK which are on the way up, but they're on the way down. Cambridge's reactions to Professor Ade explains why. Leave the journalists alone. The Times educational supplement is actually an academic exercise. It's not the Sun. I'd be grateful if News UK would come out all guns blazing. I'd be grateful if the Times education supplement would come out all guns blazing. And I would like an explanation why on earth a police officer would say to a reporter, don't send questions. It's upsetting the mental stability of somebody. It is unbelievable. But we all know why it's happening. That one went on a bit too long, that I'm afraid, but you get my drift. I think it's an absolute outrage and it's beyond understanding. But anyway, somebody to bring everybody down to earth and bring a bit of humour into the building. Mike Graham. Morning.
What was the one GCSE you got then?
I got English literature the first time, and then when I took it again, I failed it.
Really?
Yeah, which is, you've got to say, it's not easily done, is it?
No. Why did you take it again if you got it right the first time?
Because my parents were so appalled at my result that they said that they had to see all. So took all 8, got 1.
Yeah.
They said take them all again, and that way we'll pretend that you were ill that year.
Right, and you got 7 or something.
And I got none. Which then led to a lot of tension.
That is quite an achievement, though. I got 4 O levels, right? And my careers master said if you don't get 5, you'll end up being a bin man. To which I said, well, that's quite a good job, bin man.
Yeah.
I mean, because I always wanted the West End run where you went at midnight. On the back
you made good money.
You made really good money.
Yeah.
You go till about 4 a.m, empty all the bins out of the restaurants, and then you took an early cut, and you made, I think in those days, about 25 quid a shift. Which was not bad money.
Yes, that's right.
You know.
And as many stale McDonald's as you could eat.
And it was really hard to get on the runners because it was very much in demand.
Oh, right.
So,
look, I totally buy all that.
Yeah.
I look at the speed that the bin guys go round my way.
Yeah.
Most of them could be running marathons.
Yeah.
They are hugely fit people. The other people that are normally quite fit, I knew one who it was anyway, were baggage handlers at major airports.
Yeah. They speed around in those little low, funny...
but it's this bit.
Oh, those guys,
Those blokes, right. they're all basically weightlifters. Their next job is getting the gold medal at some Olympics or something.
Absolutely, yeah.
So what do you make of it?
Unbelievable. I saw your tweet yesterday, retweeted it, because the idea that... 2 things, really. One... that the police are involved at all, and they're even attempting. I mean, there was a time when the police would be frightened to talk to a journalist like that because you might write about it, right? Imagine getting a phone call if you'd got a phone call from the police saying, would you mind not harassing David Beckham, please, because he's suffering from mental health problems, and would you mind taking Phil Ramey out of the helicopter that you're flying around over Madonna's house, because actually she's not really enjoying it very much. You'd never do it. They tell this guy you can't make any more inquiries about him or to him. Yeah. It's absolutely nonsense. And then for the law company, the Council Ruck lot, to try and intimidate journalists into not operating, which we know they've done. I mean, I had a nice letter from them once representing Mr. James O'Brien. Who was trying to sue me.
I find that incredible.
Yeah.
Why would James O'Brien, who must be a free speech absolutist because of the garbage that he talks, why on earth would he want to do that to you? Because he's never done it to me, and I've mentioned the fact that he lives in a gated community in Chiswick.
Well, I call him a pedo apologist. Which he didn't understand, because he didn't understand the difference between pedo, apologist and pedo apologist without the comma.
Yeah. Who are you talking about, by the way? Who was the pedo in this case?
Oh, well, Carl Beach.
It was Carl Beach. That was shocking.
He was the one.
He's never
apologised. No, and he was the only journalist who believed the Carl Beach story. He used to put this guy on from Exaro Media every single week.
They've all gone bust, haven't they?
They've all gone bust because the story was a complete dud.
Yeah.
You know, it was all run by that horrible guy who used to be Gordon Brown's kind of henchman, Tom Watson.
Oh yeah.
You know,
who ended up as Lord Watson.
He is Lord Watson, but you know what happened? He was Gordon Brown's guy, right? And Gordon Brown has never forgiven News UK for dumping him. You know, which they
But
did
that was
on the eve.
by the way, I am on Gordon Brown's side on that.
Yeah.
That was a shocking piece of politics by James Murdoch, who decided
they just on the night of his speech to Labour conference, they went for the Tories, right?
Don't you think that was completely mad?
Well, I mean, it may or may not have been mad, but nevertheless, he retaliated by saying to Tom Watson, "We're going to go for them, and we're going to go for them hard," and that's what happened. And so that's why Tom Watson then forced that whole kind of hacking inquiry into news, and all that was where it all began. And so the payback was all then wrapped up into that whole Carl Beach story and the whole kind of supposed sex ring.
To be honest with you, with the when Andy became kind of director of comms at Number 10,
Andy Coulson,
the die was cast, wasn't it? I mean, why did nobody say to Andy, "You're now going into politics. If there's anything hanging around the game, honestly, it will be multiplied 10,000 times." That's the reality of public life.
It
and
is.
if he had never done that, I suspect none of this would have ever come out.
No, that's probably
and
right.
his own life would have been different.
Yeah. But I think the problem is that at that time in that organisation, people became so inured to reality.
Correct.
They thought they could do anything.
Yeah,
and they could walk on water. Yeah. And you know what happens in that scenario.
Yeah, I do. I'm very sorry about this, Mike. It's going to be shorter today.
No, that's all right.
Yesterday, I was still laughing at the thought of you telling a story about a dog dying, right? Completely inappropriately. The story probably having a long tail, as we say. And me knowing that this was not going to end well.
No.
I couldn't. So I was even laughing at it. And it must be, 15, 20 years ago?
Yeah, easy.
20 years ago. So those are the times.
I know.
When somebody you know is telling a story which is going to end up, actually blowing up in their face, and you have nothing to do with it, but you are enjoying the blowing up. There is no greater feeling.
It's fantastic. Absolutely.
Great feeling. Anyway, thank you very much indeed, Mike. Sorry it's such a short time.
No, don't worry.
Because the truth about the matter, when he stays on, the audience stays on. Directly he legs it. They say, we don't want that board-headed old git for another couple of hours. Right, thanks very much. Well, we've got important guests now coming up. Lawrence Fox, the leader of Reclaim Britain, and who's slugging it out in Clacton. Good to see you, Lawrence. How are you feeling, by the way?
I'm all right, thanks, Kelvin. Yes, I'm not bad. It's been a strange week.
I read a tweet of yours in which you were actually, I thought you made a very good point, actually. And it was immediately taken on, in which you said, we'll be interested, since I'm going to go and see a doctor about something, and you said, be interesting to see how people's kind reaction is to all this. And the first thing that happened, as your prediction, was some idiot then goes and piles in. Honestly, Lawrence, the world is made up. Anyway, let's talk about you, about Reclaim Britain. Why did you start it? There are so many. Isn't it expensive to start your own party?
It is expensive to start your own party. I started it back in 2020 after appearing on Question Time and committing the cardinal sin of saying that Britain was a warm, welcoming and tolerant country. And I then seemed to lose my acting career overnight because I wasn't, obviously kind enough, I suppose, would be the right thing. And so I started up, and then I think, look, it's pretty obvious that I'm not really politician material. I'm a bit actuary in the fact that I'm quite emotional and quite impulsive, and my statesman-like approach could do with some work. But it got better in the Oxford Union the other night. So we started it, and then we just got attacked by the establishment, debanked, endless investigations. It was awful. So we couldn't really move it, but we keep the party, and I've used it to stand in Clacton because I'm so upset that the Tories and the and Labour and even Restore didn't stand in a legitimately called by-election. Whether you agree with him calling it or not doesn't matter. It is still a legitimate by-election. So I thought I'll stand there and I'll make the case that all the others can't be bothered to because they're all on holiday.
Well, okay, if I said to you, Lawrence, name me your 3 most important policies in your own mind, what would they be?
Free speech, free speech, free speech.
And do you mean free speech without a limit? Because you're used to being abused. Look, I'm used to being abused, right? Actually, there's something wrong with me. I don't really care, okay? Right. In fact, sometimes when they're really vile, I absolutely roll up and I show it to my wife, who is seriously appalled, right? And a very intelligent, successful woman, utterly appalled by it. But when you say free speech, they say something to you really hurtful. Everybody has a hurt aspect to them. I do as well. Do you feel that that is a price worth paying?
Yes, I do, because I think that there's only 2 ways human beings really do communicate. One is by speaking and the other one is with their fists. So there are legal protections on the speech in the law. I think incitement to violence is a pretty good bar for it. But in Britain, we've had 12,000, I think, just over 12,000 arrests last year for speech-related crimes. That puts us well over double what the that bastion of democracy Belarus has, and China is in 4th. So people criticise me a lot for saying that Britain is a communist state, but we've got this sort of Stockholm syndrome with democracy in Britain, thinking, oh, Britain, it's a bastion of free speech and democracy. It's not. People are being arrested for, and what's terrifying is it's very targeted to a certain community of people who happen to be white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, usually, and straight white Anglo-Saxon Protestants at that. And I think that unless we stand up to defend the our right to express ourselves freely, and we fight to protect the rights of those we disagree with the absolute most, like Islamists and things like that, if we don't fight for their right, we can't ever truly debate our way out of problems, and we end up having to fight our way out of problems. And I don't, I'm not mad keen on my kids having to fight street corner to street corner because we as adults didn't turn around and say, listen, this isn't the right way to go.
So when you turn up in Clacton, now I admire you for doing it, man. I admire you for doing it. When you walk down the street, honestly, you're a famous guy, right? You were a famous guy years before you were a politician. Okay. What kind of welcome do you get?
People are really nice. I mean, they're very loyal to Nigel, and I think that's great. And one of the other reasons I wanted to stand was because, Nigel is using this I can understand why, because the establishment are, we can go into the nitty gritty of the millions and all that sort of stuff, but I think the public understand that Nigel Farage is quite a unique property in British politics and is under physical danger. And Nigel is, and also the establishment is going to try and end him. I had a very senior Tory WhatsApp me the other day when I said how disgusted I was that they didn't stand. And they said, well, it doesn't matter. Nigel's going to be out of a job soon anyway. So they've already planned the end of Nigel Farage. So he is seeking a large mandate. So I wanted to go and stand. It's not to stand in support of him particularly. It's to say, Nigel, you're very cagey on some of the issues that really matter to people, certainly on things like even discussing mass deportations, which he calls an impossibility. But certainly he's also not brilliant on free speech, unless it's Nigel Farage's free speech. So people are sympathetic. People are sympathetic to me. But at the same time, I think I think the electorate are sick to death of being treated by the media and the political class as some sort of football that can kick them around. They've had it in Makerfield so that Andy Burnham could come in and do his sort of Keir Starmer light. And they're getting this in Clacton. And actually, I was very disappointed seeing Rupert Lowe yesterday talking about, we've got this wonderful 5-principled deal that I want to put to Nigel. It's like, put that in front of the electorate, Rupert. Don't put that to Nigel personally. These private political deals, the public is sick of them. So I saw someone sent me a poll the other day. We're now polling. I'm now polling. I register. It's not a large percentage.
Good news. Well done.
But it's there, and someone sent it to me. And I went, "Who's Rec?" And they went, "You." I went, "Oh, okay." So I'm going to go and I'm going to make the argument that we need, on the right of politics, we need Nigel Farage to talk to Rupert Lowe, to talk to Kemi Badenoch, to get, because even if you add all those votes up together, it's not going to be enough unless people are very careful to take on what is going to become a socialist behemoth of the Lib Lab Green alliance. We've got to understand this is the last election Britain is ever going to have at this rate.
You know what? I'm glad you said that, Lawrence, because that is my fear. When you just do the maths on it, it's no good. There's also a rather strange feeling I have that this is a different Lawrence Fox, right? Now, I've known you. I don't know you well at all, right? So we've probably met once or twice in our whole lives, right? The last time I met you, you were enormously fiery. You were kind of trying to be, which is not difficult against me, intellectually dominant, right? That is not a high hurdle, right? But now I get the impression that it may have been, as you referred to your Oxford debate the other day, which I know went well, that have you decided to try to channel your kind of intellectual rigor in a calmer manner, which works better sometimes, I think, with the ordinary person? I'm just raising that issue, that's all.
I think I've got an amazing wife, you know, and she.
How long you been married?
We're married a year on July the 4th, so we're just over a year. And she's got this look that she does when I do fiery Lawrence, and it's a look of sort of disappointment. And I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm frightened of her, but I don't like disappointing my wife. And I think she's trying to draw out the part of me, which is, you know, I am, and I think actors are generally, but I think it is, you can make the same point without shouting down someone's throat about it.
Yes, I think that is a very good point. Let them make their point, and because you've got a decent intellect, push back against it. When I was fascinated by the worry that I have looking at the numbers, and you know, numbers do change. I totally recognise that, but there seems to be a movement around at the moment which would indicate that some kind of lab coalition it is enormously likely for us, and the aspect of that could be that we could go further left. You know, not centrist at all, and that centrists may be lost for the UK for 10, 15 years.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that Reform are very left-leaning. And it's because, I suppose, Labour have completely abandoned their core voter base, you know, in order to appease kind of mentally ill people and foreign religious extremists. So Reform are picking up a lot of traditional Labour voters who are very brilliant, patriotic and wonderful people, but they are left-leaning. The new Labour Party and the Green Party particularly, they're Jacobins, they're French revolutionaries. They're not. They're very, very extreme political forces, and they're very, very dangerous. And as we've seen, you know, I was absolutely blown away by how quickly people seem to have moved on from the political assassination of Anne Widdecombe. You're like, hang on a minute, this is an assassination of a senior political figure, and in many people's eyes, a much loved political figure, but it's sort of become a norm in Britain. It's like, well, you know, if you happen to love your country and you'll speak your mind, then you deserve what's coming. So this is another reason why I do think you do need the Rupert Lowes, you do need Kemi Badenoch, who I find hugely impressive, especially on the most important stuff, which is cultural stuff. I'm not sure she's brilliant on everything else, but on the cultural stuff and on all of the stuff that's being used by the socialists to divide us, she's very, very strong. And I would love to see people put aside their egos and say, listen, we are up against a rabid Jacobin type of socialist. And if you want Britain to descend even further into the chaos, and that's before we've dealt with the demographic devastation of our country, then you've got to try and work together. And I will go and make that case in Clacton. And if I itch Nigel Farage's side with a few % of the vote, then at least that teaches him that there is a percentage of the vote in Restore and, you know, hopefully with me and the Conservatives that aren't going to just change their principles because Reform feel like they're anointed. We've got to stick together. And it's very antithetical to the sort of conservative way of looking at the world, because conservatives don't like being told what to do, and they want to vote for who they want to, and they want less intervention, less state, less control, and they want to be more free. And I think we've got to embrace that.
I'll ask you there's two issues I'd like to understand. One of them is, in the light of Anne Widdecombe's assassination, how do you feel about your own safety? And the reason I say that is that Jacob Rees-Mogg, who I actually really like, I love his intellect and I love the way he makes his arguments, and I much prefer the Lawrence Fox way of making your argument. This is a joy to me, this discussion, right? He tells me the other day, he lives in Westminster, and he used to walk from his home in Westminster to the studios for GB News in Westminster, okay? Perhaps it was a 5-7 minute walk. He no longer does that. He now drives, because he's fearful that the Anne Widdecombe murder alerted him to the dangers. Lawrence, you're a prominent figure. You're famous, right? Whether you want to be famous or not, television makes you famous, right? Do you feel uneasy when you walk down the street?
Certainly I do, yeah. There was a long period when a lot of this stuff broke and I was receiving a lot of threats. There was periods when I developed a serious agoraphobia, and I would get to the front door of my house and my hand would shake. And, it wasn't a delirium tremens shake, it was an agoraphobic shake. Where we live is fortunately very rural. Leftists, that didn't help Anne Widdecombe, bearing that in mind, but we have a very, very strong security system, and I've got 6 dogs, and I'm training up a very lethal little German Shepherd who loves me more than anything in the world. So we've got a big security system. When I go out in public, I have eyes in the back of my head. At Oxford, I had 4 special forces security people who actually had to evacuate us from our hotel at 3 a.m. They just woke us up and said, we've got to get out, we've got to get out, we've got to go. I don't think one of the things that one could agree with across the political spectrum, which is so fractured and divided in Britain these days, is that political violence is absolutely unacceptable under all terms. And I think it should be the most important principle actually in politics, which is, again, it takes me back to the Anne Widdecombe thing. It's like, why haven't people just stopped dead in their tracks and said, we've really got to take stock here, guys. People are being murdered. And the answer, therefore, unfortunately, is, as I've said, the new left, the Jacobin left, they are like the terror of the French Revolution. And we've all got to be very careful. There's always a nutter out there, and it's why calling people Nazis and all of this stuff is so bad, because young impressionable people, or people who are troubled in some way, think they're doing the world a favour by killing off a Nazi, and we should stop calling each other Nazis. And we should stop using these it's very rich coming from me. I understand that. But we do need to work, all of us, to try and get a more temperate tone to this discussion, because it's getting worse and worse and worse. So the long answer is yes, I do fear for my safety. And the short answer is I'm never, ever going to bow down and live in fear, because they've won.
Right. So if we looked at quite an interesting throwaway line there when you were talking about A, praise of Kemi Badenoch, B, then describing what a conservative is, freedom, free speech, allowed to get on with your business, allow with all that. Wouldn't that be a home I'll say this, for the new Lawrence Fox? Let's be honest, Lawrence, the way you're talking now, you could be Home Affairs in Reform, you could be running Restore, you could be in the Conservative Party. I wonder whether you need a bigger platform. I think you've come to a movement in the road, and you've decided I can carry on being shouty and vile, or actually I can control my intellect and just deal with the questions in front of me. And if you can deal with them in that way, right? And honestly, you're an actor, so I can't be 100% sure, right? But if you can deal with that way, don't you need a bigger platform rather than a one-man band? You were praising the Tories there.
I do believe that at the end, reform doesn't really exist without Nigel Farage. I think he's a political force which is absolutely wonderful. So to me, reform, I've been very rude about them in the past, calling them a political Ponzi scheme. But without Farage, they don't really exist. So if he gets into number 10 by some miracle, he gets into number 10, he's going to be Liz Truss on day one by the deep state and the establishment, and they're going to, they'll kill the economy and they'll do everything to stop him succeeding. And what comes after Nigel? It goes back to the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are realizing that they've got to start being conservative. And, I'm good friends with some Conservatives. I do think there has to be, I'm going to actually take a period over the next several months where I'm just going to take a step back from it so I can reflect. And as you say, try and gather my thoughts a bit about the seriousness of what's going on. But deep down, I'm a Conservative. That's what I am. And I'm very liberal over certain things like same-sex marriage and stuff like that. I've got no issue with that, and I loathe identity politics. But deep down, I'm a Conservative. Stay out of my life. The state is dreadful at doing things that families should be doing, and I'm a very pro-family, very pro relationships, very pro the culture and heritage of our country being held up and used as a model and an experience to raise your own children within, without the state intervening and telling us when we should and shouldn't die or kill ourselves, or these sorts of things. So I would, maybe one day the Conservatives will forget some of my social media posts. Doggies.
I would say about this. I would say about this world, which is the one that you identified in relation to to Anne Widdecombe's murder or assassination, is that honestly, my experience, which I first got when I lived in America, was that nobody can remember anything after about 2 or 3 weeks. Within your own family, if you are PC Harper's widow, you can remember this every day, every minute, every hour of your life. But the general politics of life, for instance, things that you may have said about the Conservatives, will be lost in the wash literally within 10 days. So I would say that if you felt you had something to offer, I think you need a different platform. And I also think that you're a different person. But look, I don't know you well. So tell me, how many times have you been married then? Have you just been married the twice?
This is my second and hopefully only other marriage. I was married once to the former pop star Billy Piper.
Oh, right. And how many kids have you got, by the way?
I've got 2 of my own, and Lizzie brings 2 of hers. So we've got a full house of teenagers and mobile phones. And, it's really interesting, isn't it? You're talking about people forget things in 2 days. I think one of the huge misunderstood aspects of the change in modern society is just how vain and narcissistic young people are becoming by force, not by their own weakness, because of these of the phones. And there's people that are doing really good stuff. Sophie Winkleman's doing really good stuff on the balance. But again, you don't really want the state to interfere and tell you when you can and can't use your phone. You want the parents to feel that they are part of a broader coalition, that these phones are they can be very, very damaging things to young people's lives, and mistakes they make, that we made as young people, which no one recorded, are recorded in perpetuity. And I think it really makes children very vulnerable to groupthink, because they're terrified of being outed by someone or bullied, or, I really feel for the young generation. But unfortunately, we're very united in the way that we deal with our kids.
Well, actually, I mean, this is interesting. I prefer almost the social aspect of this conversation rather than the political one. But so when you see can children grow out of this? Like I am one kind of person when I was a teenager, and probably when I was in my 30s, and I am what I am today. You are in a moment of transfer, it seems to me. So why couldn't children, when they reach kind of 18 and there is another freedom to them, why can't they just reject what they were like before and not worry about their phones so much as they did when they were 12 or 13? Or are they damaged?
I think that they do. You inevitably change. But I mean, I don't know how your teenage years were. Mine were pretty torturous. I would say I found them pretty hard without phones. So I just think that we're also talking about something which is as addictive as any drug I've ever taken in my life. I find myself going to the loo, I take my phone with me. it's like an extension of my body, and I'm an adult who can make grown-up decisions. I'm not a child competing, and my face isn't changing, and I'm not worried about my weight and all that. I've lost all of that because I'm an old blonde dude with tattoos. I just feel for them. I really feel for them. But they are what it does do is it creates incredible resilience and really good humour as well in kids. Especially my son is forever showing me very funny memes, and they're also very politically astute, which you wouldn't expect. My son will come in and he'll show me something he's seen on TikTok of Nigel Farage, for example. Whereas when I was a kid, when I was his age, I hadn't heard of Nigel Farage. And so
it's true.
It's great. It's great to see that generation.
One issue that was raised with me, actually by a guy who runs a nightclub in Glasgow. He tells me the following, and this is to your point, that the kids who go to his nightclub, a good lump of them are coming to their kind of first aid medical room halfway through the evening, suffering from anxiety because they don't know how to deal with people around them. Because because they have been on this all the time, that they're now in a group and whatever. He said it's an incredible thing. It's leading to kids not going to nightclubs because so his commercial world is being affected by something that he has no control over. So that's to your point.
And then, the phone is, as you know, the phone is not there to really deliver you good news, is it? As much as the phone designers try and put in health apps and, screen time stuff, the phone is basically a place where you go to explore your anxiety or to relieve it through someone else's anxiety. So, it's really important that people, obviously not stomach pumped and all that sort of stuff, but you really miss out on a crucial kind of rite of passage in life if you hadn't gone into a club, drunk a few cans of Hofmeister and hurled up on the pavement outside.
Yeah, well, it was certainly. By the way, that was me about 2 years ago. No, that was not true. So, when are you next down in Clacton? When are you likely to walk down the high street and say hello to people? And how do you find? I suppose being an actor, you can actually say hello to people with a broad smile, and you can actually believe it. I mean, this is not you. This is because the great thing about acting is you become that person. You are that person. And so, when's it going to happen?
Well, it'll be either this afternoon or tomorrow.
Right.
The thing is, you don't need to pretend with people like in Clacton. Clacton, and it drives me absolutely bonkers because I love the British seaside. The British seaside is one of the most beautiful parts of this country. And the people there have been maligned, ignored, abused, treated dreadfully over things like fishing and stuff like that. But they tend to be the most down-to-earth, normal, non-fussy, straightforward, brilliant people. So you don't have to pretend. One of the things I really love, and it's a great thing, people call me a posho and all of this stuff, but one of the great things about when I was young and I was at Harrow and things like that, is you don't really learn how to speak to people because you're only around a certain thing. So when you meet people who come from totally different backgrounds and you see how similar we all are, I find it really reassuring. So I don't have to pretend. I just walk down the road and people are so nice in this country, I really love it, that someone usually comes up and says hi and I get talking. I'm not great. I tell you where I'm not great is walking around and knocking on people's doors. I hated it when politicians did. Diana did it to me when I lived in London and she got short shrift. The door, she said, hello, I'm in. I said, I know who you are, Bush. And so I'm not
you wouldn't do that today. You wouldn't do that today, Lawrence. From the guy I'm talking to now, you would consider that, and I would consider that bloody rude, okay? Actually, you'd say, you've probably come to the wrong door, Diana. I wish you every success, but you're not for me. Do you see what I mean? I don't see the point. Okay, one final question before we go is I'd like you to talk through your Oxford University experience. Now, I as far as I know, it was an enormous success, right? I think you were pleased with it. I'm told that your audience was delighted with you. What is it? How did you find it, and what role did Mohammed play in it all?
Yes, I was sat there for a long time, and again, this is to your point about not being shouty. And there are so many things you can say about Islam, which are very horribly provocative and really unnecessary and hurtful to individual Muslims, because I really wanted to separate that out. So I was thinking to myself, what is the thing that I believe in the most, which is free expression and everyone's right to express themselves, criticize all gods or none. And what is the Islamic take on that? So I'd sat down and I'd written a couple of speeches and I wasn't happy with either of them. And I thought, just stick to this cartoon thing, because what will happen is you'll let the other side will do your work for you. We've seen horrible murder and slaughter committed on people who have shown the cartoon of Muhammad. There's currently a teacher from Batley Grammar School who is still in hiding for his life.
Yeah, shocking, beyond shocking.
And Kim Ledbetter, the Labour MP, says absolutely nothing about it. She talks a lot about online harm, but she doesn't talk about real life harm.
Correct.
And I thought, I'm going to make this point, and I'm going to set this envelope up, and I'm going to show this picture of cartoon of Muhammad. And then I spoke to my wife, and she said, "You do realise it doesn't really matter what's in the envelope, because it's the threat of showing the envelope which is going to cause the problems. In fact, you could have Mickey Mouse in the envelope, wouldn't make any difference." So, and also it probably means we could avoid another fatwa, which would be, let's face it, a good idea. So I got a cartoon of Jacob Rees-Mogg, and I put it in the envelope, and I wrote CH on the envelope, so they really thought I was going to pull out the Charlie Hebdo. And the other side did my work for me. I stood up, I did a bit of actuary waving it around and all that. And Arwa, the Muslim, lovely Muslim woman, and I tried to be gracious. That was the thing I wanted to be. I wanted to be very gracious, separate out individual Muslims from the ideas they follow. I do think you've got to really love human beings. That should be the beginning of everything we do. But you can attack their ideologies. And I stood up. Arwa said, "Isn't it enough that you've been invited by a Muslim woman to speak here to know that we do believe about free speech?" And I'm sitting there going, "Well, can I open the envelope then?" And then dear old Jacob Rees-Mogg stands up, and I'm thinking, "Oh, this is delightful. He's really going to do my work for me." So he stands up, JRM, who was sort of arguing the other side as a kind of, bluff piece for him to prove that he's very clever, which he is. And he stood up and said, "You're not allowed to use props." And there was a big kerfuffle, and they kept trying to shut me up. And in the end, I took out the cartoon of Jacob Rees-Mogg. But the atmosphere in the room, I cannot describe.
Tense.
And bearing in mind that there are fans who hate fascism, who keep shutting down debates. The room wasn't that full, but there was on the other side, there was a big thuggish gang of new converts to Islam, and they were beginning to rock forward in their chairs like they were going to get up. And my sort of former SAS guys were squeezing their chairs, and it was getting more and more tense. And I thought, this is making my point for me. Unless we can have this discussion, unless this proposal can be raised that Islam and the West is right to be suspicious of Islam, if we cannot have that discussion, then we are a Muslim nation because we've submitted. And I call me old-fashioned. I'm not going to submit to Islam because I'm not Muslim. But by all means, be a Muslim. But I don't think Islam is. I'm not Keir Starmer levels of how wonderful Islam is, what the great benefits Islam's brought to Britain. I'm not. I just don't believe that, and I think I'm entitled to hold that view, actually.
When you showed the cartoon of Jacob Rees-Mogg, could you feel the air coming out of the balloon?
Yeah. Oh boy, did the air come out of that balloon. It was a collective. I mean, my side knew I was going to do it. So I'd already told them, because I didn't want everyone getting tense. I wanted my side to know it was okay. So, the tension was very much released. It was strange to be with the other side there, which I thought was really sad, because there was a dinner before and meetings after. They were very, very, very hostile people.
What, Jacob Rees-Mogg was?
No, Rees-Mogg, not at all. But and actually Arwa, the president, she was really lovely. But the other two speakers, I can't remember his name, Andalusi, and I really don't remember the other guy's name. They were extremely hostile. It was like we were dirty to them. And I felt very sorry for them. When I walked out, I had them come up to me right in my face. I ended up getting right in someone's face, and it carried on as we went outside.
Seriously?
And I thought it was going to end in fisticuffs. Yeah, because I had someone coming up to me and going, "You're a racist, Islamophobic, racist." And I'm just like, stop this. staff. So there was a standoff outside with my security and a big bunch of skinhead white boys who call themselves Abdullah Al Fatah Al Centre Parksy or whatever.
Yeah,
You know,
astonishing stuff. Right, Lawrence, that was a great discussion. We should do it more regularly because yeah, it's Clacton now. You will have other thoughts, and I wish you every success. And when we do it again, we talk about wider politics again, as well as your own. I hope. Actually, the greatest thing would happen is if you got a good number as well. Because if you got a good number, Restore got a good number, Reform got a good number, it would be good fun. Because what we're seeing on the other side is very dangerous, I think. But I'm an old guy, and what I think doesn't really matter. But thank you very much indeed. Anyway, that's Lawrence Fox, who is leader of Reclaim Britain. Now, I didn't even know anything about Reclaim Britain, and I know a little bit about Lawrence Fox. That's a different Lawrence Fox, don't you think? Yeah, great. And that was made by him, by the way. It's not made by my questions. It's made by his responses. And obviously marriage has been helpful to him. And I enjoy that Lawrence Fox more than I enjoyed the other Lawrence Fox. Anyway, coming up right now is the news, and then we've got another hugely controversial politician heading our way later on. I don't think she's on for about another 20 minutes or so, but you've got to be here for Sophie Cockerand. And the reason you've got to be here for Sophie is because her own personal story has taken a rather surprising turn after the news.
Edward Hughes, Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born on Monday in Lisbon, Portugal. Mother and daughter are doing well, and the baby is yet to be named. A mega dinghy carrying 173 migrants caught fire and capsized in the English Channel yesterday. All were rescued by French and British crews and returned to France, with no fatalities. The Knob of the North says he has tightened the government's early release scheme for prisoners, excluding those convicted of rape, serious child sex offences and grooming. Around 5,000 inmates will still be freed over the coming months to ease overcrowding, starting in October, though some manslaughter cases remain eligible and victims' families have voiced strong criticism. Nice one, Nobby. Separately, the Treasury is planning extra borrowing of about £9 billion a year to fund housing, infrastructure and startups. Latest Tigers.
Yeah, hi there, Kelvin McKenzie. That was an interesting interview with Lawrence Fox, wasn't it? Came as a bigger surprise to me than it probably even did to you. I think if Lawrence acts like that, keeps his intellect and his energy more controlled, shall we say, I would think that he will find a bigger platform to run on. I certainly hope so. Anyway, I mean, most of the things he believes in, 99.9% of the country will believe in. So I can't imagine what the issue is. And you're right, he raises an issue about Islam. Islam is a perfectly reasonable point. And I am concerned, by the way, that the Islamophobia's definition is still coming our way. And when that happens, you will really see some tension in society, I think. All right, might please Islam. I have no idea why. They seem to have everything anyway. I think on the other side of the balance sheet, I think that would lead to a lot of problems. Anyway, we've got coming up right now, a lady, Rosie Shepherd. I saw her, I spoke with her last week. Her sister was murdered and was killed. And the killer may well be released. And this also is really centre stage at the moment. I saw a headline, I think, in the Daily Mail saying that 9,500 domestic abusers are going to be released. Imagine how all those families are feeling, kind of innocent women who are enormously worried about their abuser walking down the same high street as them, being in the same supermarket as them, literally going almost to the same playground as them. It must be It must be enormously worrying. So I'd like to welcome Rosie. Good to see you again, Rosie.
Hello, good to see you again.
Okay, fine. Now, you've been following the debate, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Have you had any success going through your political circles in trying to get some kind of explanation of why they're doing it, or whether there's any chance of somebody in your prominent position able to stop it?
No, I've had still no response about our personal case.
Well, that was from the Ministry of Justice. Yeah.
No, so I got a generic letter yesterday morning. And it was just the same as what the Prime Minister had outlined. It was word for word the same. It was none of my and my family's questions answered. So my local MP has written back and said this isn't good enough. None of the family's questions are being answered as to why he is eligible. And the Justice Secretary has had my sister's case put to him, and he has agreed live on radio yesterday morning. He agreed to meet with me. So his team now has my details to contact me to discuss this whenever.
That's a step forward. Perhaps, Rosie, we've got quite a few new viewers come in. Perhaps you'd like to explain what happened to your sister.
So she was walking home from work and Malcolm Waite hit her and she died instantly. He didn't stop at the scene. He then crashed further up into a sign. He refused a breathalyzer. He swore at the police that were trying to arrest him. And when he eventually was breathalyzed, he was 4.5 times over the limit with alcohol. He had alcohol in his car, in the footwell. The police said he was the drunkest driver they'd ever arrested. And still, he only got 8 years.
It's astonishing that. So as things stand, when do you think, under this third rule, which I didn't really realise, that there's actually been a total change this is my ignorance, total change in sentencing policy in this country, is that anybody who doesn't fall into this area of rapists and sex assault, people responsible for sex assaults, is only going to do a third. So he's going to be out in 2.5 years or something, is he?
Yeah, well, he's served 4 so far, and he's due to serve another year. So he was under the old legislation, he was supposed to serve 2/3 of his sentence.
Yeah.
So he was supposed to be out in December 2027 was his earliest release. And obviously under the new sentencing, they're now saying he could be released in October.
Dear, oh dear. Can I ask you this? How far, does he live locally to you? Is it the idea of bumping into somebody in the post office or down the supermarket, that must it'd be hard not to reach out to them in some rather physical way, wouldn't it?
I think a lot of some of my family members have, more rage due to their grief. My children know what he looks like, so my children could be with their friends and out and see him, and that terrifies me because, I wouldn't know what my kids would feel at the time. We just want some clarity around his release, if he's going to be released, as to if we can have an exclusion zone to stop him coming back
That's a good idea.
into this county, which is what we would really like. So as victims, we want to be listened to and we want to be part of the conversation around his release. If it's going, but because it's happening so soon, I don't feel we're going to get that opportunity. I think that's what we're worried about.
I like the expression that you used just then, listen to. Do you get the impression that politicians, I certainly think from that Ministry of Justice letter, I would have felt like that. Do you get the impression that they either disregard your views or actually worse than that, kind of look like that about them? Do you know, that you will be something. I mean, I like the idea of the Secretary of State for Justice saying that he'll come and see you. I don't disregard that. But I kind of get the feeling that both you and I know what he will say to you, because I think he's already said it before, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've just said we want to be listened to, and that's because we are not being listened to. And I mean, we're just a small family. We don't have. It wasn't a big national news. So we don't have the same leverage. And I'm not a politician. I don't really know anything. I'm just a dental nurse. And a mother.
Can I be honest? Can I be honest with you? Honestly, I think that what people see is authenticity. What they're not seeing is they're not seeing a politician saying something to get through the next 5 minutes of an interview. They're listening to somebody who is going through a nightmare, which will always be with you. For the politician, their careers may be with them and they're gone, right? They don't care. I'm not saying they don't care. They care for the moment, but they care for their actual careers. Whereas for you and your family, your mother, for instance, I remember your mother last time we were talking, you talked about her. And in fact, I think actually your sister was on her way to see her mother with a bunch of flowers, if I remember correctly.
Yes, right? Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So this is the authentic voice of pain. So I'm not sure they understand that. So when he says something to you, perfectly good intellectual point, which is we don't have any room for these people. Surely we can make room on a one-for-one basis. Can't we say that guy should not come out? For instance, let's talk about PC Harper, right? It's painful for your own family. PC Andrew Harper, the Chief Constable, everybody outside the Justice Secretary and the Prime Minister say one thing, that guy should not come out. Can't they just say, in the same with this drunken pig who killed your sister, you're not coming out? Why don't they just say that?
Yeah, that would just be, yeah. They're not going to say that, but I think
you don't think they will. They wouldn't say that to you.
No, not to me. No, I think what I'm trying to achieve now is just to make sure that our views are heard around his release, because as much as I am petitioning and I'm trying to stop his release, I don't think I'm going to make a difference. Right. They've made the decision for which prisoners they're going to release, and I think it's probably very difficult to reverse that.
Okay, well that's very good. It's great to talk to you, Rosie. We will talk again. I did say last time we would talk again. You'd always be welcome. Anytime you want to come on, you don't have to have an official invite. You just come on, speak to Charlotte and say, I've got something to say, and you'd always be welcome on here. Right? We've always got airtime for you, Rosie.
Thank you very
and for
much.
Your family.
I really appreciate that.
And much love to your mother. Much love to
Thank
your
you. All right. Thank you.
You could literally drop a tear for every single victim's family who are facing this kind of quandary. They kind of understand the political force means that their views get swept away, but at the same time, they want to have their voice listened to. I hope that the Justice Secretary, who I'm told is not much good, by the way, and it's basically a placeman. Mind you, they've got a history of not much good in justice, haven't they? They had Lammy before. Oh my God. I see even Burnham has scrapped the idea of no juries. Thank God for that. Okay, now, important story. It was on the front page of the Times yesterday, and in which an expert said, and there seems to be a lot of experts around in the health world at the moment, the expert said that the autism analysis is such that actually we could all have autism. You know what? I'm sure we've all got ADHD. Anybody who's a journalist has got ADHD because their mind is always flipping around everywhere. Now, we have somebody who knows whether that analysis is correct is Dr. Dean Eggett. He's an NHS GP and a fellow of the Royal College of General Practitioners. Good morning, Doctor.
Hi, Kelvin. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So I sat on the train yesterday on the way to this mammoth television empire, and I started filling in one of those forms, online forms. There is no way that I am suffering from autism, right? The questions were quite clear. My answers, which were, by the way, the answers were always given in emojis. There were like 78 questions. Honestly, because I've got ADHD, I literally did about 9. No, I'm joking there, but and I didn't feel that was true. Do you believe that the general analysis of either depression, anxiety, ADHD, autism means that many of us actually could be diagnosed as such and therefore claim benefits?
There's clearly a problem with how we're classifying autism and ADHD at the moment. The reason why I say that is because it's classed as a disorder, an illness. And by definition, it can't be a disorder and an illness if the majority of the population have it, because that would then be classed as normal. So there's a problem that we have then is having to identify who does have autism, who does have ADHD, and who doesn't. Now, I firmly believe that these diagnoses exist, and some people do debate that too. Is autism a real thing? Is ADHD a real thing? Now, I want to make it categorically clear. These are real things. The issue we have at the moment is identifying who have it, who don't have it, and also categorizing it. Because comparing, you might have autism and you might have features of autism that do impact upon your life and is very severe for you, but you can still live your life with support. And that clearly is not the same as an individual who does not manage to be able to speak on time, does not manage to be able to walk on time, does not manage to be able to interact with other people in any normal way and never really fits into normal society. Now, at the moment, both of these are called autism, but they're clearly not the same spectrum degree of illness. So the big debate, I suppose, really is, do we still continue to call these autism, or do we say that these are differences from the normal of society and give it a different name and rate it in a different way so that we can understand the difference between these illnesses?
I see you are in your clinic today. I presume it is, and it's not a TV set or something, right? In your time, how long have you been a GP?
Since 2010, started training in 2007.
Okay, fine. So here we are. You're enormously experienced. Have you noticed a flood of younger people coming, seeking, saying, or parents bringing their kids in, saying, I think my little Jimmy's got autism, or my little Janie has definitely got ADHD or depression or anxiety? Have you seen a complete change in the makeup of the patients that you're likely to see in any given week?
Yes, absolutely. And you don't need to be a healthcare professional to recognize that. I think everyone is talking about how everyone is self-diagnosing with autism and ADHD, and we're seeing much more commonly. And like I said, the question is whether or not these all have the same disorder. Now, I'm just going to give you a couple of statistics to give that some relevance, if that's okay.
Okay,
if we were to look back to the 1960s and say, well, how frequently do people have autism? You'd expect it to be somewhere around 1 in... My apologies, I'm just looking at the data. It's about 4 in 10,000 people you'd expect to have autism back in the 1960s. So in theory, it's an extraordinarily rare condition. And I'll come to context of that in a moment or two. And nowadays, actually, the statistic is 1 in 57 people would be classed as having autism. So
incredible.
These numbers aren't even close. So it's very easy that in your circle of people, you would know somebody who is autistic now, whereas back in the 60s, it would be very difficult for you to find somebody who's autistic. And it might actually be somebody who's autistic in your town or village. Now, the difference for that is not necessarily about the existence of autism. It's not necessarily about actually how many people even have autism. It's about how easily we recognize this disorder, that we're communicating with each other's more, people are becoming more interested and understand it, and therefore we can recognize it better. So it's not that autism is suddenly much more frequent. It's that we didn't necessarily recognize it to the way that we did in the past. But actually, I think we've gone a little bit too far in saying the number of people that have autism, is it still actually autism, or do we need to give it a different name? You know, these individuals who have it are different in society. They communicate in different ways, they think in different ways, they interact in different ways. But we can't compare that to the individual who never met talking milestones.
Yeah, but so okay. Can I just interrupt there, Doctor? I'll ask you this: there will be many people who think that actually the whole thing has turned into a racket, where what really is going on is that the medical world, people like yourself, are being used as a battering ram for people who are trying to get benefits to which. Previously, they're not entitled to, and that we are actually funding. Bizarrely, the taxpayer is funding this a deceit, an expensive deceit, which we can't carry on using. I'm not saying things don't exist. I'm not saying in my own family, I have special needs, right? So I'm not some kind of idiot out there thinking everybody's fine. But it looks, when you look at the numbers, the kind of numbers that you've taken, 4 in 10,000 turned out to be 1 in 57. Honestly, somebody is going to have to fund that. Do you find sometimes you're looking at a patient thinking, honestly, please don't do this. It's not, for instance, it's not even fair. It's not fair on you. It's not fair on you.
Yeah, I suppose the point that you're making is about the support that people have access to and what they need. And I understand the challenge here, because just because you have autism that doesn't present in childhood where you can't speak doesn't mean to say you don't need help. But what we have is a system that doesn't have differentiated levels of how we can support you.
Right.
The system hasn't changed with the diagnosis. So in the 1960s, one person in your village would have autism and therefore they'd be allowed support. Because we recognise it more, it's easier to spot and people can describe it better. The numbers have gone up, but the change of how you give support hasn't changed with it. And that to me is the issue. So people will come to me and say, look, I need this form signing because I need to claim a sickness benefit because I'm autistic. And the type of autism that they may have, they may be very well educated. They've gone through school, they've gone through college, they've gone through university, and they may actually have an above average intelligence with incredible qualifications. But the system can only support them in the way of saying, well, here's your income support. Here's the financial support that we give to that title. And it's not the problem of the title, it's the problem of the support that is allocated.
Well, what do they get at the moment, Doctor? I mean, for instance, I come in there, you say, yep, you've passed the test. I don't know whether it's like an exam. You passed the test, you have got autism. This is what we can do for you. There's not a lot that can be done for them. I mean, and by the way, on the expression on the spectrum was a considered part of everyday discussion, right? Nobody thought badly of it. Somebody would say, oh, have you seen Tom's boy? I think he's on the spectrum, right? But there's nothing wrong with that. You'd be on the spectrum of almost anything, right? And so you decide, yeah, I've got autism. Are there tablets you take for it, or do you have to read special books, or what do you have to do for it?
And therein lies the challenge. Quite frankly, we don't understand autism that well. It's not as though there's a blood test to find out if you've got it. There's no scan that I can do. It's essentially a trained, educated individual who helps go through a questionnaire, understands your life in a great level of detail, and talks to your family members and says, well, actually, do you or do you not have this social challenge, and therefore do you have autism? Once given that diagnosis, actually many patients feel absolutely abandoned and failed by the NHS and health services because there is no pill. There's no piece of paper I can give you that says this is now going to help you. There's no tablet that's going to help you. There's no surgery that's going to help you. So the sort of support that you get is to speak to somebody who may or may not understand your condition and then signposted to financial support and support at work. And that's pretty much it, unless you have a level of autism where you cannot function at all in society. And even if you cannot function at all in society, the level of support that you're going to get is exactly the same as the person who has a degree and the title of autism too. So there isn't really a massive differentiation in how we help you and support you. And that to me is
that is true. That is true, because actually, if you took it in the financial sense, and I recognise that obviously you don't want to get involved in that, but you would almost certainly get the same PIP payment or very similar PIP payment if you were fine and going to work, right? On the other side, if you were actually, that's not quite true, because I think you could probably pick up 194 a week or something like that, and you get 83 on the other thing. But the money is great. Look, I'm very sorry, we've got to go now. That was very interesting, that man. But why don't you just do what I did, which was on the train, actually fill in that form? Because once you fill in that form, if you're saying yes to those things, you are definitely autistic. And my bet is that when you fill that form in, they come to you and they say, I filled it in. You then say, oh, you did you? Actually, you're looking strangely out the window at the same time. You must have autism. Here, by the way, claim your PIP money. I know it sounds very unfair, all that. But anyway, thank you very much indeed, Doctor. It's good to have somebody with some brains coming on rather than the tabloid gobshite this end. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Speak again. Right, hi. We're off to the news, and then we're going to a really dramatic form of political bombshell, which never seems far away from my next guest.
Morning, I'm Edward Hughes. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have welcomed their third child, a baby girl born on Monday in Lisbon, Portugal. Mother and daughter are doing well, and the baby is yet to be named. A mega dinghy carrying 173 migrants caught fire and capsized in the English Channel yesterday. All were rescued by French and British crews and returned to France, with no fatalities. The Knob of the North says he has tightened the government's early release scheme for prisoners, excluding those convicted of rape, serious child sex offences and grooming. Around 5,000 inmates will still be freed over the coming months to ease overcrowding, starting in October, though some manslaughter cases remain eligible and victims' families have voiced strong criticism. Nice one, Nobby. Separately, the Treasury is planning extra borrowing of about £9 billion a year to fund housing, infrastructure and startups. Latest Tigers.
Yeah, hi there. Always interesting. So that autism debate, the numbers have simply gone off the dial. I mean, it is unbelievable. It is true that women have previously not thought to suffer from autism, right? Really. And now it's discovered that they're enormously clever. They hide it. And so there's a whole load of, an entire sex has now come into the numbers. But honestly, I would think if you took the money out, my suspicion is that the numbers would collapse. Now, call me old-fashioned, but let's just check that. Now, I'm joined now by somebody I always like having here, mainly because despite the fact she's only 7, she's got a huge kind of political brain. And it's Sophie Corcoran. How are you, Sophie?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, what is aggravating you right now?
So I think the biggest thing that's aggravating me right now is that Jason Arde case from Cambridge, because we've had this discussion before, Kelvin, about how, do you remember I told you about my sister who got rejected from Oxford with 3 stars and someone got in, a black person got in on ABB. This is exactly what happens when you do that. There are people like him. And I've always wondered, when I've obviously taken this court case out, I've made it my life's mission to fight against DEI. And a lot of people come to me, oh, you're racist. I've had a lot of consequences for doing this court case. And I always wonder to myself, why are people...
Would you like to explain to viewers who aren't as up to date with what's happening as you are, what court case did you action?
So I am... taking the black interns, the CPS, which is a new development actually, we've added them into
What is the CPS? What's
the Crown Prosecution Service,
right.
And of course the Bar Council to court over their black-only internship schemes. So they're essentially schemes that say you can only apply for this massively advantageous internship that will give you a massive leg up if you want a legal career, if you're black.
Right.
And
when was that brought in?
That was, I think it was last November, so that's when we began our case. Obviously, they take a rather long time. We went through the ACAS process and now going towards an employment tribunal. And I'm suing them for discrimination against white people, as I rightly should, because in no other job, well, actually, we've got many other jobs, but you would never have a job where you say you can only apply for this job if you're white. So therefore, I will not accept in any way, shape or form a job that says you can only apply for it if you're black, because we get the circumstances that we find ourselves in here. And I've always wondered, how are people defending this? Because it's fundamentally racist and it's fundamentally wrong. And now we've got this case, and I realise actually why people defend this, because it's people like him that will defend this so robustly. And the reason why is because these people are absolute frauds to the very core. And their chances...
What, you're saying that the professor is a fraud?
A lot of these people that are defending DEI...
No, I'd have to draw the line.
Are chancers.
No, let me just stop you
there.
Let me just stop you there. We don't know he's a fraud. We do know he's made claims which have turned out to be untrue.
Yeah. And
Cambridge themselves... By the way,
they would never get into this place where they were if they didn't go through this absolute cheating scandal that is DEI. These people have cheated their way through life on the back of people that belong to be there.
Let's try and calm down. The truth about...
You don't believe that these people have cheated?
No. I recognise that and he now does himself. He's made up a whole load of stuff, right?
Well, quite.
Right. I totally agree. It's wrong. But we have a process to go through, right? And as you well know, with processes, they can be quite difficult. So I'm not trying to be a liberal. Am I a liberal? Am I trying to avoid trouble? No, I am not. But I am saying to you, we want to try and calm down the language as we move through the argument.
What,
okay?
You don't think
so
these
we're
people
saying
have
this
cheated their way
case.
Through life?
Pardon?
You don't think these people have cheated their way through life? I absolutely believe they have.
Right.
Because
you may believe in it. You may believe in it, but we could get ourselves into trouble if it turned out to be not true, right? So let's just try.
He is of the high standards to get into Cambridge that somebody else would get in there, or is there another reason that he's in there, which is DEI, of which these people use and abuse in order to get into positions that they don't deserve?
Right. So look, I've been through this before. He says that he ran 600 miles in 6 days.
That's not true.
He says he raised 5.5 million. He now says he didn't. He said he was a visiting professor at Ohio University. He wasn't. He said he was a visiting professor in Glasgow somewhere. He wasn't, right? The whole chunk of his PhD is word for word that somebody else had put together.
Quite.
Right.
So
These are shocking things. These are shocking things, and he has to stand up. And even worse now is that story where a journalist from the Times Educational Supplement, it was my rant this morning, puts the questions to him, and eventually the police investigate the journalist for harassment and then call him up and say, do you know this? You said, you must stop sending the questions because it's causing Professor Arday some kind of mental instability. It's a disgrace. But I'd just rather we actually dealt with the facts rather than making the generic. Sophie, I'm a big fan of yours. I just want it to be quieter, if we could possibly do that. Because I'm concerned. I'm here, you know, on both. I have to butter my toast both sides. I know it's painful. Okay, so your suggestion is that there are black academics.
Yes.
Not just Professor Arday.
Not even just in academics, in every single institution in public life, in every single industry in public life. You know, this DEI thing has infected everything. You know, it's not just academia. Look at my case in the Bar Council. It's very realistic that you're going to end up with people like that.
How many people? How many black members have got blacks have got into the and browns, I presume, right? Have gone into the legal world under this scheme so far?
Probably quite a significant amount, because this
100?
institution is called the 10,000 Black Interns, and they have just placed their 10,000th Black intern. So that is a lot of people.
Yeah.
And opportunities in the legal field for training contracts and internships are very, very scarce. They're very, very competitive.
Yeah, correct.
So people are getting in on what I think is almost a cheating way of the course. They don't have to compete with half of the population. You know, it's an easy way
Can I ask you this? Right, so you've gone down the ACAS route, which is normally a complete waste of time.
Yeah.
But
I think you have to go through that process.
Okay, so where are you going now?
To an employment tribunal.
Right, so both sides will appeal that, right?
Yes.
Whatever the verdict is.
Yeah.
where does that go? Does it go to the Court of Appeal or Employment Tribunal 2, or what does happen to it?
I believe you can appeal it, but the reason why we're mostly doing this case is because we've got the ultimate solution is that I've written a private members bill with the KC to change parts of the law that I think may allow it to be legal.
Do you want to talk that through?
Yeah, so there's two parts of, there's two sort of segments in the Equalities Act that are essentially exemption clauses. So the Equality Act itself says you cannot discriminate X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
But these clauses are put in there to say, apart from in these circumstances. And some of those clauses are rightfully allowed. So, for example, in acting, if you're trying to cast Nelson Mandela, you're not going to want to cast a white person to play Nelson Mandela.
No, that's old thinking.
I suppose it is old thinking now, but those exemptions basically say, because otherwise you can turn around and say, well, he didn't cast me as Nelson Mandela because I'm white, this is racist. And that's in fact, you can't have a white Nelson Mandela.
Correct.
It destroys the story. So those clauses make common sense. The other clauses basically say that you can do this in circumstances of, positive action. So the difficulty we have with this case is what is positive action and does this count as positive action or not? My personal view is that it doesn't. Positive action are those when employers say, oh, we encourage applicants from all range of backgrounds to apply and potentially even help them with certain things like, some employers say if you've got a neurodivergence, we'll give you an interview just because you may not be able to see you too great for your CV. But either way, they're subjected to the same hiring process essentially as everyone else. But this is positive discrimination, which is saying you cannot apply for this job if you are white. And that's a completely different thing. In our view, that's a completely different thing.
Can I ask you this then? Why on earth would the legal world, above all worlds, insist on that line? Why do they think it's a good idea? They must have known that it was controversial, possibly illegal, and generally get the backs up, possibly of the legal world anyway, but certainly of anybody who was politically active.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm the first person to ever take a case like this to court, and I don't quite know how long, because this DI thing has been going on for quite a long time. Just no one's ever been brave enough to challenge it, because it's essentially framed as, oh, we're doing the right thing, we're helping disadvantaged people, we're widening opportunities. You can't widen opportunities by denying a whole racial group the chance to apply, first of all. And secondly, it's because it just seems to be untouchable for a long time until now. But it makes no sense at all. So we're taking this to court, and basically what will happen is either if we win, and we prove it is positive discrimination, is therefore already illegal, I will then go to every single company that does this and say, I will sue you as well. So you better stop it. And they probably will. It will set a good precedence, and they probably will stop it to avoid getting sued. The other thing is that we prove the law is in fact racist and that we change the law.
Fine. So, when does your case start?
So the employment tribunals have got a massive backlog, so I don't think it's until sort of later on next year.
Seriously?
Yeah. So I mean,
By which time, by the way, if there's 10,000 gone through already, right? It could be they might shovel through, and not shovel through, but they might push through another 2,000 or 3,000.
Yep, a whole another year group of young white people being denied opportunity. And this is the problem. We've let it go on for too long, and I can't really let it go on for much longer.
Well, the thing I don't understand about your maths on this, you said this started last November.
It was before this. This was when I saw the scheme, so that's when I put
actually, that's when you took action.
Sorry, yeah.
How long has it been going? It must have been going for about 5-6 years.
Yeah, for sure. And so the 10,000 black internships don't just do people in law. They do people in all facets of life. It's MI6 have done this, the BBC have done this. There's a whole list of institutions, both public and private.
What about UK Live?
No, of course. Otherwise, I don't think any of us would be here, would we? But there's a whole list of institutions that engage in this.
But the only issue I have about that, of course, what I'm saying is I'd love there to be an active, big, black, brown, big personality, kind of somebody... the Sophie of his community come on this station and have their own show. That would be fantastic. And the idea that there aren't natural conservatives or natural reform voters in those communities is for the birds. I mean, on the financial side, the cleverest people you're likely to meet in the UK right now are either Asian or Chinese, or Hong Kong Chinese. I mean, the genius of Hong Kong Chinese people. Although, having said that, I was in the Weybridge branch of Waitrose, something I don't
It
normally
sounds
do.
very posh, Captain.
It is posh. Too posh for me. I asked a Chinese guy who was doing some of the stacking, young fella, right, bright looking guy. I said to him, "Do you know where the Ribena is?" Now that is not the most the toughest question you're likely to face all day. He said to me, "I can't do the voice because if I do the voice,
It's getting cancelled so far.
I honestly." Well, I don't know why I shouldn't do the voice, but anyway, I'm not going to do the voice because if Sophie says I'm going to be cancelled, I can't imagine what the effect on me is going. Anyway, the guy says to me, "I don't know what Ribena is. I not only don't know where it is, I have never heard of Ribena."
How are you working
He was
in
stacking
Waitrose?
he was like 18, 20-year-old guy. He was stacking the shelves. Anyway, at the end of the day, I just went like that. I went around the corner, bumped into another lady, and I said, she said, no, it's he, actually. It was a he. He said, it's round over there, and took me around the corner. So I have no idea why I should say that. But look, my main point is UK Live would love to have somebody really out there, punchy, bang, boom, bang, wallop, That's who we want. If they're black, brown, Chinese, doesn't really matter. I won't give a damn.
Hey, you've got a ginger here. That's diverse.
Yeah, exactly.
We're like the bottom of the bottom, to be quite honest with you. So this is ultimate diversity here.
But so we don't want to be forced to do it. No. But honestly, and I'm saying this, if anybody's out there who's really got it and really pumping, and they're as mad as me, you want to get them to contact Pooch, because old Pooch is always looking for talent.
But we see
he's actually looking for his own talent most of the time.
DEI creates bad outcomes.
Yeah.
And we have to look at the fairness of the situation and the fact that, yes, he's in that position, but ultimately, if he wasn't in that position, somebody else would be. And that there is a more talented academic who could have got there on their own merit, their own hard work, their own experiences that are based in truth, that should be in that position.
How's DEI going in India, by the way, in Bangladesh?
They don't have it. And this is what
Burma.
I get. Working in hospitality, this is the one thing that I've really seen, is that there are a lot in the industry as a whole. If you go to, and I've seen a lot of it on sort of social media, and you can tell me in the comments if I'm right or if I'm wrong, but you go to a shop and there's barely any staff that speak English. And I think to myself, I know so many young people that are applying for job after job after job after job, and they're in school and they want to do whatever they want, who are getting rejected from these jobs because they don't have experience. Meanwhile, I know someone that worked in hospitality that walked into a job having been here 1 week, coming from India, been here 1 week, had never had a job in India because a lot of the women and stuff don't work in India, they don't need a job, so she'd never have a job in India, can barely speak English to a successful level.
Let me guess. The job, though, came from an Indian owner.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
And this is what happens.
So if you were running a shop and you gave it to a white person, is that it feels uncomfortable?
Yeah.
But it's not. It's you're allowed to do that.
Not really.
You don't think you are?
No, you should absolutely pick the people that are most reasonably qualified for the job. If you can't speak English, why on earth are you working in hospitality in this country?
Oh, so that lady couldn't speak English?
No, and you've never had a job before.
That is poor.
And we've got young people that have had jobs here or there, maybe had a paper round, maybe done this, who have got some sort of experience, who speak a reasonable level of English and who want opportunities, and this provides them the very first step to do that, who are getting rejected from job after job after job after job. And you go to a Popeyes somewhere and every single one of their workers is Asian and Indian, despite the fact that 0.2% of the local area is Indian, and you think, how on earth has this happened? And it's happening because of things like DEI. Nobody questions it when it comes to white people, but it's white people that are being cheated out of jobs that they rightfully deserve, and that's why we've got to stop it.
Well, that's a pretty compelling argument, that, Sophie.
I hope so.
Look, with your energy and with your political drive behind you, have you chosen to join any particular party, or are you going to remain a freelance in this area?
I'm quite remaining a freelance at the minute, as I just don't know what party has the best direction. I mean, I don't think it's really impossible to... I think politics in this country... There's two things about politics. Politics is very easy when you have principles. It is very, very, very difficult when you don't. And that's what's kind of happening in our politics at the moment. No one knows.
How do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Because if you know what you stand for, you know what you believe in, and you know the country that you want to create, it doesn't matter about any of the noise, any of the drama, any of the media circuses or anything like that, because you know that you're absolutely doing the right thing. We think of Margaret Thatcher. She was massively unpopular, but in the beginning, potentially more so. She had very similar early ratings to Liz Truss, to Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
And we've got this problem where immediately these politicians are extremely unpopular and they just can't ride it out.
Yeah.
And that's because they actually don't fundamentally believe in and are willing to defend the decisions that they've actually made. Margaret Thatcher was massively unpopular, but she lasted 13 years because she knew what she was doing was right for the country, no matter what anybody else said. And
Is that okay? Let me just raise a
thing.
question on that. I lived through those times. They were good times actually for the country, but very bad times actually for parts of the country which have never ever. They claim they've never they've never recovered. Liverpool and parts of the northwest and parts of the northeast. Down here in the south, because that money was generated by massive share sales in gas or BT or stuff like that, seem to be able to get through it a bit better. In today's world, with the online world and with phones, you could have a pretty big riot pretty quickly if you decided to stick to something which actually was shedding jobs, for instance.
Yeah.
Don't you think? Do you think that you're really comparing apples with apples?
I mean, look, you just have to look at the union protests, for example. I mean, some of those were just horrendously violent and massive. And yet she still survived because she knew what she believed in was right. And I think it's not difficult to, from my personal view, I think a party should stand for three things. And I think our politics should be dictated by three things. And that's quite simple. And it is family, freedom, and fairness. And I think fairness is the one that everybody else is getting wrong. Fairness is the one that I don't think a lot of politicians are getting right at the minute, because they believe fairness is giving every people what they want. I believe fairness is that if you're the best person for the job, you get the job no matter what. My personal view on fairness is that if you have a job, no matter if that job is working in a bank or cleaning toilets in a McDonald's, that you're going to be better off than somebody that doesn't. Yeah. But their view of fairness is that, people who don't work should be able to live as good as a life as somebody else. No, they shouldn't. They just shouldn't. Because that is not fundamentally fair. Their view of fairness is that...
that you fund somebody else so that if they don't go to work.
My entire argument on that is that young people are having to pay for somebody else to have free housing, mostly migrants, when we can't afford to move out of our parents' houses and we've got utterly no chance of doing so. We have to fund somebody with tennis elbow to get a free car or Motability when most of us are finding it impossible to even afford to learn how to drive. And the fact that we're having to go to work to pay an enormous amount of taxes to pay for somebody else to have a better standard of living than what we could ever dream of affording. And that is just fundamentally unfair. So I think that those three things, if you focus on family, putting your family first, the state shouldn't be governing young people. The state shouldn't be determining when young people go on their smartphones or what they do, or making sure that teachers are making sure your kids are brushing their teeth and all that. There is a job for family, and family should look after each other and your children, not just yourself, but young people should be looking after their parents. That's a big issue we have in social care, is that we're too easy as a generation to just throw our parents into care homes and this, that and the other. Whereas you don't see that in certain sections of community. They actually look after
the community
their
that you're talking about actually doesn't exist in the white community.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But in ethnic
fact,
communities, it does very well.
Does it?
So if you look at sort of Hindus, or even I lived in Peterborough for a long time, and there's very heavily Pakistani. Yeah. A lot of them all lived together, and they looked after their elderly relatives. They didn't have the massive expense of social care. So family is
I
really
also
important.
noticed the sons and mothers were a lot closer as well.
Yes.
Than you get in. I mean, fortunately for me, my mother lived near me, and my brother and I would go and see her literally as regularly as we could, which would be at least 3 or 4 times a week, right? And there was a bond there, which has, with her death, actually, still exists.
Yeah.
And if you all live in different places and you have no families or stuff like that, the relationship with mum seems to completely break down.
Yeah. So I think family is really important, and the way that we promote family as being the most important thing for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Freedom, of course, is the government should just get out of our lives and stay out of our lives. I mean, I'd quite like to create the Leave Me the F Alone party. Would be quite a nice party to create. And the other one, of course, is the most important thing where we're going wrong in almost everything is fairness. Because their definition of fairness is A, fundamentally wrong, and B, they don't care about it. And it would solve a lot of the problems we have in this country if we just went back to things being fair.
Okay, you look at our country. I am slightly hopeful. I'm probably in a party of one on this. I'm slightly hopeful that the economy is going to do better over the next year or so. Right, we got it. Obviously, we got to get Iran sorted. On the basis that at some stage that does get sorted, I could see our economy growing, because one of our main issues is that people, your generation, are not wealthy enough.
No.
They haven't got the freedom. They can't say to their parents, I've got to go. For instance, I have a relative. She's at home. She's 24, 25. I hate being at home. That's all she ever says. I'm meeting my friends tomorrow. We're going to take a 4-bedroom house, and 6 of us are going to live there, and all girls or whatever. And I'm at last breaking out.
Yeah.
But only by 6 of them getting together, really, and paying really for a 3 or 4-bedroom house are they ever going to be able to do this. That is not right.
No.
And that's because money hasn't been created, wealth hasn't been created, because we don't fundamentally believe in wealth creation. All I ever hear is some left-wing turd. And by the way, I take the Prime Minister into this as well. Somebody really trying to even up society. Society doesn't work like that,
no.
Right? Yeah, so there's some rich people. So what? There's some very rich people. Good,
yeah.
Right? Good. There are some poor people whom these very rich people are funding, right? They do. So I quite liked an article written by Jeremy Clarkson on Sunday, in which he said, I'd like the unemployed, right, as part of
this, yeah.
Right, the unemployed to be given at random the email of a working person, and that they every week write a note saying, "Dear whoever you are, thank you very much indeed for paying taxes from your work, from your pay, so that I don't have to go to work.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've taken your money and bought a very large telly." Right? your I thought that was a version of that there should be some gratefulness. It shouldn't just be we're taking that and we're giving that. And that is where there's somebody already said, I join Leave Me the F Alone party. So you've already well done, Sophie. You've only been here 20 minutes and you've already set up your own party.
You just stand against Binface. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't like Binface. I like it as a bit of fun, but I prefer your leave.
Oh, absolutely.
I used to like those other ones, the Up All Night Party and all those, some suggestion that there was some fun going on out there. That's another thing we need to talk about. When we talk about your age group, how old are you now, Sophie?
23.
23. I presume that despite your political views, you have friends.
Yes, many.
Okay, I'm sure you do.
They're all right-wing, though, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know.
They're all what?
They're all right-wing, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know.
Well, I am absolutely delighted. Bring them all in one day. Perhaps we'll have the leave Me an effing loan party, right? annual meeting. Do you think that when you get together and you're talking about fun stuff, what is fun stuff for 23-year-olds now? Is it still going clubbing? Is it taking drugs? We might as well get down to the rub on all this. The idea, it's always that woman at number 18, she's the one that does it. Oh, really? Right. I used to think that about my own family, by the way. Mine don't do it. Anyway, so drugs, party, when they're having fun, what do they consider fun? What is fun for a 23-year-old?
Sadly, for my age now, I think fun is going to Tesco. I love going to Big Tesco. Like, have you ever been on a shop to Big Tesco? Oh, it's such a good experience. And like B&M, Home Bargains. Oh, I love going to B&M.
I knew about B&M.
Do you know what I mean? It's just such a day out to go to B&M.
Okay, when I die, I want to put my clogs in Costco.
Oh, Oh, I love Costco. Oh, I love Costco.
Costco.
My mum wanted to go to Costco this week, and I said, Mum, but I don't have a Costco membership. I said, Mum, please, can I come with you?
Yeah.
I was begging her to let me go to Costco because I just love the hot dogs.
Well, there is the hot dog.
Yeah.
Now,
that is the one thing that I'm so proud of our country is
Yeah.
that we have £1.50 hot dogs from Costco.
Well, I honestly,
good.
and okay, so there's two things. I love walking around it. Do you know what? I could buy most of that shop. Okay.
Yeah.
I get given a list. I have
Random
my own
Christmas
list.
tree.
What about? Have you seen the size of the marmalade? The
Yeah,
marmalade you can buy there. Right.
Costco.
My advice to you guys is become a commercial member at Costco's. I absolutely sure it doesn't save you one single penny.
No, but it's a great day out.
It's a great day out, and you will also get and by the way, another one there, Simon Kilford come on, fantastic hot dogs. Honestly, we're doing more. By the way, if Costco would just like to see me right there, that would be nice. Costco are the greatest. There is nobody I know.
I love Costco.
Do you know? Right. Do you know what? Well done.
I have a Costco right near me too.
Where? Oh, do you?
Yeah, I live in Thurrock in Essex, so we have a massive big Costco.
Yeah.
It's right next to a fat off B&Q. Mint day out. Best day out ever.
B&M.
And IKEA's round the corner. You could spend the whole day
I'm not
there.
going to IKEA. I'm not having anything Scandinavian. I'm not. Sophie, great to talk to you. Good luck with your battle.
Thank
You'll
you.
be probably back next week, so I look forward to seeing you then.
Exactly.
Okay, good luck with. Honestly, you're too bright. You're too bright for me. Right. Well, that was great, wasn't it, Sophie? She's great. By the way, she's been a bloody good guest today. Honestly, the fact that we don't pay anybody has improved the quality of the guest, because if you go on something like Sky or something, they want to give you 75 quid. The last time I was on the BBC, there was such a huge row that I got slung off it again. Anyway, super chat there. Quick tenner from Simon. I love Simon. Simon Kilford. That is so good of you, Simon. So good of you. You don't have to do it, but if you could do it more regularly, that'd be great. Right, coming up now, we've got Sean Walsh coming on. He's the writer. He's associate editor of Country Squires magazine. Hello, Sean. Do you know what?
How you doing, Kelvin? Why did you have to tell everyone we don't get paid? I've been blagging it. Like Jason Hardy.
Well, hold on a second. You don't get paid. I don't get paid. Don't worry about that.
You don't need it. You don't need the money, do you?
I go through periods. Okay, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Right. Sometimes I'm doing okay, and then sometimes it's not so good. Right. Now, I am told here on this here, I don't know about this, right, is that you've written a piece, Truth, Not Credentials, Sociology, Ardé, and the Fraud Nobody Spotted. Now, Sophie has raised a bit of this. I've raised a bit of this. It's become serious, hasn't it? With Scotland Yard now basically telling a journalist a journalist who never caused a slighter problem in the whole of his life. It must be a very quiet life, right? Telling him that if you ask him don't ask him any more questions because it damages his mental health. Honestly, Sean, tell me, what are we to do about that?
Okay, I'll probably follow the structure of the article if that's all right, and then
go on. You do that. You do that. That's fine.
I wrote that article. It was published yesterday morning when the full extent of the malfeasance of Cambridge University and the police and everyone else hadn't become quite as obvious as it is now. And one of the things I said at the start of the piece was to say, can we give Cambridge cut them a bit of slack, because after all, it's not the worst thing they've ever given us, because they gave us the spy ring in the 1930s, which nearly handed the whole country over to Joel Stalin. Now things have got. But the main point of the paper, the article, I did check with Charlotte it was okay to use the word bullshit.
Yeah, good.
Many years ago, before I decided to become an alcoholic and blew up my whole academic career, I taught philosophy. And there was a philosopher called Harry Frankfurt who wrote a little book called On Bullshit, which is a fantastic book. And in that book, he distinguishes between two types of dishonesty, lying versus faking. And he argues that faking is worse because the person who fakes has no conception of truth and will just say whatever they want to say in the moment to make themselves feel better or to get their own way. What we're dealing with in the Ardé affair is slightly more serious than the ramifications for Cambridge University, and I'll explain why. You're dealing with the real scandal. There is no scandal that Jason Ardé became a professor of sociology at the University of Cambridge, because that's exactly where he ought to be. Because you got Ardy, who is a complete faker, and you've got the discipline of social studies, the social sciences, sociology, anything with the word studies in, which are all fake academic disciplines. So it's entirely right that he should have got the job as a professor of sociology. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with those ways of thinking and those fake disciplines, which have infected the whole of the culture. You even see it now. These are academic disciplines which are not concerned with truth. They are concerned with compelling people to think in certain ways that have nothing to do with truth. They pretend to be science, but they're just jargon-based. And they've largely got their own way in the last 30 or 40 years. They've taken over the academy, and they've taken over all the other structures of the state, basically. So that's the real problem here. It's not that Jason Ardy is not a one-off. Jason Ardy is an avatar for ways of thinking which have infected the whole of the culture. And sociology, I'm afraid, is exemplary in regard of bad ways of thinking. So that's kind of what I was saying in the article.
Right, it's an interesting argument. So you're now Gruppenführer at Cambridge, who are causing themselves, I think, a lot of damage, actually, to be honest, by refusing to do something quite natural, which is to say, look, mate, we don't know about all this, but a lot of it looks very dodgy to us. I'd like you to stand aside for a while. You announce your own stepping down and whatever. But so what does sociology do? Look, I didn't realize you had an academic background, but what does it actually do? So if I'm a student and I'm a sociology student, what am I going to learn?
You are going to learn how to replace the normal language of human interaction with an allegedly scientific jargon. It's a pseudoscience. It's a way of looking at the society in general and culture as if from the perspective of a specific science, but it's not falsifiable. It's not interested in truth. Look at the way they've reacted to this scandal, the relevant people, the sociologists and the other academics. A scientist would say, okay, how does science work, Kelvin? It works like this. You make a mistake, you accept the mistake, you adjust your theory to take account of the mistake. What are these people doing when they've been rumbled about the Vardy thing, or whatever his name is? They're doubling down, they're refusing to admit a mistake, and they're reaching for the normal categories of race, identity, autism now, and that's not science. That's not so. The brief answer to your question, what will you learn from sociology, is nothing worthwhile, but you will learn how to look at the way society is set up and be skeptical about everything and want to change everything.
So, okay, and when you say, so I'm a student at the end of 3 years of listening to probably quite interesting debates about ethereal matters, right? Is any of it actually science-based or numbers-based, or is it a thought process which you either accept or you don't?
I'm being very broad brush because of the time constraints. So people, and I've had some pushback on the article for people saying I've been too general, and I'm afraid I have been. There are some decent sociologists out there. Certainly when the discipline was formed by people like Max Weber, it had interesting things to say. Specifically with regard to science, the two most interesting philosophers of science of the last 100 years were a mad Austrian called Paul Feyerabend and a guy called Thomas Kuhn. And they were basically sociologists, stroke philosophers. Sociology used to kind of interact with other disciplines in critical and interesting ways. It doesn't. It's free floating now, and it's just basically a way of getting people to think in certain ways, which are always left-wing. If I can put it like this, it's left-wing activism masquerading as scholarship.
Good line there. Right. So I've done my 3 years. I've got a 2-1. Yeah, I've got a 2-1.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got my 2-1, right? Okay. In fact, I got my 2-1 when I walked in through the door, but I've got my 2-1.
By repeating but it's kind of like it's like the casting of spells. It's like secular magic, these disciplines. You learn to say certain words, to say them in the right kind of order and at the right kind of time, and providing you can operate within that kind of semantic context all the time, you will do well. Kelvin, you might even get a first. You might even get a first in it because you're a bright guy, you know how.
I'll take that. I've got a first,
Yeah.
and then I
It's
throw
given to-
myself on the job market.
Yeah.
Who hires
Well,
me and why?
Probably other universities, or the civil service, or now the college of. You could go straight in as a superintendent now in the police force with a decent degree in sociology because you're thinking about things in exactly the right way. Now, I sound flippant, but it's very serious because that's what happened with Paul Henry Novak. Is that kind of way of thinking has bled out into the wider culture, and it's
Right,
having
that's a good point.
consequences for all of us. So this Arde thing is serious, yeah, but it's not. It's deeper than it appears because it is symptomatic of a culture and certainly in academia that has gone wrong and has consequences for all of us.
Okay, so if we take the argument on now, sociology is not as popular as it was in kind of the 70s or the 80s or whatever. So courses go in and out of fashion.
Yeah.
There's going to be less of that kind of stuff and more about how to break rocks and build houses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Will that make students more hireable? And will people who in their 50s now, who've got sociology degrees, be working out whether they're going to enjoy driving a Waitrose van? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do see what you mean. Certainly they would be more hireable. The problem is they will still be interacting with a state which is inherited these ways of thinking.
I
You know,
see. So
a lot of the identity stuff that we have to deal with now, the transgender. I think of sociology as being like the kind of academic. There's a kind of metaphor here. It's like the academic equivalent of transsexualism or the transgender stuff. It's like just as men try to pretend to be women, sociology is trying to pretend to be an academic discipline, and no one has actually grabbed it by the throat and said, "You're not. Grow up and start thinking properly."
If I went to in any of the major universities, what percentage of their courses would today be sociology? I totally accept your argument that the academics themselves may have well come through the sociology route, but you know the universities aren't daft. They've got to bring people in a different way than they did even perhaps a year ago. So would it be 5% of the courses?
Which is why my argument isn't with the institutions necessarily; it's with the subjects and the people who promulgate the subjects. But you've not just got sociology; you've got anything with studies in the title. So you've got women's studies, you've got media studies, you've got gender studies. Media studies, that might be a bit harsh.
I think you're right. No, you're right about that. Nobody needs to do media studies. Honestly, media is a job anybody can do at 18, and they get trained up properly. When they come out at 21, they'll have no debt, and they will have 3 years experience, and they'll stand a very good chance of getting a decent pay rise, which is what they didn't do in the 3 years before, because that was called virtually an apprenticeship. Let me answer your question. We're going back to that.
Yeah, let me answer your question in a slightly negative way. Then it's something I say in the article. Can you imagine if, on the basis of his previous career playing baseball alongside Babe Ruth or playing with the Beatles or whatever else it says on his CV, he managed to blag his way, this guy, into the maths department, right? He's blanked his way into the maths department.
Yeah.
Now, he'd last, 5 minutes, because it's a serious discipline before he got booted out. Or if he did happen to start writing papers in mathematics that contradicted previous proofs of Fermat's theorem or stuff on quantum mechanics or whatever, if he didn't, his CV wouldn't matter. The fact that he'd faked it wouldn't matter, because that's a serious discipline. But the real scandal here is that there are so many fake disciplines in our academic institutions which are releasing graduates into positions of not necessarily prominence, but of influence at local government level. All your special advisors have studied the same thing at Oxford, which is just as bad for this. So they are affecting everything, and it's habits of thought. It's habits of thought which are ordered not to truth but to power. These people are power seekers, and it's predicated on a familiar leftist playbook. Wasn't always the case when the discipline was founded, but like all the other institutions, it's been taken over by people who are acting in bad faith. And I think here's one way that the sociologists could, or a clever sociologist could rescue the situation yet. There must be an interesting sociological paper available to be written on how it is that all these people were taken in by this guy. And that
there is a simple answer to that. So Cambridge refused to have an investigation of any kind. In fact, come out all guns blazing. I mean, they look bloody fools. Very devaluing for Cambridge, by the way. There's one answer. You don't need to be a genius. That guy's a white guy. Boom, he's gone. Okay.
There is that. Yeah, there's no denying the DEI side to that.
And the DEI plays a big role in this. Cambridge want to be seen on the right side of that argument. They say we're going to use Burnham's favourite expression. I'm going to expend a lot of political capital on this, right?
But Kelvin, the whole DEI stuff is traceable back to these courses from 30, 40 years ago. These habits of thinking, that's where DEI came from. Okay, we imported a lot of it as well, but it's just these ways of thinking that are bad and are not ordered in the direction of truth, but in the direction of activism.
Right. Sean, thank you very much indeed. Every time you write something, just call up Charlotte and say, I've got something to say, and then we can start a decent debate. I love talking to you, man. Very good to see you.
Oh, cheers, Kelvin. Thanks a lot.
Cheers,
thanks for having me, man. All right.
Cheers, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so that actually wraps up a very quick couple of hours and a very interesting, the most interesting, look, Sean's interesting because he comes at things from a very kind of academic matter. I thought Sophie Cochrane was interesting. I mean, there's stuffs about her which make her a fascinating, driven individual. Dr. Dean Eggett, right? He's unused to the TV and all the rest of it, but he made his point. You know, in the 60s, it was 4 in 10,000 had autism. Today, it's 1 in 57. It's a racket, and it's being driven by the PIP payment, okay? You can make some pretty good money, certainly more money than by claiming that you haven't got autism, that's for sure. Rosie Shepherd, I thought Rosie always makes a good point. Very determined. She's fighting for her sister. Her sister was killed by a drunken oaf who drove his car and then drove it on. He got 8 years, and with a bit of luck, he'll be kept in longer than she thinks, and thanks to her. And then we come to Lawrence Fox, and the interesting thing about Lawrence Fox was we saw a different Lawrence Fox. He's normally very punchy, shouty, intellectually arrogant, wants to actually destroy everybody in an argument. Suddenly we're seeing a different Lawrence Fox. That Lawrence Fox will get votes. That Lawrence Fox will be on everybody's dance card. It was very interesting, fascinating. See you guys tomorrow.